Oops. I think that might have been the latest I've ever been. My bad. Does Arlecchino just go quiet when she's... Yeah, she does. She just, like, stays quiet. Is she one of the best idol characters? Maybe I don't have to go find a seat somewhere, because she's seating herself. Anyways. Hello, unit stream time. So, the plan is as normal. I put it in the description this time. So, hopefully if people ask during the stream, like, oh, you only do donation reviews, I can be like, look at the description. So as normal, you know, I turned monetization off, and the idea is, right, we'll do our randomized reviews in case you're new. So there's a link for a pinned comment, and you can go into the Google form, which then submits your information here, and then this is just a spreadsheet functions that randomly select them, and then I can go into enka.network to view your profile, right? That's the way the randomized ones work. And then donation ones, just hopefully they include their UID in the donation. And if I get donations, I will alternate between randomized and donation ones. Usually I will do randomized ones for at least about 3 hours. And then once I hit the 3-ish hour mark, then I like do a last few number of randomized ones and then finish up all the donation ones I have left. So, yep, idea is like donations can pay for an ad-free stream. I turned off ads. So, you know, I don't get ad revenue from YouTube for this, so I'm just relying on donation reviews. That's the balance I have struck for doing these, but you are always free to let me know if you have better ideas in the future for me to do this, but I think this is the most fair way. Anyways, we have about, well, the first three first three. We have, okay, well, whatever, I'm getting distracted, we should just start. Yeah, hopefully Arlecchino's just gonna shush here. If she starts yapping, I will go and seat her down somewhere else. We're gonna start this though, so I don't forget. It's very important. I need them crystal flies. Anyways, is the form reset? Yes, the form is the same link technically, but I reset the data. Yeah. Because otherwise there would be like literally thousands of like I want these submissions to be viewers that are hopefully here watching the stream. Obviously it's possible that, you know, someone submits right now, but then they get randomly selected 3 hours into the stream and they have to leave. But the VOD will always be there. You can go and like scan through the VOD and see if, you know, your Genshin profile shows up. Whatever. Maybe in the future if I we'll put like timestamps or whatever in the comments, but that's actually a lot of work to do timestamps for every single one. You know, we're gonna start with this one because I don't know, I had it active. I think it was literally the first one. I already have it open, so I feel like it'd be rude not to review Karna's, Yelan, and Raiden. Level 89. Are you a natural level upper, or did you just decide? Oh.
I can't promise you'll like what you see.
Okay. Well, where's a chair? I need to find a chair. I don't know why I clicked the thing so many times. Is there a chair in Petrichor? Because I like the music in Petrichor. Does anyone know? Is there a chair here? Because you know what we need? We need a gadget. Or not we. I need a gadget that specifically lets me sit a character down wherever I want. That way I can just get whatever background music going on. I know I can turn off dialogue. The problem with turning off dialogue is then I leave it off for like 3 weeks and then I record the videos and then they have audio off, or like in the middle of the video I'm just like, okay, we'll just turn off dialogue, it's fine. It's just, I'm gonna forget it and then I'm gonna get confused and then I might end up recording and be like, why are my characters so silent? I won't even, whatever, anyways, it's fine. There's one at the center. Oh, like up top? Or in the town. It's fine, we have dialogue off now, it's fine. Anyways, yeah, I guess I could do teapot in the music, that's true, but then I have to like, I don't know. My brain likes the idea of just going to specific areas. I don't know the name of this song, and I don't want to have to look up the name of the song, right? Or look up which Radiant Spin Disc it is. Anyways, distracted. A good start. The Karnas, Yelan, and Raiden, and a Shilonen. Yep, that's a Shilonen build. I mean, Shilonen has like 0 stat requirements unless you're using Fav. Then you want some crit, and other than that, it's just like, okay, how much healing do you want? Which that's what this build is. So, anyways, Raiden, This is a pretty good Raiden build. Catch build, R5, level 89. I'm curious why level 89. Did you just... Like, because I stop at level 87, right? For a lot of units that it's not as relevant for. For a normal Raiden build, by the way, it's not... If you're playing her a lot, obviously. If you're playing any character a lot, it's worth taking them... Any damage dealer, at least. If you're playing any damage dealing character that you like to use a lot, you know, it does make sense to take them to level 90 or 89 eventually, because of the... You'll get at least like a 2% DPS increase just from going to 80 and 90. But obviously it's not the most resource efficient if you have, you know, resources that can be spent on like HP scalers or units where their damage is based on the transformative reaction damage. So like Hybrid Bloom, Raiden, or whatever. Anyways. Yeah, so yeah, no, the teapot does not count for what I wanted, by the way. It just doesn't count. Sorry. I want a chair gadget. I want a lawn chair. Give me that as an event reward, and then I can plot my lawn chair down anywhere I want in the game. Anyways, yeah, this is a pretty decent Raiden. It's not crazy, obviously. But Raiden's just a pain in the butt to balance stats on overall, and you did a pretty dang good job balancing Raiden's stats. She does probably have more... Well, I don't know. It's one of those things. Yeah, you have more ER than you need. It's fine to have more ER than you need on a Raiden build, right? At the very least, I think it's worth... I don't know what teams you're playing carry Raiden, but there's a good chance she's solo Electro, and you might be able to use an attack timepiece that is better, right? Is maybe my main suggestion. That's the main thing I'd check. But other than that, this seems like a pretty good Raiden build. Is that a crit? Yeah, that's crit rate. Wow. Very good. This is a tricksy looking artifact. It makes you think that this is the crit rate. No, that's two minimum crit damage rolls and then a whole bunch of crit rate rolls. That is amusing looking. Alright, anyways, yeah, no, very good artifacts, or very good balanced build. It's a good example of like you can balance your stats pretty well. When you get artifacts like this that just has some crit rate rolls right on your timepiece and goblet, but hey, having those crit rate rolls can enable you to just use a crit damage circlet, particularly that has also some crit rate, and that lets you have a pretty dang balanced build, right? So yeah, I would check your timepiece options to see what you got, just in case you have an attack percent timepiece. But other than that, I'd say it's a build that's at the point of it being hard to justify improving past anything other than like, if you don't have anything specific you need to strongbox for, you can strongbox for some emblem kind of thing to try to slowly improve it. Because obviously, you know, you can make improvements in the timepiece and goblet. Anyways. Oh, my chat already broke. Good job, YouTube. Refresh it, live chat. Alright. Yelan. Also emblem build, double HP, 198 ER. That's a pretty healthy amount of ER, especially for... Right, well, no, fab build, of course, so... Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yep. Obviously, Hydro Goblet is better on Yelan, but it's not, if I recall, to a crazy degree. Particularly if we're doing, like, Yelan and Furina together. I have no idea if Karna is. I feel like... Yeah, I don't know. I didn't. One thing I didn't think about was like the potential of like swapping to a slightly worse offset flower. But obviously, right now this Raiden build, like swapping this emblem flower, for example, which has a bunch of attack percent, which could be good for Raiden, is just going to put the crit ratio to a little bit more on Raiden, to a little bit more scuffed area. But that could enable an offset timepiece or an offset goblet, right? So it's hard to factor that without looking at the entire situation. So, anyways, yeah, HP Goblet can still be good on Yelan. And that's a decent onset HP Goblet that enables a pretty good off piece. So it very well can be their best build they have available. It's just definitely a situation of, you know, stat for stat, Hydro Goblets should be better, but you might have an HP Goblet that's better, especially if it's an onset, right? The circlet is really good. HP roll, 3 crit rolls, and 2 ER rolls. Very nice. Yeah. Good Yelan build. I don't think there's much to improve other than, more crit rate would be nice. Because you got a little bit low crit rate, crit ratio. So, it's a low enough crit ratio that you could see... You would notice the difference, I guess, from like the crit rate blessings. Like if you happen to if you're going through Abyss, floor 12, and you had 2 crit rate blessings that bring up your crit rate by 18%, or sorry, 16%, you'll notice. You'll notice the consistency increase. It's to enough of a degree that, when you don't have the crit rate buff going on, it might be worth considering switching to higher crit rate pieces, kind of thing. Even if it means sacrificing a good chunk of crit damage. I don't know if I lean towards sacrificing the circlet. It's like, but obviously the easiest option would be the circlet. That would put you at like 80 something percent crit rate. Let's assume you had like a circlet with 20 crit damage, right? Which I have no idea if you do. That would put you at 80% crit rate and like 140% crit damage. I'm pretty sure they'd be relatively similar in average damage, but the 80% crit rate build would be more consistent. But it's not something you have to do, so it's kind of whatever, in my opinion. Well, Timothy Gilson with the first donation, as always. All right, we're gonna do another random one, and then we'll do Timothy's real quick. Thank you, Timothy, for helping pay for no ads. Anyways, yes, there's a link that's pinned in the live chat for the form. Yes, it is a new form if you are new, because if I didn't reset the form, then it would be filled with people that aren't potentially watching the stream this time around. It also would decrease the chance that anyone gets theirs selected also. So anyways, one more random review. Anytime the review anytime someone submits a thing, it randomizes it. I can also manually click this button to randomize it. So we'll do 23. And Raiden, another Raiden. Alright. And if I have time, Yae. I mean, look, I don't think anyone ever has to ask me if I have time for Yae, right? Because if it's Yae, I'm doing Yae, right? I'll be reviewing the Yae. So, yeah. Raiden, Navia, Yae. Alright. We'll do Yae first even, because, Yae. 4-piece Gilded Dreams Yae. I think Gilded Dreams is just... Oh, wow, this goblet, though. Wow, that goblet, though. Wow. That's a lot of crit rate. I think... See, the question is, right, this is an AR-60 player. And I don't know how long they've been AR-60, to be clear. AR-60, they could have been AR-60... They could be half the overall like age of my main account and still be AR-60 at this point, right? Or close to half. So the extrapolation I'm trying to have here is like, how likely is it that this account has a better two-piece combo available for Yae, right? This is a very good Gilded Dreams Yae build. I think because the timepiece, this is an AR-60 account that likely has like really good options for like gladiator pieces, Wanderer's Troop, 2-piece skill damage in Marseille Hunters, or not Marseille Hunters, 2-piece skill damage, Golden Troop, the Furina artifacts, right? This account likely has a lot of different options because Yae can work on 2-piece EM, 2-piece skill damage, 2-piece attack, 2-piece electro, right? They actually already have a good circlet now I think about it. So like they have one other good Thundering Fury piece that, could enable like a cracked offset timepiece that gets them into the 85% crit rate range. Could substantially increase like the damage performance of their build. So that is to say, I think this is a really good build, but it's possible with some mix of flower, feather, timepiece finagling that it will stick to 2-piece EM because, or 2-piece Gilded Dreams because this goblet is ridiculous at the baseline, and between flower, feather, or timepiece, which one stays would be dependent on whatever. We'll switch to 2-piece electro, 2-piece EM, So doing 2-piece EM, 2-piece Emilie Wanderer's Troop, or 2-piece Golden Troop for skill damage, 2-piece attack percent combos. Like, there's so many different 2-piece combos in the game that Yae almost feels like she, unless you spend a ton of resin trying to get a dedicated 4-piece Golden Troop set specifically for her, I think it generally makes sense to go the 2-piece route. Is my vote on her. Is my long yap. So, anyways, yep. Consider 2-piece combos, but also it's a good Yae build regardless. I like that you're leveling up her normal attack talent. Let's go. Anyways, thank you, Jammer. Well, I'll get yours in a little bit. Like I said, I alternate in case you just joined. We alternate between, if I have donation reviews pay for no ads. I alternate between doing randomized and non-randomized ones. And hopefully I don't get a backlog of donation wins, but it happens. If I do get a backlog, they will have to wait till the end. Was it Raiden and I forgot. Raiden Navia. Alright. Engulfing Raiden. Yep, it looks like an engulfing Raiden crit ratio. I love that engulfing Raiden is more of a pain in the arse to build than a free-to-play Raiden with the catch, right? Like, why does this, she doesn't understand with crit, doesn't have a passive. Like, if Raiden was made today, there's a number of things that would be different about her. One, she would probably just have stronger multipliers at a baseline, right? Like, her C2 would probably be just as strong, but her base kit might be as strong as her C2 or something. It wouldn't, it wouldn't surprise me if she was released today. Like, she's a relatively underwhelming carry at C0, and that makes her very dependent on what else you have going on in the team. She's definitely not unusable. Furina, Chevreuse gave her decently higher team options, and I think that's good. But yeah, it's funny to me that, like, she doesn't have any crit ascension, she doesn't have a crit passive, and her weapon doesn't have crit. So, like, if you get her weapon, she's just more annoying to build than with the catch. It's more annoying to get a good crit ratio. It's so weird because it's one of those things. It's like, well, thank you for spending your wishes on our bait banner. Your reward is a build that is more of a pain in the ass. Like, what? Why are you punishing people for whatever? Anyways, it's not a bad build, to be clear. I am glad you have not gone the 50% crit rate route. This is probably, you know, if I use the traditional Raiden, what I would aim for with an engulfing Raiden build at a baseline is getting to that 70% crit rate-ish is that break point for me personally, where I start to, like, not be annoyed at, like, how inconsistent it is. Like, 70% crit rate is like, yeah, you're not going to crit sometimes and it's, like, annoying, but I'm willing to, like, optimize around that. But having, like, 55% crit rate is just, ugh. Right. So, anyways, I think you've actually got a pretty overall balanced build going, notably in conjunction with the fact that your feather, oh wait, no, your feather has a crap ton of crit rate, never mind. Your feather is just, yeah, your feather is just good. You have a good amount of stat value across the board, so, yep, I like the build, it's good. But, if you want specific improvements, I don't, like, yeah, she's just a pain to build. So, yeah, like, realistically, the only way to improve the build is if you get to the point of, I don't know, if we imagine, like, using elixirs for an ER timepiece, right? That's like, if it's a double crit 4-line, and it rolls, like, 10 crit rate, 20 crit damage, like, the ideal. You lose a little bit of crit damage, but go to 80% crit rate. Okay, now we're talking, you're in the territory of switch to a crit damage circlet with crit rate substats, right? On an engulfing build. And that's pretty hard to get to. So, like, if you really, really want to improve your Raiden, that's probably the most likely route you could take, is getting a better ER timepiece and probably using the elixirs for it. Is it actually worth using the elixirs for that versus whatever else you could use the elixirs for on your account? I don't know. That depends on what you got going. So, you know, and how much you want Raiden to be better. I don't think this Raiden is dysfunctional. And ultimately, what your Xiangling looks like is going to be, you know, depending on how well a Chevreuse team is going to perform with her. You know, if you have Yelan for doing Furina, Yelan, whatever, if you want to do that team variation, yada yada. Anyways, is a Furina that doesn't have enough ER. No, we're not gonna get distracted by Furina. I'm gonna have to look at Furinas anyways. I shouldn't get distracted by Furinas I don't need to look at. Ooh, Kanichi's weapon on wow, Kanichi's weapon on Navia, and you don't have a cope amount of crit rate. Wow, crazy. Obviously, I want to level that to 90. I'm already getting backlogged in donations. Thank you, Fonar. So anyways, yeah, this is a good Navia. Other than like the ER question, one of the interesting things with like Shilonen with Navia, by the way, is like Navia is flexible to be swapped out constantly. You can do 2 skills per rotation on Shilonen and get she always 5 particles. It might be 4 or 5 particles. I don't know. Point is, Shilonen can be a ridiculous energy battery for Navia. I think that's one of actually the most valuable things potentially about doing the Shilonen Navia combo is essentially reducing Navia's ER needs to nothing. And that's pretty cool. Yeah. Is there another way to donate? Because I don't think I can do super chats. I mean, you can find my Ko-Fi link if you want, but I don't have anything set up for me to look at Ko-Fi while I'm streaming. So, by the way, speaking of, there's a few people that donated my Ko-Fi, I think, because they were like you, wherein they thought like donating through Ko-Fi would let them get a donation view live on stream. But yeah, I don't have anything set up to like do donations based on Ko-Fi. Ko-Fi was just meant to be an additional thing that I've had set up like since forever ago. I removed it from the description for now, but if you wanted to go find my Ko-Fi and you donate to my Ko-Fi, I will give you like I can message you on Ko-Fi. And if anyone donated me on Ko-Fi, feel free to check your messages because I like sent responses to some people that I haven't gotten any messages back from. So yeah, but currently I don't have any other way other than the super chest. Sorry. So, but hopefully in the future I will set up Ko-Fi to like have some kind of like integration with this process that I got going, right? But not right now. Sorry. Dia. I don't know why I looked at Dia. This is probably not enough ER for even a monopyro Dia, but anyway. Yeah, good Navia, I think. It's a 2B build, obviously. I don't think you like if the value going to her artifact set is, you know, dependent on how relevant your 2Bs combos are. This is a pretty dang good 2Bs combo set. So I don't think it's super relevant for Blastoise to farm her set. It can be like 10% better stat for stat, and it's a meaningful increase, but 10% better stat for stat, getting, you know, these exact same stats on the 4P set sounds miserable. I don't know. I'm of the opinion right now that I don't think Navia's set makes sense to farm unless it goes into Strongbox. So, yep. This is a pretty decent Navia. That Navia is as? Why? Why do you think this Navia is ass? It's probably better than my Navia. Like, my Navia has a similar crit ratio, but is on the 4-piece of her set. Actually, it's a little bit worse crit ratio, I think. I don't remember exactly. But I'm using... no, it's definitely a worse Navia, because my Navia has a similar crit ratio, but I'm using Serpent Spine, which gives, like, 30% crit rate. This gives 11% at level 90. So, like you gotta factor in the fact that this build has a healthy crit ratio with a weapon that has basically 0 crit ascension. Right? It has a tiny little bit of crit rate, which is nice. It's better than nothing. Like, it would have been at 60% crit rate without it, but like, not easy. So, anyways, and they're free to play apparently. Nice. So, this is an interesting weapon to get for Navia if you're, as long as you don't mind getting stuck to the like Xiangling pairing with Navia, I would say. Anyways, what site is this? Enka.network. I think that was all. I spent a long time on that one. My bad. This is why. Look, this is why you want my reviews from me, because I like to yap and go in depth on tangents that are maybe, hopefully, relevant and could help people, or maybe just be entertaining. But also, it causes a problem for myself to try to get through more. But hey. You could just say I'm quality over quantity, I guess. We're gonna do Timothy Gilson's donation real quick. Well, maybe real quick, but Timothy donates like every time, and they always want to showcase things like their Burgeon Yoimiya. Yep, it's not really. It's just like a normal Yoimiya, honestly, still. But they like to say it's Burgeon Yoimiya. Anyways, They said take your pick of any character, mainly just here to make my contribution to Yoimiya funds for next rerun. I'm surprised Yoimiya hasn't been rerun yet, because they seem to like rerun her a lot, but she hasn't rerun in a little while. I think since last December, right? Anyways. A Virgin Yoimiya is not a real thing, but it's a real thing if you like burgeoning, I guess, because you can technically do it, but she's very bad at targeting it. She needs to use her burst to hit burst. So it's not good. Don't do it. Anyways, actually no. You can probably do her charge attacks. You can probably aim her charge attacks to trigger burgeons. She might be one of the worst burgeon units in the game. So anyways, if I ever get it, I'll do it. Or if she's ever in an event again, I'll try to remember to try it. What character do we want to look at? Is it Emilie? This is a very good Emilie. Yeah, that's a very healthy Emilie. Wow. Wow. I would like this Emilie build. Actually, but this Emilie build has quite a bit lower attack percent than I have, to be clear. So, like, I have, I think, a good 300, 400 more attack. This build is a little bit higher crit ratio than my Emilie on my mid account, but how about Chiori? Let's look at Chiori. Cinnabar Spindle Chiori, interesting. Does the Cinnabar Spindle give crit? I don't remember. I don't think it does, right? It's just like a bunch of defense and like skill damage. I think it's, yeah. So, what am I getting it mixed up with? Isn't there a weird weapon that gives... No, I don't remember. Anyways, Chiori C1. Crowned skill, very nice. You know, if I ever was going to get lucky doing a poll, a random YOLO 10 poll in the banner... Oh, I didn't post the video today. Oh, oops. I almost spoiled something. I did a... whatever. I did a YOLO 10 poll at the end of the Chiori video, but the video's not out yet, because I didn't finish it. Didn't finish recording, or didn't finish editing. I did not get Chiori C1, which is sad. If I ever was going to get lucky for getting a C1 that I didn't want to commit to, but would have been really nice to have, it would have been for Chiori C1. I like her. I would like to use her in more teams, but oh well. Anyways, yep. I feel like I could spend more time on this. What? I could... Okay, you know I yapped about two-piece combos on Yae before, but like, two-piece noblesse is not one of the normal combos for Yae. Right? So like... It's a good Yae. I like the exactly 100 EM. I do. But also, you already have like a Wanderer's Troop onset goblet that's really, really juicy. Switch to like a Wanderer's Troop feather or something, in my opinion. Right? That's my feeling. But I don't know, it's better than two-piece, no-piece, to be fair. So I get it. This is a good circlet. It's not that good of a circlet, actually, honestly. It's a good circlet. It's just not like insane. It's fairly like... This is like a standard good quality circlet for an AR-60 account, right? Anyways. Thank you, Timothy. I don't want to spend too long on it because I just know you're gonna donate every stream anyway at this point. But they didn't request anything specific. Yeah, I don't know. Switch to a Wanderer's Troop feather, please. Please. Anyways. How is 40 plus 61 100? That's because roll values aren't actually exactly what they show. In artifacts substats, they round up in the substats. So like, for example, a minimum crit rate, or they round to whatever the nearest is. But like a minimum crit rate roll like of 2.7% is actually like 2.74, if I recall. And that's why you have situations wherein like you can, if you have multiple different of like 2.7 crit rate rolls, adds up, I think like three 2.7 crit rate rolls, I think adds up to 0.1% more crit rate in substats, but it's actually like 0.12% more crit rate. And that can make situations where in the overall stat screen, when it actually adds all the values together for their actual values that don't show the decimal points to their exact degree. So the overall stat screen should show closer to what the overall stats is than any individual artifact substat does. So what this means is probably that like might be like exactly 61, and this might be 40, or this might be like 39.6. Actually, still, why didn't it round to 101 then? Actually, in that case, I actually don't 100% know then. Wait, no, yeah, because this could be like this could be like 39.6 EM, right, in this roll, and this could be like 60.6. And then that rounded to that total actually goes to 100, right? That's so each of these individually round up slightly, but then when they're added together for the exact values, rounds down to 100. That's what my guess is. Anyways, thank you, Timothy, for the weird thing there. Let's do a random one. 43 is Arlecchino, mainly playing Overlord. All right, that makes it pretty easy. Which is what I'm saying, but until something distracts me and I get off on a tangent. Oof, crit rate. C1, nice. Level her skill to 8. I mean, look, I'm gonna triple crown her eventually. I've decided I have the resources, by the way, to triple crown Arlecchino whenever I want on poems only, but I'm not going to. Here I am getting distracted immediately. I'm not going to until I get #1 spot. She only earns her crown on the useless ability to crown when she gets #1 spot. She gets #1 Arlecchino spot, and then she gets the crown. Anyways, how far am I from #1? I mean, if I haven't dropped, oh frick. Wait, there's a new Arlecchino leaderboard. Oh, it's with Shalona. Oh, that makes sense, I suppose. Okay. Well, sorry. Give me a second. I'm using an incognito tab because of reasons that makes things easier for sequestering things in the stream. That's all. Well, there's a new Arlecchino leaderboard, though. She dropped to top 10. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. See, I have competition. That's really annoying. I was #8. Anyways, #9 with Jade Spear leaderboard. What about the Monopyre leaderboard? I didn't know there's a new leaderboard. 12, apparently. Interesting. I don't think I will end... I don't know. The Monopyre leaderboard should be relatively similar to the... it's a C0 echelon with the signature. The Monopyre leaderboard should be pretty similar to the Overload leaderboard ultimately. So just very, very slightly differences. So I don't think that really enables me to easier get to #1 spot, but someday, I don't know. The problem is I'm competing with potential people that might be resin refreshing. So, anyways, C1 Arlecchino, I would recommend a crit rate circlet, quite frankly. You have a good overall build going on, but like I almost assure you that the average damage will go up very significantly with a crit rate circlet. So, yeah. I know it might not make your brain as happy because having less crit damage means less of a big number that you see, but if you want her to feel better to play more consistent, then I would recommend some more crit rate than that. But you know, if you're fine with the inconsistency, don't let me stop you. But if you're looking for improvements, that would be my recommendation. I do think it is very possible you can get a significantly better, as an alternative pass, it is very possible you can get a significantly better flower and feather than this. ER is not, generally speaking, that relevant on her. Your timepiece is very good. Your circlet is very good. And your goblet is very good. Like, extremely good. So, the only thing that's really holding you back is actually, like, the overall stat balance and the flower and the feather. And the feather is pretty good. But has 2 minimum crit rate rolls, and being that your issue is like being a little bit low in crit rate, all you kind of need to do is potentially strongbox for some gladiator. And strongbox, by the way, has a higher frequency of dropping 4-line pieces, but also you can only get you only get it from bosses otherwise. So like, you know, strongbox for some gladiator potentially, and getting a flower or feather that just rolls heavily into crit rate. And like, it would be nice if it has crit damage, but it's not strictly necessary, right? Because you know, if you get a piece that's like, say, 14.8 crit rate and no crit damage, it's pretty much the same crit value as this piece, but you know, maybe it has some attack percent, you know, whatever. Like you can potentially, I would say it wouldn't take that long statistically. I don't think it would take that long to get a better flower in particular, if you strongbox your life away. So I don't know, that with how good your circlet is, that's the route I would head down. It's the more RNG route, obviously, because you're looking for those specific pieces. But the circlet is good enough that I would want to use this as well. I wouldn't want to just switch to a crit rate circlet. But if you have a crit rate circlet, that's the easy short-term solution. Otherwise, strongbox your life away. So, yep. I think that's my vibe. Nice. Song of Days Pass. Shivers. You need like one flat HP roll. you are. It doesn't matter, to be clear, but 40k HP is where she maxes out her attack percent bonus. We're talking 1% more attack, right? It doesn't matter. But it is funny to me that you need like a flat HP roll. Anyways, whatever. Distracted. Oh yeah, level 90 weapon would give that. You're right. Or actually, you could just ascend Shivers. You're correct. Yeah, you could ascend the weapon. You could level up the weapon, or just ascend Shivers, and that would put you at 40k HP. True. Anyways, Shalonen is a DPS. Oh wait, where's your Shalonen? Is she on a DPS build? Where is she? Oh, she's not here. Darn it. I would like to see some DPS Shalonens. I would. All right. Anyways, thank you for the Arlecchino. I got way too distracted. That was one character. I spent that long on it. Good lord. All right, let's do Jammer's donation. Thank you, Jammer. By the way, the more characters you do, the quicker I will try to be, but sometimes I'll get distracted. You have DPS Shalonen? Well, hopefully you get selected, QB. Hopefully. Raiden, Arlecchino, another Arlecchino. Ganyu, Furina. Furina has an ER timepiece available. They've watched my things before. They're just like specifying they do have an ER timepiece available, which is good because yep, this is a pretty healthy festering. R3 festering desire is funny. Yeah, I like it. Right. This is another reason why they need to like reintroduce like a way to get these weapons. They just did it in Star Rail, by the way. Like, anyways, like it's funny to me though that there's some people that have access to festering desire, but then you know they just started playing Genshin at that time and didn't understand the relevance of like actually needing to try to get those refinements or whatever, and now they're just like crap. No, but anyway, I don't remember what crit rate this gives at R3 specifically, but it does give some crit rate. It's possible you might actually be in a situation where it could be valuable to go for a crit damage circlet because of that, the crit rate from festering specifically. But yeah, other than that, you already mentioned the ER timepiece, and you're kind of good as long as you can cover those solo hydro situations. It's a very good Furina, I would say. Yeah, very healthy balance of stats overall. This goblet is quite juicy. Not insane, to be clear. Like this attack percent roll could have been, I don't know, ER, but it's got the equivalent of kind of an HP percent roll there. Yeah, very nice. Anyways, yeah, I don't understand like what their deal is with doing things that is beneficial for the player base in Star Rail or Zenless, and then them just being like, should we do those same exact things in Genshin, our money printing game? Nah, because it might make us print $4 less per month. Somehow, right? Like that's my only assumption, is they're dicks, and because Genshin is their money printing engine. Like I don't know, right? Like why? Because like it would make them $4 less for the people that by not rerunning festering, by not giving another way of getting festering desire. They like imagine if they were Imaginary Theater rewards, right? Where it would like maybe take multiple months to get like a full R5 festering desire, but you could after like 6 months of play, and it would actually give like a meaningful reward that would maybe make doing theater and building characters for it worthwhile, right? Like they could still go into their gacha game loop and make these things acquirable, but still just by requiring a heck of a grind. I just I don't get it. I don't get Mihoyo's strategy, right? I feel like it turns away more players than it benefits them, is my vibe. So I don't know. Give us a way to get these weapons and their refinements. Mahoyo. Anyways, I probably wouldn't use it on my Furina anyways, to be clear. She's kind of just glued to Fav Sword almost all the time, other than teams where I'm just like, let's see if I can min-max Furina's damage for the fun of it. But, anyways. So for me, it wouldn't really matter, but it still would be nice to have as an option. Yeah, I need the luxurious Sea Lord weapon, true. What are we supposed to be looking at? Raiden, Arlecchino, Ganyu, Furina. Ganyu. Let's look at Ganyu quick. Man, I was sad that Mount Ganyu with Arlecchino, or with Shilonen was just like meh. I thought it was gonna be so much better than it was, but I'm pretty sure if I really like Mount Ganyu, or if I really like Ganyu, not just Mount Ganyu specifically, if I really like Ganyu, I would go down the route of the really clunky setups just to see the biggest number possible. But anyways, it's 40k HP cap for Furina Z0. I mean, yes, I think her passive gives her like extra skill damage or whatever. I don't remember exactly what the phrasing was on it, but yes, 40k, if I recall, is the breakpoint where it doesn't make sense to build extra HP. That is why, like, HP, it is the tipping point of why HP Goblet, in conjunction with her damage bonus that she gives herself, is better than Hydro Goblet before C2. But do you have to hit 40k HP? No. But that's the important thing to keep in mind. The important thing is like making sure you can burst consistently on her. You will lose far more damage by not bursting on her than you will by not having 40k HP, right? So, anyways. Use the form John Kobe. We're doing randomized reviews, and then I also do donation reviews. Anyways, Ganyu. Obviously, this is a freeze Ganyu build. C1 Ganyu, I think, is just an extra skill use, which is wow. I mean, hey, it lets you burst consistently, and that does more in freeze Ganyu. You can use it in melt Ganyu, but you can potentially lose some melts by it. But I don't know. It's weird. I think Ganyu burst can still be a DPS increase in Mount Ganyu, but it can also interfere with things, so it's weird. This is a pretty good freeze Ganyu build, I would say. It's almost bow remember, so interesting that you chose to go a crit rate circle. I wonder, because if you're doing freeze Ganyu, you have cryo resonance, you have Ganyu's crit rate passive, that gives crit rate after a charge attack lands, right? And then Blizzard Strayer. I think this is overcapping, isn't it? I don't remember the exact amount Blizzard Strayer adds. I know the set bonus adds 40%, but I'm pretty sure it's overcapping by a little bit. So a crit damage circlet should probably be better, but that would be probably assuming you have a little bit of crit rate substats on the crit damage circlet, is I think where you're sitting at here, which is an awkward point to be. I think it's worth considering doing that, particularly since there's not really other relevant stats for freeze Ganyu here other than the crit. Yeah, Blizzard is 40% crit rate. Ganyu, Cryo Resonance is 15. Oh wait, Ganyu passive is 30 crit rate. Excuse me. I'm pretty sure Ganyu passive is not 30 crit rate. I thought it was 15. It's 20? Oh, okay. Well, everyone's wrong. Yay. Yeah, 20% crit rate for 5 seconds. So the first one doesn't have it, right? So then we're overcapping by quite a bit then. We're okay, never mind. Switch to a crit damage circlet. Switch to a crit damage circlet and don't even care about substats. Is what I think it is. Yeah, because I don't. Yeah, just to make sure this isn't. Yeah, no, it's not. I was just making sure it wasn't factoring that Enka didn't add the Blizzard Strayer bonus for some reason. How would you fix cryo? making there be a unit that gives a very meaningful, significant buff that is only available to cryo units specifically. Right? Like imagine if Shilonen C2 was in her base kit. And then she'd probably have to have the values tweaked a little bit because her C2 is a little bit underwhelming. If not if Shilonen C2 was her base kit with the red shred, but like swap Shilonen's red shred with Shilonen C2, right? I think she becomes a worse character ultimately, as far as like the universality of the team she could go into. But I think she becomes a more unique character, and notably it would mean she buffs cryo units in a unique way, wherein only cryo units will get the crit damage buff, right? So imagine like her C2 was higher, she didn't have red shred in her base kit, but her C2 stat buff was in her base kit instead, and then it gave like 100% crit damage to cryo units. Like, so they could do things, but that's how Mihoyo is going to do things. Is they're only going to fix cryo by releasing new characters. They're not going to buff the cryo reactions. Well, okay, to be clear, they're not that they're not going to buff the cryo reactions. They're not going to buff existing cryo units. They're going to buff things around cryo. They did technically buff cryo reactions, but it wasn't that beneficial. But I will say, you know, it's going to be like Shatter, which means freezing, is going to be quite a bit less meme than it was before. Still meme, but less meme, and that's good. So, you know, technically cryo got minorly buffed next patch, technically, which is cool. But we'll see if it actually changes things. Oh no, all the donations. Thank you for the donations. Gravity, not the one. We'll get to your stuff in a second. Anyways, I'm spending too long on this. Arlecchino Raiden quick. C2 Raiden. Healthy Raiden. Yep. 70 EM, wow. Yep, this is a healthy Raiden. I don't know what else to say about it. It's just a pretty healthy, balanced Raiden build. On engulfing. Like I said before, engulfing Raiden, pain in the butt to build. Jammer also has C2 Raiden, so is a good Raiden. I don't have meaningful advice on ways to improve it that wouldn't just be like losing sanity farming, right? So, yep, good Raiden. You balance your stats well. Not Navia, Arlecchino. Homa, nice. This looks very similar to my Arlecchino. Yep. This does look very similar to my Arlecchino. I think the main difference is I actually have more HP, weirdly enough. Like I never want to change my Arlecchino build because I have 22,300 HP exactly. And that's just very satisfying to me. I have a little bit more crit damage too. But not that much more. Yeah, is a good Arlecchino. Yep, that's I think all I have to say. So, yup. How do you get such crack pieces? You by farming a lot. You know, Jammer is an AR-60 player. They have probably played the game for a while. Gladiator pieces in general tends to be one of those things. Like, if you look, I'm not logged in my main account right now. Here, I'll no, never mind. I was gonna go log into my main account and show you how many just like random gladiators or wanderer's troop goblets I have that are decent, because like I just level up a lot of characters in my main account, which means I get a lot of random artifacts over the last 3 years almost of playing now. It'll be 3 years in January. That you just get some good pieces over time, right? It's like artifacts is a matter of statistical inevitability of getting decent pieces, and being aware of watching and being aware of like more stats than crit are relevant. Understanding that, you know, ER, EM, attack percent, HP percent are all important stats too, just for different situations. And you know, recognizing that like a 4-line piece that has crit rate attack percent could be the perfect artifact for the right kind of build to balance out your stats in the right way, right? Like people oftentimes get too focused on an individual artifact, like, oh, I need a 30 CV piece at minimum on every artifact. Like, no, you just need the overall balance of your crit stats to be good. You can easily have a 20 CV piece that has 4 attack percent rolls for some godforsaken reason, because that's how the RNG goes sometimes, and your other artifacts just still result in a really overall balanced build. And oftentimes the difference maker between builds being very, very good or not, like in Akasha rankings, if you go and like look at like leaderboards, and particularly the top end of the leaderboards, right? Not that this is not me saying to aim for builds that get to the top of leaderboards, but I'm saying to use them as a lesson to understand how. I'm trying to say to use them as a lesson to understand. Like why a caution interface? Stop opening the profile when I didn't click on their name. Like if you click anywhere near the name, it opens the profile. Anyways, like the difference in the value of artifacts. Like the reason that this person is number 1 Arlecchino and I am not, they have less crit value than I do, right? See, I have a bit higher crit value than they do, but I'm 10 ranks lower. It's not that ultimately this is an extremely similar build, right? Like they're doing 30,000 more damage in an entire Arlecchino rotation, a minuscule amount more damage. These are basically the same damn build, as far as damage output goes. Like, to be clear, don't aim for top 1 spot. It's stupid. But the lesson herein is that like the non-crit stats are the difference maker here, right? The non-crit stats, and that extrapolates out to the non-crit stats, can very often be the difference maker in one artifact being better than another. And the difference in a build being better is because of the fact that you happen to get an attack percent roll. Or even flat attack sometimes, I'm not kidding. More stats are relevant than people oftentimes realize, as long as you understand that and level up artifact. Like there's many people that would probably throw away a goblet like this one, right? That has crit rate, defense percent, flat attack, HP. Like, ew, that's a garbage goblet. Like Xlice probably throws this goblet away. Sorry for poking fun at him, but he is someone I think makes these kinds of mistakes, and I think his content, his artifact content, is popular enough that I think he has furthered the like people making mistakes with how they treat artifacts, right? So that's why I'm using him as an example. But like, you know, these kinds of goblets can be really, really important for you to level up, because sometimes you will just get these goblets, right, over time that will roll like this. Or just artifacts in general that will roll heavily into 1 crit stat, and that's a good artifact, right? Even if it didn't look like it started that well, I think. So, anyways, and for goblets, they don't even have to be like 4-line. For like something like flowers and feathers, if it's a single crit line, they have to be 4-line for me at like my point to care about. But like a goblet, depending on what other goblets you have, you know, can be very relevant to keep. So, anyways, Xlice ruin the community perception. Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm pretty sure he still makes the most popular like stromboxing artifact builds. So I like to give him credit, I learned how to understand artifacts at a glance in part. Like I started to learn the values of different roles. Like I can tell you what, like, off the top of my head, what the values of like every individual stat is. By watching his videos, I was able to like literally glance at this artifact, be like, all right, this was 2 high rolls into crit rate and 4 high rolls into crit damage, like literally at an immediate glance. And this is a minimum roll of flat attack. I don't remember the exact rolls for the flat defense because, pardon me for not caring about defense as much. But I believe this is also a low roll in defense. Right, and then, yeah, anyways. So like, his videos did help me. Like, I'm not saying his videos are a bad thing to make, but I do think Xlice fails to extrapolate out and emphasize enough that his decision making on what he keeps for his account, one, may not even be correct for him. Like I had to stop watching his videos because like the videos that made me stop watching Xlice's videos was when he did, I think, like farming for MH, Marshall Say Hunters, wherein he was throwing away artifacts that could have been very good MH pieces, right? Like, this is a set that gives 36% crit rate in its set bonus. That means crit rate is not as much of a priority stat as it is on other artifacts. And like getting double crit can still be good, but it's a lot less necessary to have double crit on a set, in particular the same thing with the new Natlan set, right? It's a lot less necessary to have a heavy crit rate in substats when you have crit rate in the set bonus, especially in conjunction with the characters like Mualani that have crit rate ascension, right? Like Mualani, without a crit weapon, her ascension plus the set bonus starts at like 65% crit rate. Like, you don't need to have double crit and everything. And like these sets that give a ton of crit rate make it a lot easier to balance your stats, because you can, even having like one artifact that has with a non-crit weapon on Mulanni, so like not like this Mulanni, you can have like 15% crit rate, say in one random artifact in the new set for Mulanni, not Heart of Depth. Also 4 Heart of Depth on Mulanni. I think it's technically fine, I guess, but don't farm for 4 Heart of Depth for Mulanni. This is something that like Jammer, it can make sense to do 4 Heart of Depth on Mulanni. If you already had 4 Heart of Depth, don't farm for it, okay? Anyways, so, you know, the crit rate sets make it so like crit damage is a higher priority basically over crit rate, and you really don't need to like stress out about getting double crit in every single artifact. So yeah, like how much does this build change, for example, if we remove the crit rate from this timepiece? Not that much, right? The build still performs pretty dang well. Obviously the signature weapon helps here, but for overall stat balance. But that's the point I wish to illustrate, right? Is like, if we delete the crit rate from this artifact, is it a worse artifact? Yes. But keep that in mind in like the process of when you're farming, right? Wherein, okay, if you could just farm, you would just be paying attention if you're farming to improve this Navia. You'd just be paying attention for HP percent main stat and crit damage substat, ideally on a 4-line. And then you would want like ER, flat HP, and then crit rate would be nice, right? Like crit rate would be nice because like being at this 63.7% crit rate, this is 99.7% crit rate. It's nice, duh. But it's not like this Navia that's going to feel like garbage to use if we delete that crit rate entirely, right? So, anyways. Yes, this is me cooking X-Slice because I think he does cause... I think he is very likely the source of many people's mistakes that I have seen in the general community. And I think he has a little bit of like Genshin 1.0 player will be nice and sage is called brain rot. Genshin 1.0 player brain rot of over prioritizing crit. That's it. So, anyways. And yes, he doesn't, and yeah, that's not even to get into things like he doesn't need even to have the standards he has for his builds because he C6s every freaking character. So, you know, yeah, anyways, whatever. X-Slice is fine. I value his content, but I do think it is important to keep in mind he doesn't judge artifacts in a very well-rounded way. Anyways, thank you, Jammer, for that tangent. Good lord. Let's do a random one. Your Arlecchino's good. Number 140. Oop, I didn't mean to click that. We're gonna do 146. Good lord. Mulanni and Emilie, let's go. Wake me up and Shaha rerun. Nice typo, I like it. Shaha. Realistically, let's be real. A new character named Shaha is probably more likely than Shenhe rerunning. If we're being honest, sadly, that is the reality we live in. Yeah, and I think X-Slice understands most of these things, by the way. He just doesn't include stuff like that in his videos, and I still think he makes it. I do think he overvalues double crit even for his own account. He might have learned since like the MH video, to be clear. It's like MH was a new thing. But it's fine. I haven't watched his content lately. Mulanni Emilie. Level 8 of Mulanni. Craftable. Nice. And yep, decently balanced Mulanni. HP Goblet is definitely a decent option if you don't have Hydro Goblet. Generally speaking, Hydro Goblet should be a bit better, of course. But, you know, again, it's just compare what you have. I don't know. No, I'm tempted to go into a damage calculator and figure out, since this is, I need to take a drink of water, figure out where the break point is for a Hydro Goblet on Mulanni or not. Because I don't know intuitively, but you can go and I have a damage calculator in the description. I recommend using it. It's this website, right? Or even basically, we're not going to do it right now because it's going to take too long. But you can like go in and configure your Mulanni, right? Put in the exact artifacts you have. Go and configure all the buffs for the exact team you have. and you can tweak around different variables like based on characters you do or do not have, and you can tweak around things like putting in hypothetical different artifacts, such as, you know, a Hydro Goblet, and you can see, you know, okay, what would the difference be just if this was the same exact stats, but I changed it to Hydro main stat instead of HP main stat. But then you can also then, you know, change it to Hydro main stat and be like, you can look at what the average damage is with this goblet, and then change it to a Hydro Goblet, and then start removing some crit rolls, and see where the breakpoint is, where like a Hydro Goblet is equivalent to a HP Goblet. That's what I think doing something like this is... What? That's what I think doing something like this is useful for. Uh-oh, Chaska is showing there. Please don't ban me. I won't get banned by MiHoYo, but MiHoYo might copyright strike this video just because Chaska's freaking profile picture showed there. I sincerely hope not, but we'll see. Anyways, if the video gets removed from YouTube, that's why. Thanks Hoyo, for me being paranoid about showing a profile picture of a character that you already announced. Anyways. Oh, we're on Meow. I didn't even notice it was Meow's account. Nice. I would level up Mulan to 90, obviously, and level up her weapon to 90, of course. Other than that, this is a overall very healthy build, right? Like, this is a very juicy circlet. It's really just like the timepiece that obviously could be improved. It's not the worst timepiece in the world by any means. And the overall balance is quite good, I would say. Yeah. Yeah. Getting an EM timepiece that's better would be the most obvious direct, right? If we magically go to Fantasyland and pretend this attack percent roll is crit damage rolls, and wow, the build is better. But like, is it worth farming to get that necessarily? I don't know, maybe. Depends on how many more characters are going to release. Like, I'm being that their whole gimmick with all the Natlan characters is do Night Soul on them. Like, are we going to see a character in Natlan that can't use this set if they're an on-field DPS, right? Like, what? That's my curious. I'm very curious what they're going to do in version 5.3 when they release the Archon. Are they going to release an artifact set specific to the Archon that's better for like just them, and then they're going to release another artifact set that's like 4 Natlan units that is better than this set? Probably not. I would hope not. Good lord. But like, anyways, point being, we might get a character releases 8 months from now that still can use this artifact set, and that could make it very much worthwhile to continue farming. Is my point. But that's an unknown factor, so we will see. But yeah, anyways, your least used 5-star character is Nahida. That's interesting. What was the other character we're supposed to look at? Emilie. How did I forget Emilie? Emilie, Miss of Windspear, Emilie. You know, this is an interesting build. I don't know why I said it's so loud there. I'm sorry. I think you should. Well, I don't know. This is a relatable crit ratio, and like this artifact's pretty good, but it's just crit and has nothing else relevant. sad def rolls though. Oh, this artifact could have been a lot better. It's kind of a similar story here, just some crit and no other relevant stats. Timepiece is like, hey, it's got some crit. Goblet is like, hey, it's got some crit and some attack percent. And then, just in case you weren't aware, EM is not really relevant, but I don't think this EM was on purpose. I think this is an accidental Emilie build that gets higher EM damage. Anyways, or higher burning damage, sorry, with the EM. And then the circlet is also like, you know, circlet is probably the highest stat value piece on this build. Even with the low crit damage rolls, having those 3 attack percent rolls does a lot. So it's good that your Emilie build is not inconsistent. I don't think it's the worst in the world. This is an interesting circumstance though, wherein like what I'm going to hopefully be able to test. I plan to have a video soon-ish with Royal Spear, and Emilie is one of the main units I'm going to test it on, because Emilie suffers from not having super accessible weapon options a bit. And in particular, like, Missive Spear is one of the best weapon options for her just because it gives a bunch of attack percent, right? Royal Spear, in comparison to Missive, gives a similar amount of, like, base stats for, like, it has a little bit higher base attack, a little bit less attack percent substats, but then it gives its crit, and it gives crit in the passive only when you don't crit, right? And then when you land a crit, it lets you not, right? So like, the average amount of crit rate that a royal weapon gives is dependent on what your baseline crit rate is, essentially. If you have a highly invested, like if you just swapped this build to a royal spear, it'd be worse, right? But the interesting conceptualization is it's possible that it's swapping this build to a royal spear and then swapping to a crit damage circlet could be better. Because the royal weapons can mitigate RNG a little bit, which is what's weird about them. I don't know for sure though if that would actually make sense. No, royal works off field. So I'm not gonna say do that, but hopefully I'll have that video out before the month is done. Oh frick, that means I have to do that video this week, doesn't it? Ooh, I was planning to do the Amber C2, Amber C4 video and the Mavuika, or Oops. Oh well, I guess I'm not doing. You know what? That's fine. I'm gonna push the Shilonen C2 video to after Shilonen's banner, and that's fine because that way my Shilonen C2 video won't make anyone pull for Shilonen C2. So I'm gonna make the Amber C4 video and the Royal Spear this video. Amber C4 and Royal Spear. Hopefully those videos will be interesting investigations into the relevance of the royal weapons. But yeah, the last unit review stream I did a few, I think 2 weeks ago, or maybe it was before that, but I don't know. I went into the damage calculator on someone's Emilie build and put in Royal Spear versus Blackcliff because I think they didn't have missive, or if they did, they just didn't equip it or whatever. We did Blackcliff versus Royal Spear, and like Royal was at a baseline without the passive factored in. Royal Spear was the same damage as Blackcliff, and for their build, which means that with the passive factored in decreasing, you know, giving them some crit on average, you know, it would make them land more crits. It was better than Blackcliff, so because Blackcliff's passive is garbage. The cat was locked in the room for the last 20 minutes, or last hour and a half. Normally if my door is shut and the cat is in the room, he's just like, no, how dare you shut the door on me, and he immediately wants to leave. So that's rare that he hides in the room for an hour and a half and doesn't mind that the door is shut. Anyways, you want to see cat? I don't have a camera set up because it didn't function the last time I plugged in, but I don't know, someday. Anyways, how do you improve this Emilie build? Consider going to Deepwood. I honestly is kind of my verdict maybe, but also look, keep in mind for the watch my Royal Spear video, and maybe it'll be interesting. Maybe it'll wind up making you realize like switching to what looks like an optimized build, but built around Royal Spear could be pretty compelling. Maybe we'll see. I don't know. Anyways, that was all freaking... Wow, I'm being so slow. I mean, look, the benefit is I might get through less unit reviews this stream, but hey, the benefit is they're higher quality, hopefully, right? Anyways, oh boy. By the way, I missed some donations. Thank you, Numuku and Matt Zio. We'll get yours eventually. I'm a little bit behind already because I'm bad. Alright, it's fine. Let's try to do things. Fawn just wants me to look at their Miko again, apparently. And then we'll do another random one. Miko, 4-piece golden troop. There, yeah, this is a extremely good golden troop Miko build. Wow, look at this goblet. I want it. Give it, please. Look at this circlet. Oh my god, 80 EM on a circlet though. Like, oh my, look how much EM subsets you have. It's so good. Holy moly, this Yae build. A little bit low roll values in the like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 4-line 0 dead stat flower. A little bit low roll values in like the attack percent and the crit rate, right? But like it's still a 0 dead stat piece. 0 dead stat piece in the feather. LOL this timepiece, like, and then LOL has got what in the frickin' world? Jesus. Is it what Nimku? Is it Nimku? Nimku? I don't know. There's like 800 different ways you could say your name. Nimku. Nimku. NYMQ. Anyways, yep. this is a good Yae build, to say the least. This is the investment of like, this is a good enough Yae build that I would actually consider using it if I had this build for my Yae. I would consider using this over a two-piece combo, because it's probably good enough for even when like I on-field Yae that I would be fine. I was a little bit low on attack. I actually think this build is still where, like, I've been using a lot of Yae in Shepherd's teams lately, like a lot more than I'm using her with Dendro actually, and in that context, I think this Yae build is still worse than a two-piece attack build, funnily enough. But not that much worse, and it actually still might be better. I'm not 100% sure. I have to go compare. Anyways, this is a ridiculous Yae. A very, very ridiculous Yae. Akasha's 0.11%. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Yep. Anyways, I like it. I respect the Yae dedication. I'm probably never going to get that build on her because I just like her on two-piece combos too much. I use her in too many different teams. That's the wrong thing. Let's do a random one. Number 124, apparently. Oh my god, a lot. Alright. We'll see if I can go through it quicker. As I've said, they have no extra comments. The more characters you submit, the quicker I will try to go through them. Alright, Natalie. All the AR60 players today. Interesting. And the next donation one is Gravity Dazed. Ganyu, Raiden, Navia, Cloran, Fischl. Alright. Ganyu. Tignari bow. Wow. Obviously, a Melt Ganyu and Shimenawa is a little bit rarer of a build. But still a completely decent option you can do for Melt Ganyu. That is so many attack percent rolls. Wow. Yeah, this is like an extremely well... like, remember, the Ganyu passive gives 20% crit rate. So, this is 100% crit rate Ganyu, basically. Crown Burst and Shimenawa's, I mean, look, also C2, nice. I forgot what her C2 does. I mean, you know, they probably... It's very possible they crowned Ganyu forever ago before they used Shimenawa's, right? Like, this is just someone who likes Ganyu enough. They triple crown regardless of if they even use the ability. So, you know, that's fine. Yep. This is a strong Ganyu. She's still gonna have cryo problems, but it's a strong Ganyu. Anyways. I already forgot the next one. Raiden, Navia, Cloran, Fischl. I'm glad you have Fischl in conjunction with your Cloran. That way we can actually like properly judge Cloran. That's not, yeah. Raiden, Navia. Engulfing Raiden, C3, wow. Yep, that's a very healthy Raiden. Attack time B. I think ER time B's, by the way, with Engulfing is better. Just because, like, she gets, if I recall, she gets more attack from an ER time piece than she gets from an attack time piece when you have Engulfing. Or not more attack, sorry. That's incorrect. She gets more damage from a ER time piece because of the fact that, you know, ER is damage bonus for 4-piece emblem. ER is some damage bonus from her passive that converts ER to damage bonus. And then Engulfing is additional attack from ER. That basically, the conjunction of all those things makes ER stronger than attack. But, yes, I'm aware, Traxy. I'm aware you don't necessarily have an ER sans that makes the build better. It is very possible that this is the best build you have available. And it should be able to burst consistently anyways, so... And you have C3, so... Does any of it matter? Probably not. Probably not, right? So, yeah. Isn't there an ER cap? On Emblem, yes, of like 300, if I recall. No, it's not... No, sorry, it's like 400, isn't it? I can't remember exactly. I'm pretty sure it's over 300, though. So, is it 300? Either way. Like, you'd be like at 300 basically with an ER timepiece. So it's fine. 300 with the passive of Engulfing factored in. It's splitting hairs, particularly when you have constellations that it just doesn't matter. So nice Raiden, very good Raiden. Weird Navia. Verted Navia. Well, yep, there, yep. I like your Navia, but I do smell a problem. Like, if you've seen, like, I've been playing a bunch of Navia lately with Shalonen's release, and boy, is Navia like a character that I notice having 75% crit rate on, and I notice her inconsistently critting there, and it's just like, oh my god, Navia, could you please just crit? Oh, they're on MH. Oh, that's true. Oh, okay. I did not notice MH. I really dislike MH on Navia personally, because you have to stay on field. This means you're playing Navia with Furina, and that's fine. I like Navia with Furina. But also, you're playing Navia on MH with Furina with 126 ER. Whatever, we're not gonna get distracted by Furina. Ignoring that factor, is this Furina even, like, with Furina's solo Hydra with Navia, is this Furina even bursting? Okay, to be clear, they might be able to switch, they probably switched to Fav. That's my guess. They probably just switched to Fav and they're fine, right? Well, they probably want to switch to it. Well, I don't know. Do you switch to, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, you can switch to Fav and you're probably fine. Probably. Yeah, anyways. I don't even know if this Furina bursts every other rotation in this build with a solo Hydra right now. Anyways, yeah, the crit rate is obviously good with MH then. I don't think it's a terrible option for her if you don't have other options available. The problem with it is, like, with Furina and Navia, you have to, like, wait for the crit rate stacks to build up. At a baseline though, it depends, because Furina has like weird slight bits of downtime in when her summons are attacking, so you might have to wait like 3 seconds potentially to get any crit rate stacks built up. And oftentimes I find Navia is you want to switch in, bang, and then like do your normal attacks and then do another bang kind of thing, or you could switch in, bang, switch to another unit, and then switch back to her and bang again. And if you're doing that immediate switch in, shoot her big shot, you get the damage, like, then you're not getting any crit rate stacks. If you're just like I don't know, it makes her more awkward to play, and I don't like it because of the build up time required for MH stacks, since you don't necessarily want to wait. But it's weird. It can be very completely usable. It's just weird, and it's not something that I enjoyed having to work around with Navia when I played around with it. Right, that's all. So, yep. Other than that, nice. Other than as long as you're fine with MH, it's a good Navia build. The Furina though. Ooh, Elegy Yelan's a little bit rare. Even C2, wow. Yeah. Solo Hydra Yelan, whatever, distracted. Furina, or no, Furina. Chlorand. I think this Chlorand is overcapped on crit rate. I forgot what her passive gives her, but a bunch of crit rate. So I think, yeah, I think you're very overcapped on crit rate, actually. 20%? Yeah. It's not that. I mean, it's, okay, to be clear, 12% overcapped on crit rate is pretty overcapped on crit rate. It means, like, 1, 2, 3, 4 rolls of crit rate are dead stats, right? There's not, like, an obvious solution to that, though, other than use a different Electro Goblet, probably. You probably have a better Electro Goblet for this build because of that. Right, because of overcapping crit rate, this build functionally, this goblet, sorry, on this build has 1 relevant roll. So it's very possible, like, an Electro Goblet with a bunch of EM or a bunch of attack percent very well might be better than this goblet, right? So that's, I'd say, what my verdict is on this build, because the other pieces aren't, like, obviously getting more crit damage on the feather or whatever is getting more crit damage on the flower or feather is easier said than done, especially when you have, you know, they have 3 relevant attack percent rolls here, 3 relevant attack percent rolls here. ER is not even necessarily useless. So, like, yeah, that's my vote. Switch a goblet to even something that doesn't have crit damage, just has a whack ton of attack percent EM. Something might actually be better than this, because the crit rate does nothing. Yep. Anyways, other than that though, good overall Clarion build. has like no EM, but she doesn't really need EM because she gets a lot from attack. I forgot where her buff caps out for her attack percent, but I'm pretty sure this build hasn't hit it. I think isn't it like 3k or something? Like it's pretty hard too, but yeah. Is there someone spamming? I guess I don't know if I have a mod currently here. You should do this on Silly Wisher. Yeah, okay. There, I found them. Congrats. You are timed out for, wait, okay. I was going to not do 24 hours, but I accidentally clicked 24 hours. I guess you get a 24-hour timeout. Sorry. I meant to do, like, it doesn't matter. Functionally, I would have given you, like, an hour or 2-hour timeout, and that would have been the same as a 24-hour timeout anyways. Yeah, don't spam the same message. I don't even know what you're trying to say. Like, silly, what are you talking about, Silly Wisher? Whatever. Ooh, Skyward Heart Fischl. Nice, that's what I use. Yep, this is a good Fischl build. Yeah, it's a very good Fischl build. Has a healthy amount of everything, honestly. Healthy amount of attack. Very healthy amount of attack. Healthy amount of EM. Yeah, this is just an extremely good universal Fischl build. Yep. I think it's better than my Fischl build, and I have a very good Fischl. You were halfway through a Sonic level, Sylveon? Well, nope, that's what you get. The moment you get distracted by something, there's someone spamming. Anyways, I didn't ban that person because they were just saying stupid things, but, you know, timeouts, yes. Alright, let's do whatever. What donation did I leave off on? Did I do Gravity Days? I don't think I did Gravity Days. Yeah, okay. I think I left out on that one. Blam. Gravity Days wants me to look at Navia, Claranda, Mulani, Shilonen. I should have done this first. Please forgive me. Should have done this. What does that mean, Gravity Days? Anyways. Alright. Shilonen. Wait, no, Shilonen's last. No, we'll do Shilonen first. This is a normal Shilonen build. I mean, you have a bunch of crit. So there's not really... C2 Shilonen, nice. There's not really any need to build anything past 3200 defense, and notably she gets a whole bunch of defense from her... I'm having a stroke, Jesus Christ. She gets a whole bunch of defense from her passive, like I think like 3... With her signature here, you probably get like... Actually, the signature doesn't affect the amount of defense she gets. I think you get about 300 defense. And her signature passive for the damage bonus caps out at 3200. So you only need like 2900 base defense to max out this passive, basically. And anything else that you need for stats is like, the only thing is relevant is ER to be able to burst if you need to heal, and then defense percent for more healing, like more total healing, but you need ER as priority to be able to heal when you need it, more than you need just more defense percent. And then healing bonus circlet instead of defense percent if you have enough defense percent, because that will make your healing be higher, right? They have gone the route of def main stat for just having more crit, I guess, because like you can see, technically you will see in this build, like, I don't know, a 20-30k maybe on occasion. That might be a little bit optimistic from like her skill activation and 1 or 2 normal attacks, maybe, but like that's not a meaningful amount of even when you land the crits, right, which is not very often. It's not very consistent, and I don't know. Ultimately, you don't have to really build any particular specific stats on Shilonen, except when you have her signature, you want to reach 3200 defense. And anything past that point is whatever your preference is, because you don't need to burst on her in every single team. You don't need to rely on her healing to keep you alive in every single team. So you don't necessarily need ER. You don't really need to build her for damage, but you can put some damage stats on her just because it technically is some additional damage, right? You can do whatever you want. My personal preference is not this route, is all I'm really saying. My personal preference would be, if I had these artifacts, I would switch to a healing bonus circlet. And probably an ER timepiece, ideally with some def percent substats. Right? Is what I would do. Isn't she a sub DPS? No. No. she does like no damage. But if you just like seeing random 20Ks from her 37.3% of the time, don't let me stop you, right? But my vote is, if you want to, enjoy your triple crowning, just do a DPS build on her, right? Do a DPS build with, you have Cloud Retainer. I don't know if you have Furina, but assuming you have Cloud Retainer, assuming you have Furina, do Furina, Cloud Retainer, Shilonen, and then you definitely have Kachina, so you could just do Kachina in the last slot. You also just do, I didn't actually mess around with this, but you could do something weird like throw in Navia as a quick swap option. So on-field plunge, Shilonen, and then like quick swap to Navia for some bangs on occasion, and that gives you more value from Furina buff. I don't know, it'd be weird. And then that's extra energy for Shilonen, on-field DPSing her, and you have C2, so I don't know. I think that'd be fun. That's my suggestion, I guess. If you want to see damage for her, do a DPS build. You have the ability to do it. And if you want to, otherwise it's may as well maximize her healing. But you don't have to maximize her healing. It's what I prefer. So, yep. You have C1 Furina. I mean, that's so. If you have C1 Furina, that's more reason to maximize your healing, not less. No. Because if you have C2 Furina, you just don't have to care. Right now, I have C2 Furina, right? And I don't really need to min-max my Shilonen's healing with C2 Furina because I have C2 Furina. But if you don't have C2 Furina, then you probably do want to min-max the healing. Because it could significantly change the experience of how many overhealing procs you trigger on Furina's passive. So C2 Furina gets damage bonus way faster, and also makes Furina do more damage, but that's mostly irrelevant. Not irrelevant. There's people that are just Furina damage increase. Oh my god, the best thing ever. Look, if you want it for damage increase because you like Furina, that's fine. But the actual relevant thing it does is gives you damage bonus stacks faster. And notably, Shilonen's healing. Shilonen is the healer in the game that, in my opinion, makes it she's in the perfect awkward middle ground, wherein Furina C2 is very noticeable with Shilonen, because the amount that she heals with a normal investment, the amount she heals, and then the delay, which is a 1.5 second delay in when her healing procs, it's slow enough. It's not slow, but it's slow enough and in low enough amounts, and you don't do a Maiden's build like you can on Bennett, right, with a non-C2 Furina, right? A non-C2 Furina and Bennett being an on-field healer can heal in higher amounts and with bigger procs of healing. That Bennett is a better healer for Furina than Shilonen, to a meaningful degree, is my personal verdict. And you definitely notice C2 Furina. I definitely can tell there's situations where C2 Furina just makes her feel a lot better as a healer with Furina. But you don't need C2 Furina with Shilonen, and you have more reason to min-max her healing without C2 Furina. That's all. Anyways, whatever. Interesting build. It's perfectly fine to go down this direction. You can do whatever you want with Shilonen. You don't always pair her with Furina, so you don't need to maximize her healing. You can kind of do whatever stat she needs. She just needs the set bonus, and then she's kind of fine. For her normal supportive utility. But yeah, if you want to have more fun with her, I would consider DPSing her. With the other set, the other artifact set. Navia. Oh my gosh, Navia. Wait, Navia. We already looked at. Oh my god, where's your crit rate though? Please use a crit rate circlet. ER check also, but I don't know if you're probably doing Shilonen with Navia, and it's fine because Navia or Shilonen can basically annihilate her ER needs if you do 2 skills per rotation. It's probably fine. But yeah, crit rate circlet. Good lord, I would never ever play this Navia. I'm sorry. I just would no. Nope, I'm sorry. Can't stand it. I would not be able to play the 50-50 game with all of Navia's skill hits. That'd be awful to me, but you know what? If you don't mind it, you do you. But a crit rate circlet would significantly increase your average damage. Yeah. 22.2% attack in the substat is funny though. Shalon had no set bonus. Wait, she didn't? Yeah, she did. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Cloran Mulan. Hey, this Cloran is a Thundering Fury Cloran. Nice, I like it. Sick. This is an awesome Cloran. Yeah. That's all. I mean, you know, is it the most insane in the world? No. You know, timepiece is relatable. A little bit of defense here and there, but it's a very well balanced Cloran, right? 87% crit rate, 227 crit damage. Thundering Fury means more Joop Joops. I like it. It's what I would use on her. Nice. Like your Cloran. Yeah, the image gets bugged sometimes. Is probably what they saw, you know, on Enka. Particularly when switching between things, I think it gets bugged. Who's in the last one? Mulani surfs up. Do you get every signature weapon? Whatever, it's fine. I'm not in the mood to go on a weapon banner rant. I just wish to encourage people to not get baited by weapon banner. That's what I'll say. That's what I'll say. This is a decent Mulan. Yep, pretty good Mulan. Having this help, this is a situation of like having this many EM substats. I'm pretty certain does make their, well, I don't know, not 100% certain, but I'm fairly certain with this healthy amount of EM, in particular if you're doing like an instructor's buff, like I do like Dia on instructors with the Dendro craftable weapon, Dendro reaction craftable weapon that gives even more EM. Like this would be a situation where an HP circlet or HP timepiece is better than EM. I also like HP over EM because sometimes Mulan just doesn't get vapes, whether it be just because you're just using her in overworld casually, or she just doesn't land a vaporize because of whatever goofiness going on. So, yep. Anyways, yeah, this is a really, really well-balanced Mulan. Like, any of the individual artifacts aren't particularly insane, I would say, but their overall stat value is really high. The circlet is probably the most okay one, but still has, you know, 1, 2, 3 relevant roles. Goblet is very good with that EM. Timepiece is a lot better than I think most people might give it credit for with that EM. Obviously the crit damage total is really upheld by the signature weapon, but you know, yeah. Like no individual piece here seems insane, but the overall balance is really, really good. So yeah, good Mulan. Yep. Like to have Arlecchino's signature using white tassel on her. Yeah, if you're using white tassel currently, I think that if you have not like any other option other than white tassel is your most compelling option. That is probably the biggest selling point for getting her weapon. But I wish to also encourage also your crit rate. No, this is just one of those players that just is like, all right, I'm gonna go play 50-50s. I just love the gamba. I'm just gonna do. I want to gamble all the time. Every day, I want every part of my existence to be 50-50s. I just love flipping coins. Anyways, whatever. It's just funny. Like it's like you can literally just see players that just like do this all the time. it's fine. You know, if you want to optimize around RNG, sometimes it's fine. You do you. It's just to some degree, I can't help but think they probably don't optimize. And the thing that's making them successful is, you know, and I say this as someone who likes having some constellations on characters. I enjoy it, right? But, you know, I do think there are things going on here that is making them be successful at clearing the content of the game. And it's not their crit ratio. So, you know. It's fine, you know, if you just like seeing the big number, it's fine. But it is better to do crit rate. That is not 50%, generally speaking. Unless you're using royal weapons. Actually, that is funny. How... That's an interesting... like, if we literally... Obviously, this weapon should still be better than the royal weapons, I want to be clear. But... How close... Okay, I really want to get distracted here for a second. I really want to get distracted here for a second. I want to go into the damage calculator and put this Arlecchino build in and see how an R5 Royal Spear compares. To be clear, the damage calculator can't like properly calculate the RNG aspect of the royal weapons. But generally speaking, if you're at like low crit rate amounts, the royal weapons will give an average amount of crit rate that is similar to what it gives with one stack of its passive, right? Like, so like an R5 Royal Spear can give like 40 something % crit rate with max stacks, but you're not usually going to get 40% crit rate, right? So the average is going to be basically like having one stack, but one stack is still potentially relevant. I think an R5 Royal Spear would on this build is like not that much worse. Forgive me. I don't know. Gravity Days. It's fun to look at. I appreciate it. these are fun to look at. That's all. It is funny to see. I really want to, but I think we're not. You know what? I'm just gonna keep it aside. I'm gonna move the tab over here, and we're gonna open another Enka tab. What is this profile? Why is this one? I went to enka.network and the Google. Oh, it's Oni Buns. This is the. I had that page open for a while. It's the account I fixed in the video yesterday. Anyways, we'll leave it open. We'll leave this open for now, and if I have time at the end of the stream, I'll go and put it in, and we'll see if a high refined Royal Spear is actually competitive with the signature in this context. It would be funny, if it was, because I think this weapon should be better. That's not in question, but the question is like how close is it going to be? Anyways, thank you, Gravity Days. Wow, I'm going through things so slowly. Jesus, not the ones donated. Thankfully, I'm getting through. There's not that many donations coming in. You know, the downside is I'm getting less money. The upside is it's easier to get through things. 349. Jesus, there's a lot more submissions than oh my. Raiden, Shogun, and Kazuha / Bennett / Sara. I wonder what team you're playing. Okay, so without even looking at your build. If you're doing Raiden Hyper without Raiden C2, which is likely because you're free to play, I haven't finished reading this yet. Also, I apparently... this is the first one that made me realize I need to make this bigger. And... I forgot how to merge. How do I merge these cells? Format. There we go. Merge. Hopefully that's fine. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. It's bigger now. I can read it all. If you don't have C2 Raiden Hyper is not a very good Raiden team. Anyways, what are the artifacts you should be changed for more invested in Raiden? Your current Hyper team is doing great in damage. It might be doing great for the damage number you see from Raiden. It doesn't actually mean the team is doing a good amount of damage. But, you know. You kind of don't have a normal build for your Bennett and Sara, and I want to know how I can improve it. Sara is just burst. If you can burst on her, it's fine. She doesn't really have meaningful stat requirements. I think I forgot which talent it is that scales her attack buff, but, you know, level her one talent up for attack buff and then make sure she can burst consistently. Usually is all it is. So, yep. Recently got a Jade Spear, and I want to know if you should replace it with your R5 catch or not. The main compelling reason not to use catch on Raiden is because you want to use the catch on Struggling. So, you know. Oh, you do have a C2 Raiden. Oh, okay. No, you're probably fine then with that Raiden Hyper team. Okay. Alright. You know, I respect it. I absolutely respect getting C2 of Raiden just because you like the character. I think it's kind of a scam that Mihoyo made her in such an underwhelming carry for the lore of the character at C0, but it's fine. I respect it. Very nice. Yes, 100 crit damage does indeed seem low.
quite frankly, the goblet is probably the best piece you have on here. That would be the least likely to be replaced. My recommendation for you is to spend your life in the Emblem Strongbox. Attack Goblet with ER substat would be an upgrade. Yeah, that's true. That you could consider an Attack Goblet instead. I don't think ER substat is of the utmost necessity or anything. This is still probably the best piece they have on the account. That is the least likely of, as far as the individual substat rolls go. Thank you, Lily-san and Head Eyes, for the donations. We'll get your stuff in a second. I don't know why people pay for reviews either, to be honest, but I'll take it. Like, it makes me actually make money. It's nice. I have so much bad luck in stats. Again, detach yourself from, I'm so unlucky. Oh, I'm so lucky. From artifacts, and conceive of it as a matter of statistical inevitability, right? Like, you can literally, like law of large numbers takes effect, and then ultimately the game is you're gonna have to spend a lot of resin, because Raiden wants a lot of crit, ultimately. Depending on what your like ER situation looks like, you could determine whether or not you switch to Jade Spear. With your current situation, the problem is, like, Jade Spear with your current situation wouldn't even like necessarily make us like, oh my gosh, a crit damage circlet is magically great. If you have a crit damage circlet that has like 10% in crit rate substats, and then you switch to Jade Spear, that would probably improve the build, I suspect. But you might need a little bit more in ER substats to do that still. I don't know exactly what Raiden... I don't know what the minimum ER breakpoint is for Raiden Hyper. So that might be your... Since you said you had Jade Spear, that might indeed be your easiest path. Is Jade Spear on her, a crit damage circlet with 10% crit rate, right? Because like that would put you... Jade Spear would be an additional 22... Yeah, we'd basically stay at this... It'd be at the same amount of crit rate. It wouldn't be that great, actually. Unfortunately. Let's see, Raiden's such a pain in the arse to build. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This character's such a pain in the arse to build. Oh yeah, Sara C6, that's true. You definitely want to bias towards crit rate with Sara C6 as well. That's true. So I don't even think Jade Spear would be that much of an improvement necessarily. It probably, if you have enough ER, it still might be an improvement. But yeah. For an attack percent stance, I think your Singcho is the best one. I mean, yeah, with the catch build you have going on, you might be able to do... Well, no, not that. Sorry. Not that. Yes, the energy recharge from the catch is also, yes, a comfort thing. I agree. I would, for now, stick to the catch on her. The notable thing to keep in mind is that, yes, particularly if you end up getting more pieces as you're farming Emblem that have more ER substat rolls, that might push you more towards switching to Jade Spear. It's kind of the conceptualization of realizing that depending on the artifacts you get, might push you towards a different weapon in the future, right? But right now, as it stands, all I can say is like it's just going to require more farming as far as improving her build goes. At the very least, your crit ratio is not imbalanced. Well, technically it is imbalanced, but you'd rather have a little bit higher crit rate, so like at least you're critting, you know, with R5 catch 65% of the time. Anyways, yeah. They're playing Hyper Raiden, by the way, so at least they right now don't need to have art. Oh yeah, actually, ER there. That's crit damage, not crit rate. If that was crit rate, would have been a consideration. Okay, yeah. My guess is you've only spent like when I'm talking about like law of large numbers kind of thing. It's like seeing the emblem artifacts you have. I can actually place a pretty solid guess for like how much time you have spent in the emblem domain, right? Which is to illustrate that like it's a matter of inevitability getting higher and higher stat value artifacts, not just getting lucky. Like artifacts have ceased to been. Like, it's very rare that I get like some dopamine from an artifact anymore because of the fact that I've completely detached from getting lucky with artifacts, and it's just how long will it take me to do something as stupid as getting #1 spot Arlecchino on the leaderboard? Quite frankly, the answer might be never. So, I'm not necessarily recommending going to the emblem domain. The emblem domain is realistically only valuable if the emblem artifacts, the Shimenawa's artifacts are relevant to you. Which I have no idea what other characters you have in your account. There's not that many characters Shimenawa is relevant for, but at least it's a two-piece relevant set, so it's not a useless domain to farm still. But it's very likely Strongbox is going to be the smarter bet. But if you have no one else you're farming for or prepping to farm for, but if you're like planning to pull for like Mavuika or Chaska or whatever, or you have Mulan and Kenichi not on display here, it's probably worth like farming the Natlan domain to get some Natlan artifacts, right? And then you can strongbox the garbage for emblem, or Golden Troop, Marshal Hunter for any number of characters those are relevant for, right? Those would be more valuable domains to probably farm for, to diversify your artifacts for many different characters to make for functional builds, and then you can put the garbage into Strongbox and Emblem. That's generally speaking the smarter route. But if your goal is to get the best Raiden build as fast as possible, the most efficient route is to farm Emblem and then Strongbox Emblem as well, right? That is the most efficient route, technically, to get specifically a Raiden build, but it's not the most efficient route to get decent artifacts for many different characters. And that's generally speaking the better thing to do for resin, is to spend your resin in places that will benefit, in artifact domains that will benefit more than one character. But yeah, anyways. I don't know. There's no clear answer, unfortunately, other than farm more Emblem, sadly. Emblem and Strongbox will be more likely to give you good artifacts, because getting 4-line artifacts is going to be a potential big difference maker in the overall stat value of your Raiden build. So, Strongbox having a higher likelihood of dropping 4-line pieces is good. Does anyone know? Do we have data yet on whether or not sanctifying elixirs have a higher chance of dropping 4-line artifacts? I don't. We do. Anyways, is it not letting you super chat? I don't know. It's probably your country. I don't have any other way to do it right now. Sorry. You can hunt down my Ko-Fi link from my other video descriptions if you really want to donate, but I'm not going to do it live. Then it would be something I can just message you about. I'll set something up eventually. But you're in the U.S. Well, then I don't know what to tell you. Well, do we want to look at anything else? Bennett, Sarah. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, Sarah just bursts consistently. You have noblesse on her. And I mean, okay. Technically, it doesn't matter for the Hyper Raiden team who's on noblesse. It can be Bennett or Sarah. I will say you will see a significant difference. I don't know what weapon options you have, but at the very least, you would have the ability to do a Sapwood Blade on Bennett. 100. It's gonna have 111 more base attack. I would recommend Bennett on noblesse and Emblem on Sarah, realistically. Yeah. Not that Bennett can't get a decent damage number from his burst activation or anything. Is not technically irrelevant to go down this route, but it's also, by the way, this is potentially this is one of those artifacts that don't undervalue using this on Raiden, potentially, eventually, maybe. That having crit rate stat means it might enable you to use a crit damage circlet in conjunction with some other good crit rate rolls. Like, not immediately, but eventually, maybe. So don't throw this piece away, ever. Anyways, those attack percent rolls also do some work. Anyways, yeah, you want to level your burst. Bennett's burst is one of those abilities that's like, as far as like resource investment goes, Raiden burst should be leveled up in conjunction with Bennett burst kind of thing. If you're crowning Raiden burst, you should probably be crowning Bennett burst, right? So like, quite frankly, crown your Bennett burst if you want to see more damage from Raiden. Get Bennett on Sapwood Blade. Probably put him on Noblesse. Just give him, you know, ER timepiece, whatever ER substats. And then, you know, if you have some crit, that's very whatever on him, because you can get some damage from, you know, activating his burst, including on Noblesse. Right? I see like random 50, 60 Ks from activating his burst. Well, not in this team, you wouldn't, because you don't have Hydro necessarily. Well, you might actually, but you know, it doesn't matter. You don't need to build crit on him, is my point. He just needs to burst consistently, and then he needs to have a high base attack weapon. Fab is fine, but realistically, you don't need Fab for anyone other than Kazuha, I guess, in this team. Your Kazuha is probably not bursting consistently even with Fab, so it's whatever. Do people normally, I don't know, do people in hyper Raiden teams normally burst on Kazuha? I'd assume they do, right? Level 90 to Benny. You're get a relatively small amount of base attack from going. He's already 85. Going from 85 to 90 is, I don't remember exactly how much, but like, we're talking a very small amount of base attack. The priority would be crowning his burst over level 90. Is it worth it? Because of the fact that level 90 Bennett is a small amount of base attack and that can convert to a little bit of extra attack for other units? Yes, probably eventually, but like, it's not, I don't think, the priority. Yeah, literally just put this build on Bennett, not with the attack goblet or not with the electric goblet, but not that it matters that much. Actually, I don't know. Is this enough ER? You got 16, 50 minutes. You have is that enough ER? I think it might be enough ER. Oh, you already have Noblesse. You can leave this Noblesse circlet on him. Yeah, I think leaving this Noblesse circlet on him, yoinking this timepiece and this feather to Bennett, and then yeah, you can put this one on him too. Yeah, just yoinking these three pieces from Kuchasara, and then the circlet and goblet can stay the same. And then a Sapwood Blade build, I'm pretty sure we'll still have enough ER to burst consistently. And then Sara, yoink the emblem artifacts. You're probably going to need another ER timepiece. For triggering Fab consistently, I would recommend a crit rate circlet, of course. So you'd be, you know, ER timepiece. Electro Goblet is fine for increasing our damage slightly. It's not strictly necessary, though. Priority is just bursting consistently, and you have some ER rolls, so it's fine. And then crit rate circlet for triggering Fav. And then whatever ER substat rolls, which you have none in the Bennett pieces. So, I don't know. You got some on the Singcho pieces there. Your Singcho bill is fine. Okay, yeah, you have some emblem pieces that have some ER that you could yoink from other characters if you're not currently using them. So, yeah. Yeah, so swap those around, get her on emblem, crit rate circlet, him on Sapwood Blade, Noblesse, Crown Burst, level 90 Sapwood Blade. He'll be buffing quite a bit, meaningfully more for Raiden damage. Is the easiest short-term thing you can do, I'd say, for increasing your damage there. Yeah, Iron Sting is good on Kazuha, but you would normally... There's a lot of contexts where you want to burst consistently on Kazuha. So this build is a context wherein you'd probably want an ER timepiece, although an ER timepiece isn't necessarily on its own enough to make him burst consistently. Although with the 15 ER there, the ER there, and the ER there, I think it might be very close. It might be enough. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah. So Iron Sting is a good option. Usually you'd want to do ER timepiece, except in teams where you don't need to burst on Kazuha, which there are contexts like that. But yeah. Yeah, this could be an account fixing video. This could be an account fixing video account. I haven't decided what I'm looking for the next account fixing thing, but yeah. I'll be going through that form soon, and reaching out to some people for the next account fixing video because I don't have one lined up right now. Anyway, yeah, this is an interesting one to look at. I'm glad we got a random one to look at though. It was I think we've kind of covered everything we needed to though. Thank you, Spicy Toasty. Really what? What do you mean by really? Gravity dazed? Help you? Well, we already looked at yours, gravity. Help you with what? Let's look at not the ones thing quick. Also, I am like 90% sure there were donations that aren't showing up in my fan funding. Why is YouTube so broken? Okay, well, I hope to heck that when I refresh this, it doesn't delete them. Alright, give me a second here. I need to refresh my list. I can't refresh? There, okay, the refresh button wasn't showing up. And YouTube's super chat, like, system is kind of jank. What? It's not loading. It's just not loading at all. Oh, don't make me manually go back through things. Please, YouTube. Spare me. Is my stream function? Yeah, the stream is still live. The YouTube chat thing is just not working. I can't see my, like, super chat dashboard right now. Well, that's not ideal. Alright, do that. Oh, I think I got it. I had to open up a new window and then paste the URL from the... Why? Oh, YouTube. You know, this is the kind of thing that makes... This is the kind of thing that makes streamers not like YouTube, right? Like, not having something as simple as, like, making sure that your chat system is not jank in the moment in a live stream. This is not the kind of thing that most like streamers, particularly ones that are bigger, want to be worrying about in the middle of the stream. They just want their chat to work, right? So anyways, how many... Oh, good lord, I have so many more donations than I thought. Lily-san, thank you for the donation. I think I forgot the biome. Oh my god. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh boy. A little bit of a backlog. Alright, let's... Oh god, the next donation one is... Again, if you just joined the stream, I alternate between randoms and donation ones. Although, we're quickly to the point here that I need to go faster if I want to get through things. Alright, Can you try to make a Dory Plunge team? Yeah, you can definitely do Dory Plunge at C6. Oh wait, oh, that was... I thought that was a new comment, or new message in the chat. That was a while ago. Anyways, do you want me to DM you all the donations? No, it should be fine, Sylveon. Thank you, though. It seems to be functioning now. Not the one asked me to look at every one of their showcase. Sure. But that's going to be... At least you don't have a full, like, 12-character showcase. We'll go through them a little bit faster, hopefully. Shenhe, 2B's attack is fine. Noblesse is better, but it's mostly splitting hairs. If you have enough ER to burst consistently, which... I mean, look. Your Shenhe bursts a heck of a lot more than my Shenhe. Because I don't have Shenhe. So, yeah. She doesn't, you know, unreleased character review indeed. So I will give you that, you know. Your Shenhe does burst more than a Shenhe that doesn't exist. I will say you probably don't have enough ER to burst, even in Shenhe's, like, ideal teams where, like, you're getting, I don't know, like an Ayaka team that's getting 2 skills per rotation or whatever. I find, like, on my Polar only account with Rosaria, so doing double cryo, doing 2 skills per rotation on Rosaria and 2 skills per rotation on Shenhe, I like having, like, 180 minimum, and that's with Zhongli also on Fav. And I also I now have her on a 200 ER build because I just prefer the slightly higher ER, so it's like less minor issues with downtime. So my point being is, like, I do double cryo with a lot more ER than this. it's like not enough. So I would switch to an ER timepiece, and I would try to get some more ER and substats. That's basically it. Yep. Oh, the signature, I just realized. This is not the signature, that's Skyward Spine. which is a good option for her, to be clear. Oh yeah, I didn't even know it was Cryo Goblet. Yeah. Look, I plan to do some DPS shenanigans with Shenhe, including doing hybrid Shenhe. That would be kind of similar, maybe with what you're going here, what you've got going here. But the problem with even a hybrid Shenhe is that a hybrid Shenhe is going to want to burst consistently too. But you know. The idea of the hybrid Shenhe is to make her buff herself and also buff herself and good damage. Like, it's going to be hybrid in that you will get good pyro damage and get good cryo damage from her. It's going to be pretty weird. I don't know how achievable it is without either one of two specific weapons, or which is not Scar's Bind, or C1 Shenhe, to be clear, because ER needs are rough, and that's where like the cryo damage that she can deal actually comes from. I don't know. You could do Chung Yun, to be clear, instead. So, point is, as far as like on-field DPSing Shenhe, you can do it. But if you're on-field DPSing Shenhe with Chung Yun, you should probably do a crit rate circlet, right? Instead of an attack percent circlet. So, yeah, that's what I would say. Most likely, or yeah, Jade Spear if you have it, that could be an option. But then losing even more ER is rough. So I don't know. This is in this Shenhe build right now. If your goal was to see damage from Shenhe, is in a little bit of a no man's land. As far as it's not going to do meaningful buffing for herself or for other units, and doesn't really do because you're not bursting consistently. I mean, okay. You don't technically need to burst consistently to get some buffing from her. To be clear, that's probably part of the problem and why so many people don't run enough ER on Shenhe. Anyways, what am I saying? I think I don't getting to that middle ground of having a Shenhe that does buffing and for other units and also gets some damage doesn't really exist. It's a pick a DPS, pick the DPS path or pick the full buffing path, right? And DPS Shenhe is not going to be very good, but it is something you can do. You're in the no man's land territory, so may as well set you attack circlet, ER timepiece, and some more ER substats, and your Shenhe build is more functional for more of what she was made to do. And then if you want a DPS her, you know, you can do Chungyun things with the crit circlet and whatever. Shenhe's damage is just building attack, pretty much, yeah. C4, Chevy. Yep, is a C4 Chevy, level 70, which is fine. I mean, they stopped at level 70. They can level her up a little bit more to get a tiny bit more of her buff going. But, other than that, I don't know. The Chevy is completely functional. Aqua, with some little bit low crit rate, to say the least. I do think a crit rate circlet would be better for you. Also, this is probably not enough ER. Well, I do not remember what her ER needs are with Yelan, Furina specifically. I don't know if you have Furina. Obviously, it's not enough ER if you're doing solo Hydra Yelan. I don't even know if it's enough ER if you're doing like double Hydra with Furina. I think she might have a little bit more ER than it needs in this, even with Furina. 160 plus, yeah, that's what I kind of thought. So, ER timepiece. Yay. This is why Aqua on Yelan is like kind of whatever. Because oftentimes Aqua and Yelan just means you're switching to an ER timepiece anyways. It's still a good weapon for her, obviously. But I like Aqua more as a generic stack stick weapon than I do as a weapon for Yelan. Or for vaping on Yelan, that's fun too. But anyways, yeah, probably ER timepiece, and then your build is better, and also crit rate circlet is worth considering. But probably depends on your ER timepiece. If you have an ER timepiece that has, I don't know, 20% crit rate, because you want to make everyone in existence hate you for having a 20% crit rate ER timepiece, then you're probably fine with your crit damage circlet. So, yep, C1, yes, could fix that, but I still prefer a little bit more ER with C1 even. But anyways, it's C1 gives you a lot more flexibility, that's for sure though. Is a Nahida full EM build? This looks like very similar to my Nahida build when I ran Sack Frags, at least. I have since switched to basically always using Prototype Ember. Yep, is the mostly buffing Nahida build that also still gets some decent damage, because Nahida doesn't really need to crit to get decent damage. Yep. Is it worth considering investing more in your Nahida? Maybe. How much do you need to stress over it? Is it worth farming Deepu Gilded? I don't know. Depends on the other character they're planning on building, pulling for, or whatever. She's a weird unit in that, like, it can be very valuable to make her deal more damage because she can do a nonsensical amount of damage, right? But some of the strongest aspects about Nahida doesn't actually require her to deal a ton of damage, right? It's just like her Dendra application that makes her so strong, which, and, you know, ability to buff and EM and whatever. So how does Nahida deal damage? Her skill. She does damage on her skill has a amount of times it can hit. The amount of times it can hit is dependent on the exact team configuration a little bit. And like whether her burst is active or not changes how much she can hit. The amount of Dendra reactions being triggered changes how many times I think her skill hits. But basically her skill damage is doing all of her damage, and then her burst is buffing her and the team a little bit. She can do a very significant amount of damage if configured for damage. So I don't know. The Akasha leaderboards on. I do think the Akasha leaderboards for Nahida are one of the better leaderboards on the site as far as learning. As far as I should just Control F. What the frick? Oh, that's some RAM codes. I was like, what is that code? Nahida. I've just brain derped and forgot what character I was looking for. Nahida. Thanks for the ad. There we go. So you have off-field damage and on-field damage. The off-field damage is usually the most relevant ones. The only problem with these leaderboards that I don't like is, so you can select the different ones, but you can see there's the aggravate team format. There is the hyperbloom team format for her damage, and then there is the Kazuha aggravate team format with her on field. And looking at the different builds, right, you can see, oh, look at all these different artifact sets that are all very competitive at the top of the leaderboard. And look at all these like vastly different crit ratios, right? Like 250 versus 200 CV. The number one build has 50 less CV, right? Like, she's a weird character as far as optimizing the damage on her goes. And she has a lot of different, look at this. Top 40 build that has 164 CV. That's cool. Honestly, I love it. Right? This might be like the lowest CV in like a very high ranking build that I've seen. So anyways, it still obviously has a lot of crit on it. But point being, you can get a lot of damage out of Nahida. I think, yeah, this is just calculating one skill hit from like a spread reaction on her. Actually, no, this is one skill hit on a non-spread reaction, so that's actually a weird leaderboard. I think. Wait, why? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the non-spread leaderboard. The non-spread leaderboard is stupid, quite frankly. But anyways, and they're not. Okay, I shouldn't say they're not stupid, because like there are definitely contexts where you don't get spread on Nahida, right? But here you can see we have another low CV build, that still has very, very high ranking, right? Getting 40k damage on her skill, and it can proc quite a few times. Like, she can do a lot of damage, so it's weird. It's worth it to spec Nahida into damage if you're trying to like optimize teams, but where do you stop on Nahida relative to like how much resources you put into other units? I don't know. When so much of what Nahida does is just important versus just, you know, just this build is fine. She'll still do meaningful damage, right? It's weird. Nice AI build. 2-piece, Thundering Fury, 2-piece attack, 2-piece electro. Yep. Yeah, it's a pretty decent balanced AI build. That's all I would say. Obviously, could get a little bit better feather, but yeah, the circlet goblet and timepiece are actually just all really good. The feather and flower are actually the ones that could be improved the most. The flower mostly just by having other stats that aren't crit in it could make a difference, and then more crit or other stats in the feather, since the ER isn't the most relevant. Since that's not the most relevant. Thanks, Rupture. Oh, you're not even asking for a UID. Thank you, Rupture XS. You $5 just to say your videos have been really awesome and informative. Keep it up. Thank you. Appreciate it. I would use a crit circlet. I feel like that was just her crit circlet probably got swapped to someone else. That's my vibe here. Other than that, it seems just to be a relatively relatable, low investment, but not dysfunctional catch build on Raiden. But it also gives me the vibe they don't actually play Raiden that much because she doesn't perform insanely well at C0 unless you invest a lot into her. So I'm going to guess this is the wrong circlet. And it's meant to use someone else, but yeah. Sabu Blade, nice. For some reason, it's weirdly rare to see Sabu Blade Bennett's. For Emblem, a little bit odd, but you know what? Ultimately, the priority in Bennett is number 1, getting onto burst consistently. So, oh yeah, they yes, that's true. They also might have just gotten Raiden too. So, you know, yeah, Raiden. We already talked about Raiden a little bit before. She's a pain in the butt to build. All the stuff we spent talking about on the other account applies to this account too, probably as far as Raiden goes. They, at the very least, they have an extremely good Electro Goblet. Holy, that is a very, very helpful thing for them right now. I would say they have a very good Electro. I didn't even notice that. They have a very good Feather, a very good Flower, a very good Electro Goblet. This build is actually not that far away from being quite compelling, ultimately. But yeah, Raiden, she's still a pain in the arse. Pain in the arse. Yeah, that Goblet, ridiculous. Didn't even notice that. Anyways, yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Bennett. Obviously, Noblesse is a good option. You can do Instructors in many contexts. You can do, yeah, well, the Bennett has different options. As long as you can burst consistently, that's kind of a lot of times more important than whatever set bonus you have, though. I think people forget that sometimes, so, you know, it's fine. I want this ER timepiece from you. I need it for my hybrid Raiden. Please give. Anyways. Yep. I don't know why you're doing Electro HP. If you're doing Hyper Bloom Kuki, just try to do full EM. Obviously, it can be... Maybe this is more reason to go and farm more that domain, but if you don't have full EM Gilded Dreams, maybe it's worth it to farm. If you're actually using Hyper Bloom Kuki a lot, right? Is why. Get full EM going on the Goblet and Circlet. You probably have an off-piece EM Circlet, hopefully. And then would need an EM Goblet. Even a 4-star EM Goblet would be fine. So, you know. And would make her do quite a lot more damage for Hyper Bloom. She's also not level 90 yet, which makes me think they probably don't actually do Hyper Bloom Kuki that much. And this is just a build they kind of slapped on her because they were going to or planning to use Kuki or something. So, yep. Submit through the link, Noah. Bennett C5. I mean, yeah, I don't feel like getting distracted talking about Bennett C6, but yeah, Bennett could be crowned too. Thanks, Vlad. We'll get to your thing in about 10 years. Not 10 years, but I'll get to it this stream. Anyways. Alright. Well, that's alright. I spent so long now. I need to go faster. Jesus Christ. Water bottle's blocking my stream dashboard because I'm stupid. Let's do a random one. 374. Navia, Arla, Kenichi, Shilonen. Prioritize DPS characters currently working on Shilonen. Sure. If you prioritize DPS characters, that also means you should prioritize units that work with your DPS characters, because you're not going to be able to use your DPS characters if you don't have the teammates that make the DPS characters do meaningful damage. Just saying. Prioritizing DPS characters requires some amount of investment into the units that support the DPS characters to make them functional. It's perfectly fine if that's your preference to pull for and build DPS characters, but you do, you know, want to make sure your Bennett is functional, which he is not, for your Kenichi kind of thing, right? Yeah, prototype. Okay, I don't know if did you get the craftable for free through the event? I hope you got the web event craftable. Volito, if you did, use that. If you didn't, try to craft a billet. You can get at least, I think you can get a Claymore billet, I believe, from the exploration, the sigil turn-in right now, and then you can get a Claymore billet from like the reputation rewards, I believe. Oh, wait, you have them on Archaic. Yes, you do. So, anyways, yup. Other than that, though, the actual artifacts, that's pretty good. That is decent. That is helping your crit rate a lot. Dendro Goblet is relatable. And your crit circlet is pretty good. Yeah. Your overall stat balance is actually pretty decent. Obviously, generally speaking, Kanichi would want to switch to a crit damage circlet eventually at higher investment. And you're not theoretically that far away from that just by getting like a flower that had... Oh, this isn't even finished leveling up, actually. Okay. If this continues to roll into crit damage in particular, it's going to be... Like, if you get a heavy crit damage rolls, like this rolls, 28% crit damage, and then like, get a goblet with crit damage eventually, then just stick to the crit rate circlet, because this is already a really good crit rate circlet with the amount of crit damage it has. But if you happen to get more pieces that have more crit rate rolls, like get a double crit flower with crit damage, right, and rolls into crit rate, get a Dendro Goblet that has crit rate, then that's going to push you towards a crit damage circlet, right? So depending on how the other rolls go, right now with your existing pieces, particularly if this gets some crit damage rolls, you get a Dendro Goblet that has some crit damage rolls, then probably keep the crit rate circlet. But it's actually a pretty good starting point, I would say. But I don't think this build immediately improves by going to a crit damage circlet. You're saying you've been looking for a crit damage circlet, but like just immediately switching to a crit damage circlet doesn't magically improve this build. Right now it's actually relatively fine. But yeah, you will want a crit damage circlet eventually, most likely. But it does put a little bit more onus without a crit weapon on having crit rate substats, right? So, yep. Yeah, I think the prototype archaic is just an accident. What was the other ones? Kanichi, Shonen, Arlecchino, Newbie. Nice. Okay. Newbie. Should probably level Newbie to 90 eventually, but it's fine. This HP goblet is meh enough that it's... I don't know, if you're playing Navia with Furina, it's maybe perfectly fine, but I don't know. Generally speaking, HP timepiece with HP main stat weapon means HP goblet is not great on Nuvulette, generally speaking. It's very possible an HP goblet, particularly an onset one like this one, still beats out whatever options you have for Hydro goblets. But it's also easily possible you might have a Hydro goblet. Like if a Hydro goblet with 0 relevant substats that's onset might be better than this, is my point. I should just say. I am not 100% sure on that, but I think it's very possible. I wouldn't... You'll want to level up his normal... Almost all of his damage comes from his normal attack talent. You could very well leave his skill and burst level 1 and just take his normal attack talent all the way up and not care about his skill and burst, because they just don't contribute meaningful damage. Yeah, obviously the weapon is level 60, so... Anyways, welcome to another account fixing video where the only thing this account needs to do is level up their things. No, I don't know. It's a problem of, like... I do feel Velito has a problem of they keep on having new units they want to invest in, and then they get another character they want to invest in, and then they're gonna get another like I don't know, like you said you had Shalonen, who was not visibly here, but again, Shalonen is just like force the 4 piece bonus and they kind of call it good, and other than wanting to maximize her healing for Furina. Like, put the craftable sword on her. Put an ER timepiece. Death percent, healing bonus. You're good. DPS Furina. I mean, yeah, Furina is give her enough ER and then give her enough crit stats to deal some damage. This Furina obviously should have a crit rate circlet. I will say that. You'll probably want to do the Ascension eventually. Probably worth leveling Fab up maybe for some extra ER rolls just to give her a little bit more wiggle room. But and also HP goblet would be better, but this is also a really actually okay. That is a good enough. This is a good enough Hydro goblet that like it might be better served on your Nuvulette more often, and then obviously, but Nuvulette would have to then get a different circlet. So is a weird situation. Figuring out that, I don't know. I think you got some like wiggle room to swap artifacts around. Is kind of the thing we're seeing here. But at a baseline, your Furina though would definitely want a crit rate circlet. One to trigger Fab more consistently. Like, to be clear, she's pretty good at triggering Fab even in R1 Fab, just on like because she just does like 4 instances of skill hits right away. So even a low crit rate can oftentimes trigger Fab pretty consistently, but you're gonna want to crit anyways on her, so crit rate circlet is what you should do in this situation. And yes, HP Goblet would be preferable. So like, I don't think swapping this circlet or this goblet to Furina makes Furina stronger, but it wouldn't make her that much weaker, particularly with your lack of crit rate right now. And the ER, if the ER makes it is a meaningful thing to lose, well, guess what? You can get like that much more ER back by leveling up Fab Sword. So, and there's a good chance you might have some other offset HP goblets to throw on her instead. So yeah, point is, I think that's the path forward, is potentially crit rate circlet on Nubilet, maybe like a crit rate circlet on MH, and then give him this cracked Hydro Goblet, right? Like, this is a really cracked Hydro Goblet for Navia, especially if he's using a crit rate circlet. Like 2 ER rolls, 32 crit damage, and a freaking HP roll. Absolutely cracked. And then like crit rate circlet in MH, use that cracked goblet, and then your Nubilet's a lot stronger. Level up the weapon more, please. And then Furina can switch to an HP goblet and a crit rate circlet. Yeah, that's my vote. Arlecchino. I don't know what your gladiator artifacts look like. Obviously, you're at Air 56, so it's very possible that Whimsy did actually make sense for you to farm. This isn't an amazing Whimsy build, to say the least. It is also worth mentioning that, like, with 1, you're going to want to level up White Tassel all the way. 2, obviously, the White Tassel with being a lower base attack weapon means you get less value from attack percent. So, like, while attack percent goblets and circlets even could be usable in Arlecchino, it's very bad with White Tassel. You're not getting much value from it. Like this is triple attack percent main. This is not leveled up, to be clear, but this is triple attack percent main stat, and you're not even at 2k attack. For reference, my Arlecchino, I think, has more than 2k attack with an attack timepiece. One attack percent main stat thing. So obviously Pyro Goblet would be better, but like the attack goblet is more than usable as a secondary option. Just not preferential. But being as an onset goblet too could be fine. You're really, really going to want to switch to a crit circlet, obviously. Arlecchino's damage is also going to be dependent on how good your Bennett is, which get him on Sapwood Blade, get him to have an ER timepiece, enough ER to burst consistently, and he'll be fine. Particularly Arlecchino gives a lot of energy to him. It's not that hard to build the Bennett for Arlecchino, which is good. Yeah, and level his burst more as well. Yep. Yeah, I think that's all we got to say there. So I don't know. A lot of in progress things in your account. So, anyways, it's another interesting. I'm glad we're getting these lower investment ones to look at. Oh, I need to do. I got so many donation reviews. Oh boy. I want to do more. What am I? I'm at 2 hours and 23 minutes. Okay, I think I'm going to do. We'll do a donation one, and then we'll do. And I'm gonna stop alternating. I'm gonna do more random ones instead of alternating. Any ideas for DPS Toma comps? I haven't seriously thought about it, to be honest. You're on 5-piece Crimson. Crimson gives you extra bonus when using his skill, right? So I don't think Crimson is necessarily bad. I just feel like the best DPS Toma probably use like C6 Bennett, Furina, Toma, right? Realistically. And then Toma can use MH, is my current thinking. I don't know if you have Furina or not, but yeah. Yeah, 2 more achievements to 1,000. Or 1 more achievement and then never get another achievement ever. Yes, you can do plunge with Bennett too. Yes, you do have Cloud Retainer. So, yes, C6 plunge Toma is going to be the best way to DPS Toma, that's for sure. His multipliers aren't that good. If you're talking DPSing off-field, you can put an emblem build on him and get some non-existent damage from Toma, right? But he doesn't have super meaningful ways of doing a ton of damage, right? He's made to do mostly supportive utility, providing some interruption resistance, shielding, obviously, and then a little bit of buffing with the C6 and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know. I like Toma's kit, and he can do obviously Burgeon things. Burgeon Toma is a DPS Toma build, I will say. Like, EM stat is making him deal damage, and it's him triggering the Burgeons. That's his damage. Just because it's a green number doesn't mean it's not his damage. It's using his stats to calculate. So, but as far as crit DPS Toma goes, yeah, it's just going to be C6 Bennett things with or without Cloud Retainer, ultimately. You already do plunge Toma. You managed to do 1 million. Very nice, nice. The super chat cut off. Oh, it did cut off. Yeah, you said plus Kave. I forgot to read the plus Kave. You also want Risley. All right, Risley. Crit rate. Even with MH, this is a 67% crit rate, which is not very much. Which is low enough that with this much crit damage, right, with a crit damage weapon, I am relatively confident a crit rate circlet would be an improvement for the build. Yeah, it's partly your feathers giving you a whole bunch of crit damage there. Hey, look at that defense percent. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is a functional Risley build, to be clear. Just a little bit inconsistent. And I personally would switch to a crit rate circlet. Obviously, the feather is the main artifact that could be improved meaningfully. The timepiece could be, but like, the timepiece isn't that bad. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 relevant rolls, and some flat attack is doing something. The goblet is obviously very good. Feather is has a bunch of crit damage, which is really good. Yeah, like the value of crit damage is tied to how often you actually crit, right? So, you know, if you want to take more advantage of these heavy crit damage rolls, you want more crit rate. And I don't think the build, like, particularly if you have, you know, a crit rate circlet that has, say, 3 crit damage rolls, it will say like 21 crit damage, right? You're losing 40% crit damage and gaining, and you're going out to like basically 100% crit rate. like that's a pretty significant average DPS increase. And from there, it's just like, hey, if you get a better flower, you might see a little bit of improvement, but it's not going to be insane. Yeah. So who's the only one who really put work on Kave? I don't think I'm the only one who put work on Kave, but I'll be doing another Kave video, by the way, next patch because I'll be actually doing an EM build on Kave. I still think with Kave right now, it makes more sense to do. To focus someone else on the bloom damage on the team, like I did for my Kave video, rather than focusing on Kave himself, because he is not, when you're doing double Dendro in particular, to make sure he can actually burst consistently, he himself is not actually the one that's proccing that many blooms. It is the Hydra unit doing it, which is why, like, focusing him into EM doesn't necessarily make sense. And it's part of why his kit is jank. Because his kit very much reads like you should build him for EM, but Shatter being buffed, doing solo Dendro Kave with Shatter damage, and him actually being solo Dendro and triggering the blooms, rather than the Hydra unit triggering the blooms, should be quite interesting. I think it'll be substantially more functional than it was before. So, anyways, what was the donation one? Oh yeah, Kave. DPS Kave. Yep, so I was just talking about how I think it makes more sense to just do DPS Kave, whether it be the Cloud Retainer or otherwise. And then if you still want to do bloom things with the rest of his kit, spec the Hydra unit into triggering blooms. Like spec the Hydra unit into EM, not him, because he will cause the blooms to instantly explode, but it's not using his EM to calculate the damage. It's using the EM of the unit that actually triggered the reaction. Unintuitive, but yep. Anyways, nice. I can tell you for Plunge Kave, by the way, I saw a very little meaningful DPS increase from C6 Kave. That was extremely not worthwhile, but maybe it'll be worthwhile when I actually do Shatter Kave. Anyways, yeah, Verdict for him is funny. I like it. It's nice. Nice two-piece crit Kave. I like it. That's all. Thank you for sharing NYMKU Nimku. I gotta take a drink of waters. Verdict. Oh yeah, do they have Navia? No, they don't have Navia. Look, getting Verdict and not having Navia is a more of a brag than anything. What team comps does Kave do well in? Here, I'll list them all for you. I'm sorry. Kave is absolutely a character you can make work. But like, the most obvious way you can make him work is the fact that he does give himself a Dendro infusion, and you can do Dendro plunge things, and he has a Claymore, so he can get pretty significant scaling on Claymore plunges. Like, he is, in my opinion, a fairly good unit, and not your love and do plunge DPSing with, and actually make use of his infusion. The rest of his kit is just kind of, you know, there. But I'm going to try to make more use of it with the reaction buffs coming, so we'll see. Anyways. Advice on Melt Yoimiya. Melt Yoimiya is going to suffer from the fact that the cryo units we have in the game are not... We don't have a lot of good off-field cryo options, right? So you can get really big damage doing Melt Yoimiya, but it's going to be extremely clunky. So I don't really have any good advice other than hopefully Mihoyo releases better cryo off-fielders in the future. That do... something more than just applying cryo, to be clear. They need to do cryo application that isn't annoying circle impacty, and they need to do buffs that are also worthwhile, or something else that's worthwhile on the team, right? That's my vibe. Otherwise, just do Vape Yoimiya, sorry. Sit Lolly, yes, may improve that. I'm looking forward to what Sit Lolly's kit looks like. It'll either be like, well, I guess we're not getting any meaningful cryo, like meaningful improvement to the situation of cryo in Genshin until version 6.0 with the Saritsa or whatever, or we get to see some. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It'll be a signal of if Mihoyo cares to actually improve cryo this year or not, or if they're just waiting until next year. Anyways, thank you, Ninku. I think we're good there. Let's do randoms. Number 76, an earlier one. We're at 400. Jesus. All right. You misspelled the UID. All right. Thank you, Vlad. Navia, Yoimiya, Furina, and Yelan. All right. All I want is a goth girl to abuse me. Is there a goth girl in Genshin yet? I don't even know. Is there? I feel like it's not, right? There's not. I don't. Official does not count. Anyways, Rosaria? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Rosaria is kind of goth. Nuvilet, Yoimiya, Furina, right? Nuvi. I think you should use the crit rate, but it's the same thing we talked about with Risley. The value of these big ol' crit damage stats on your build is going to be dependent on how often you're actually critting. And 63% crit rate Nuvia is, ugh, I would not do. You might also need more ER if you're doing solo Hydra Nuvia, but you might not be, so it just depends. Wow. You have a, wow. Rare Furina signature weapon user that actually has enough ER. Bless my heart, I like your Furina. It's a little inconsistent, but I also run inconsistent, like 60-ish% crit rate Furina range, because I just don't care. I just need her to buff most of the time and then do some damage. So I think it's perfectly actually fine to do an inconsistent Furina. Yeah, wow. Crazy. Anyways. No, I didn't say Furina's signature is better than Ki. I do like Ki of Cautious Suit over Furina's signature, to be clear. But it's just relatively rare to see someone actually have enough ER and Furina's signature. But, anyways. Yeah, Baiju's signature? Oh god, they do. Okay, they haven't been baited by every signature in the game, at least. That's something. I don't know why they got this one, though. And look, it's not... Okay, it's not very good. Also, your ER. Well, actually, wait. This refunds ER. Does he... Wait, no, I don't know. I use Prototype Amber on him, to be clear, and he still has pretty high ER needs when he's solo Dendro, which is fairly often with Furina. So, like... ER timepiece, probably, but anyways. Oh, was it Furina weapon banner? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, this is going to be a good weapon for him. It's mostly an upgrade over Prototype Amber, but, like, kind of not objectively. So, like, if I had it, I don't know if I would actually use it over Amber on him. I'm sorry. Also, you're not even using Deepwood on him. That's a bit, I don't, like, to be clear, there are teams where you can use Baiju where you don't need, you're not doing meaningful Dendro damage, right? You're not necessarily doing that much Hyper Blooms or whatever else. Not doing spread damage, obviously, if he's the solo Dendro unit. So there's plenty of cases where it can make sense to not use Deepwood, but I prefer Deepwood as the universal option, is all. Can Baiju work as DPS? A bad one, yes. He can get like charge attacks or on his Dendro normal attacks, right? And like it can trigger spread, and you can get some decent damage from it. It's not going to be very good. Realistically, the best way to DPS Baiju is plunge, because yep. So, anyways, yeah, he can work as a driver if you like hugging things, which is not that hard to do with him. But I don't know. I think he feels very awkward to use on-field spam normal attacks and charge attacks, whatever. I do not like how they made his normal attacks. Personally, it's one of my biggest complaints with this kit. But whatever. Have you seen a DPS Shelonin yet? I don't think so. If I go to the end of the stream and I don't see a DPS Shelonin, I will maybe try to grab someone's DPS Shelonin from chat. Anyways, yeah, Navia, Red Circlet. Other than that, pretty dang good. Furina, pretty good. I like it. Yoimiya and Yelan. Yelan, hey, you got enough ER. Yep, this is I mean, you would want a Hydra Goblet normally, but it's fine. It's an on-site goblet, you know. This is a relatively pretty decently balanced support Yelan that can do solo Hydro. If you want to get more damage out of Yelan, obviously you could get a Hydro Goblet, but that's certainly easier said than done when you're using an on-site goblet currently and have a pretty good off-piece timepiece, so yep, I don't know. It is worthwhile to be aware that, of course, she has meaningfully lower ER needs when you're doing like Furina Yelan, but is it low enough ER that you can easily change the build in a meaningful way? Not really. Unless you just have like, you know, pieces that have less ER and substats, more crit. Right, you can switch to a higher crit value timepiece or whatever. If you don't need the ER in Furina Yelan combinations, whatever. Yep. Refresh the list. Why? Okay. No, I'm not. I did the form. Oh, well, okay. The list refreshes automatically whenever someone submits a new thing, and then when I select the button, it's randomized. Crimson Yoimiya, nice. This just seems like a pretty decent Yoimiya. A pretty decent, I mean, actually quite good. Yep. You have a little bit of dead stats going on. The ER is not a dead stat. Like one of the main reasons to do Crimson on Yoimiya is if you can use her burst. It is for being able to use her burst for getting some additional damage out, right? Yeah, I like it. decent amount of HP because you know you don't want to die. But no, yeah, a little bit of dead stats, but I don't think it's enough dead stats. It's like, oh my god, you need to like Yoimiya's team performance is going to come down to not the build at this point, is what I would say, and it's going to come down more to what else you got going on in the team, right? So you know, if you're struggling with Yoimiya and you want her to be stronger, probably go the Furina route. Quite frankly, not like having to change. You don't necessarily have to change the build for that, but just use Furina on the team. And like, hey, add some more off-field damage, because that's one thing that her team struggle with, is like if you're doing Yoimiya, Bennett, or Yunjin, Kazuha, Singcho, like Yoimiya can get good damage, but what other damage do you have on the team? Not much else, right? So, yeah. Anyways. Oh yeah, it's not Virgin Yoimiya, true, what a shame. Actually, I mean, it has 40 EM. You could say any EM means Virgin Yoimiya. Anyways, thank you, Gensai, or G3 Sai. Alright, let's do, what are we at? We're at 2 hours, 40 minutes. Alright, sorry for making the donation people's wait, but, you know what? I'm going to do... No, okay, we'll do one more donation one, and then I'm going to switch to, doing probably at least 5. We'll do one more donation one, and then I'm gonna... Oh, I typoed. I didn't copy the full number. Blam. So this is Biomix. I want to look at Farazon. Candace. Not Candace. They didn't ask to look at Candace, but I will look at Candace, because how could I not look at this wonderful Candace? I don't know if she has enough ER to burst consistently, and also it's a 2 attack. So yeah, normal attack focus Candace is fine. Yeah, whatever. DPS Cannon is a nice surprise. Thank you. Yeah, Farazan, Shilonen, Chiori, and Toma. And then we'll do 5 randomized ones through the form, and then I will finish out the donation ones for the stream. That's what we're gonna do. All right. Farazan, C6 Farazan, Tenacity, nice. Ooh, this is the kind of build I actually want to try to hopefully eventually someday. We'll see. Move my Farazan too, because I like the universality of tenacity buffing, but then having some meaningful crit stats can make her do some meaningful damage. That's kind of it. Right now I have on a tenacity build on my main account that's just like, okay. It's like, it's very functional. She's not dealing an insane amount of damage though, right? And not that she does insane damage on tenacity. You can make her do more damage with other builds, but like, the mix of buffing and damage I think is my ideal, something like this, so I like it. That's all I can say. You gotta, yeah, very few dead stats. So this is kind of exactly what I'd be aiming for. Exactly, exactly aiming for exactly. You can tell my brain's failing now. Jesus, exactly what I'd be aiming for eventually. Shilonen is it DPS? It's not. Well, your Shilonen is functional. And it's very functional actually. You have a better fab build than I had actually. I think. I had a fab build that had like 50%. I had way more crit rate than I expected to be able to have for a fab build on her. What the frick? You have 19% crit rate on this piece. I had like 50% crit rate with a little tiny bit more ER than this. I think I had like 205 ER with the healing bonus circlet and def main stats. You somehow beat me, which is ridiculous because I had a stupid amount of crit rate substats for a fab build on her. Anyways, this is in my opinion like a near ideal fab build for Shilonen, right? So, yep. You definitely don't need to get this much crit rate on her, generally speaking, to trigger fab, but since she is oftentimes only doing like, she's doing like, you know, you activate her skill and you do 2 normal attacks, potentially, that, and then you might burst. So that's like 4 chances to trigger fab. And the higher refined fab you have, the less crit rate you're potentially going to need. So like, anyways, as far as a healing optimized fab build, this is kind of like the direction to head in towards. Only thing that could make it better is obviously getting more def percent substats potentially to try to increase the healing, but this build also has a pretty dang good amount of def percent substats, so it's probably the ideal. This is like the ideal fab Shilonen, quite frankly. But I just want to emphasize that, like, you can very often not need to care about speccing into bursting consistently Fav is great because it just is extra team energy, though. If I didn't end up getting lucky with her signature, I ended up getting her signature just because I spent my star glitter. I noticed after my polling video that I was like, oh, I have 300 star glitter. I like supportive weapons, and I was just like, I'll go for it. And I went for it off stream. I'm fine with leaving that off camera because I don't really usually want to encourage people to wish on weapon banner when they don't, because I didn't have enough to guarantee her weapon, right? And that's exactly the kind of behavior I don't really want to encourage on weapon banner unless I very clearly outline it. So I'm fine not having that in content. It wasn't that exciting. But I've ended up changing my build, which is funny. But, you know, I spent a lot of effort trying to farm for and level up artifacts specifically around a Fab build, and then ended up getting her signature anyways. Lol. Alright. That's what you gotta do to make Mihoyo give you the weapons that you want, clearly, is just farm for a build for a different weapon, assuming you won't get the weapon you want, and then you get the weapon you want anyways, because Mihoyo wants to troll you to make it so you wasted all your resources. There you go. Anyways, little bit of a tangent. What are we supposed to be looking at? Good lord. Shalon and Chiori Toma. Chiori. Ooh, the R5 of the catapult. Nice. Wow, this is a very healthy build for a non-crit weapon. Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely a build where you have obviously the crit rate is a little bit low, but it's at a situation where with this much crit rate from the circlet, you can get why you do a crit damage circlet in this circumstance, right? I do think it would be a lot better to obviously have like you're losing out on quite a bit of the value of your crit damage stats here by having this low crit rate. So it would be a improvement to the build to have, you know, higher crit rate in your timepiece, your feather, or your goblin. But it's also not dysfunctional. So, you know, is a nice Chiori. Just with a little bit of room to be optimized with some more crit rate rolls to truly make the higher amount of crit damage worthwhile. But yeah, it's I think completely functional ultimately. She does hit a relatively low, like what did she hit? I think she hits like 10 times or something off field. So this would make like 35% of her, like, so 3 out of those 10 hits, right, at least on average is going to be non-crits, which is a bit rough, but it's not like dysfunctional. So yeah, it's nice. There was one more. Who was the one more? That's not, it was a donation. Toma. Toma. Where's Toma? Virgin build. Hey, speaking of DPS, Toma, but for Virgin. Yup. Look at all that ER. Jesus Christ. How? Share your EM circlets that have all ER with the world, please. Bruh. Alright. Yep. I don't know what to say other than like, yep. This is kind of the ideal to head towards for Virgin Toma. A whack ton of ER substats in conjunction with Gilded Dreams and Dragon's Bane giving you a whole bunch of ER. Like the only thing that could be better is like if this timepiece didn't roll very well, right? Like you would ideally want, the theoretical ideal would basically be this build, except for this timepiece rolled like 80 EM or something. And then they have like 800 EM at a baseline. That's like the only difference that you could really make, other than like split it, like, oh, okay, yeah, this HP roll could have been a EM roll. This HP roll flat attack could have been an EM roll, right? Could have had a little bit more EM substat rolls, but it's like, doesn't really matter. Yeah. Oh yeah, makes his shields a bit more tanky. That's true. That is true. Yeah. I did forget about that factor. It is relevant to have some HP substats still to make its shield more tanky, and you have a not insignificant amount. So you know what? Yeah. As far as a universal-ish, shieldy, burst consistently, do Burgeon or whatever other reaction damage build, I like it. It's like a near ideal build. Other than the fact that obviously a 20k HP Toma is still not going to shield that much, but I can tell you on Polearms only, what do I have? I don't think my Toma on Polearms only has that much HP. What? Wrong button. Yeah, he's got 30k. He has 10k more HP, but... Can I have my mouse? Where's my mouse? Game. There we go. He's got 10k more HP than that Toma, but I am running triple HP. Right? So, compared to this Toma is going to shield, you know, it's going to be a 33% less shielding, right? Because 10k less shielding is 1/3 or 2/3 the HP. But has 0 HP main stats. So it's not like this Toma is going to be shielding that much less, is my point. So it's a cool build. It's something I would like to have eventually, but I don't know if I'm ever going to justify the resin trying to get something like this going, because getting pieces like this is really hard. Anyways. Man, why am I spending so long today? It's just, my brain's just in spending a long time on things mode. I'm sorry. Alright. We're doing 5, number 2. Wow. If no one submits anything, that'll stay there. We're doing, we're doing 5 more random ones. Right, and then we're gonna finish up my donation reviews. By the way, Lily-san, sorry, you're gonna have to wait. Lily-san, Head Eyes, Scav, Awamonda, Vix, Vlad, Rupture, we already talked about Yoimiya, I think. There we go. So we don't have that many more donation ones. So maybe we'll do more than 5. I don't know. We'll see. Depends how quickly I get through these 5. If I get through these 5 quickly enough, the random ones, then I will maybe do more random ones after I do the donations. Is my current leaning. Maybe. We'll see. I'll let you know when I move on to finishing up the donations whether or not I'm going to do more random ones for anyone that might be sticking around for the random ones. I won't try to just leave you on edge and force you to watch if I'm not doing any more random ones. Yae, Bennett. How do you build Bennett? ER. Stab with blade. If you don't have a higher base attack weapon like a Kila or whatever or what's the Skyward that you got from Standard Banner or something. Good spread of stats with the Yae Miko overload. To build some attack and some EM, still nice, and yep. But we'll see. We'll see if there's any direct improvements I can recommend. If you're doing overload, yeah, I almost assuredly do 2-piece combos, by the way. 2-piece EM is slightly less, like 2-piece EM is slightly less valuable for overload because Yae herself very well might not even be triggering any reactions in a Chevre's overload team, right? And therefore, if she's not triggering a reaction, the only value the EM gives is what her passive gives, which is it converts EM to skill damage bonus. So that functionally means that 2-piece Wanderer's Troop is 12% skill damage bonus at a baseline. And then anything else is just whatever the EM does past that. So this is why, like, because I've been using Yae so much in Shiver's teams lately, I have configured her down to 2-piece attack, and then I have a good chunk of EM in substats. I think I have like 140 EM or something in substats. So I still get a decent bit of skill damage bonus from her substats, and then decent bit of attack, right? But her attack, most of the damage in an overload team is going to come from her just raw attack scaling, which means her attack stat will matter quite a bit. So attack percent rolls will matter a lot more. 2-piece attack will be quite a bit better. Yada yada. You get the point. This is a little bit low attack for an overload Yae. So if you wanted to play around with 2-piece attack combos, especially since these circlets, the circlet and the timepiece are not the most insane in the world, to say the least. You are AR-55 to be clear, so I don't know what you have exactly, but your flower and feather are definitely very good. I wouldn't bother worrying about those. It would just be playing around with whatever other combo you have. Is all it is, and you know, gobble it is in progress. I would say for a overload Yae, attack goblet should actually be pretty usable on her. Again, I don't know where the breakpoint is off the top of my head. I haven't actually checked on this. I probably should. She's not getting she's getting an attack buff from Chivalrous, right, in an overload team. Other than that, though, you might have like Noblesse that's giving an attack buff from Bennett. Which, yeah, it looks like you have. So your Bennett is fine for a starting point here. You don't really need to worry about the main stats that much, but you're going to want an ER timepiece. You don't have enough ER to burst consistently. You're going to want to level his burst more. And you're going to want to get Sapwood Blade for more ER, unless you happen to have the Skyward Blade or Aquila, or for some godforsaken reason a Mist Splitter. Aquila would be harder to build, but more donations. Oh dear. Thank you for the donations. Delaying the stream. yeah, so ER timepiece, and then ER substats. That's basically all that matters for many of Bennett's teams. Ultimately, you have very little ER subsets right now, so this goblet could be fine to stick with. Circlet might be worth changing if you have more ER. Oh, you're on 5-piece right now, so you could also just... Yeah, you're on 5-piece, so just switch to whatever off-piece ER timepiece you have. Switch to Sapwood Blade. And then... if you have other Noblesse pieces that have more ER rolls, consider switching to those. That's probably what I would say for your Bennett. And then level burst, and make sure the level 90 of Sapwood Blade. Right. Yep. Yeah, Tiny and Pika Pika. If in case you just joined, we will be getting... I'll be finishing up the donations in a little bit here. But you might have to wait a little while. My apologies. Yae, Bennett, Kenichi. Okay. Yeah, so... that's my verdict. Consider checking your other 2-piece combos for Yae. And don't forget, Attack Goblet might be relevant because Bennett buff is not going to be benefiting her other than, like, Noblesse. So maybe your Attack Goblet is actually going to be better for Overload team in particular, to be clear, than what you got going here. With an Aggravate team, Attack Goblet is going to be quite a lot worse than Electro or even EM. That's one thing that I think people forget. Like, EM Goblet is not that bad on Yae, right? Like, Electro Goblet is giving 40 at level, like fully leveled, right? Elemental Goblets give... you don't have a single. There we go. 46.6%. You got a. It's really good that you have a onset Dendro Goblet, by the way. Yeah, 46.6%, right? Damage bonus. If you do Yae's passive, 187 EM, right, from a main stat. Times her passive bonus is, I believe, like 30% skill damage bonus. Is that right? And I think it's a little bit less. I think it's like 26, 27% skill damage bonus. I don't remember exactly. The point is, like, obviously you're not getting the full damage bonus, but like you can still get some damage bonus from an EM Goblet, and then when you're also triggering reactions, like in an AoE situation for Aggravate, the EM is doing more than just being damage bonus, right? So I wouldn't prioritize an EM Goblet on Yae, but Yae's conversion of EM to damage bonus is a pretty significant strength of her kit. It's ultimately all it is, and gives her a lot more flexibility for different builds and stats that are relevant for her. So, I've been on Yae for an hour. No, I haven't. It's only been 3 hours. C1 Kenichi, nice. That C1 Kenichi is going to bias you heavily towards wanting to get towards 100% crit rate, in my opinion. So, with that in mind, I think you should use a crit rate circlet. Yeah, you should use a crit rate circlet. If you didn't have C1 Kenichi, I'd say it isn't that important. But yeah, I know it's been different Yaes. There's been a lot of Yaes this stream. I'm sorry. I have thoughts on Yae. So yeah, I would say use a crit rate circlet. But for anyone that doesn't know, if I recall, C1 is literally just like the one a little bit more exploration, whatever I think thing, something like that. Drains Night Soul slower. Is it right? Is it? I don't know. Whatever. It's the Natlan C1 where it's just more pretty decent damage upgrade. Pretty significant damage upgrade, and for him it's just 100% crit damage on his Scale Spiker Cannon Shot, which is where most of his damage comes from. So functionally, this Kenichi has 320% crit damage, right? Which means the crit ratio is a bit off kilter. And you don't need to get 100% crit rate, to be clear. But going from 76% crit rate to going to 90% crit rate will be a pretty significant difference. So yeah, and especially since you have an off-piece circlet, if you have any circlet that's like 30% crit rate, or obviously crit rate main stat, and then 20% plus crit damage, it's probably going to be meaningfully better. So, yep, that's my verdict on your Kenichi. Other than that, it's very good. I don't think it's like particularly worth stressing improving the other artifacts meaningfully. Like, this is onset goblets are freaking fantastic, so like that's great. The timepiece is relatively relatable, but still has some crit damage rolls, which is good. Again, these crit damage rolls kind of push you towards crit rate circlet potentially in conjunction with C1. Feather is very, very, very good. And then the flower could be better, but like it's not like it would be insane. You would be like, oh my god, if it had one more crit damage roll, it'd be so much better. Like, no, right? So yeah, I don't think you necessarily need to farm that much more. Just consider swapping to a different OP circlet and see how you like it. See if you care about, you know, the more consistency. It's important to keep in mind it's going to be more consistent, but you're going to see a less big number on screen. If you just care about seeing the big number and don't care about the inconsistency, then, you know, do whatever you want. But your goal is for him to perform consistently. I'd do Career Circlet. Which is a relative rarity for him, but his C1 does... with C1 with the stats you have pushes him towards that. So anyways, yep. Thank you. Let's do number 7. Wow. Alright. Number 7. Kanich, Navia, another Kanich. Navia, and another character if you want. My choice. Let's go. 2 carries. They are your 2 carries and got 36 stars for the first time in 4 years. Nice. Congrats. Wait, 4 years? They've been playing since launch? Scarabs. Alright. Signature weapon. Nice. Yep, this is a very healthy Kanich. Indeed. Wow. Yep. You can tell this player has been playing since launch. Because their standards for artifacts are very high. Holy. Yep. Wow. Oh, Victor, thank you. Or we'll get your... you might be last, unless I get more donations. Yep, nice Kanish. Anyways. Dia. I mean, I'm assuming Dia is on Deepwood for Kanish, which makes sense. You'd want someone on Deepwood, right? Did I put someone on Deepwood the last time I used him in Abyss? I might not have. I might have forgot. No, I think I did, because I think I was using him with Emilie. Yeah, never mind. Okay. Anyways, what was the thing? Yeah, obviously, Scarabs, these AR-58, they have not been playing every single day. They'd be like AR-70 if they'd played every single day since launch of the game. But, you know, they obviously took a break. Yeah, I plan on getting through all the donation reviews, so. Nubilet. This is a very healthy Nubilet. Even has a bunch of, like, wow, yeah, look. They have ER, crazy! So that means this Navia is very functional solo Hydro, which gives them a lot more team flexibility for dealing with different situations and using Navia. Yep, this is a very healthy Navia. This is what I was talking about with the crit rate circlet on Navia. You can get towards 100% crit rate with those big crit damage ratios. And yeah, very nice, very nice. Alright. Was a Mulan reviewed in the last 10 minutes? I don't think so, but I could be wrong. Another character. I mean, we did look at Dia, but Dia was obviously just on Kanich support. Decent Sino. Yep. Hey, look, it's Raiden's best build. Sorry. Pre-C2. Sorry. Well, okay, no. What am I saying? I am the hybrid Raiden boy. It's not Raiden's best build pre-C2 if you have Staff of Scarlet Sands. If you don't have Staff of Scarlet Sands, quite frankly, this is kind of Raiden's best build pre-C2. How do you get an account review? I mean, Rupture, you've donated multiple times. You just haven't included your UID in a single donation. And we're not reviewing entire accounts, we're just reviewing characters. My version of account reviews is account fixing, quite frankly. Because I think it's more productive than just like looking at an account and like I mostly just look. Half of the time it's just looking at an account and yapping about different things that they have options for, but it depends on the individual account what I actually can do. So, anyways, ER timepiece. This cause was not bursting consistently in most situations, right? Rare albedo. A proof that they're an early. They played. Near 1.0. Festering Desire, more proof. Festering Desire is not very good on her, is it? I don't think so. Anyways, yep. True, I should drink more water, thank you. Stream gonna end soon? No, not necessarily. I'm gonna do 3 more randoms and then get to the donations, I think. And then the stream ends. Tenacity, Cookie on full EM is a little bit rare, but still a decent option for sure. Particularly if you can, right, the reason to do Tenacity versus like Gilded Dreams or whatever, or Flop, you'll lose some Hyperbloom damage, obviously. Also, hey, Scarabs is in the club with me with having multiple Freedom Swords that I didn't really ask for. Oh my god, all the donations. Thank you, Pulsar. Oh, good lord, yeah, okay. We're definitely not going to be able to do more than 3 more randoms. I have too many donations to get through at this point. Yep. So, anyways, the Tenacity, right, I want to finish my yap about this quick. Tenacity Kuki for an EM can make sense because, right, the Spice of Hyperbloom is not just like, oh, all relying on the Hyperbloom damage, it's what else you do in the Hyperbloom team. And you can very much have a unit that could benefit from the attack and do increased damage that you prefer over having a little bit more bloom damage, right? So, I like it. Anyways. Yeah, sorry, there's no there's no pity system. I have could I? It would be really complicated, I think. I myself don't have the skills to do a pity system for the random selection. Theoretically, it could be implemented, but the only way it would be relevant is if, the only way it would be relevant is in making sure that someone that gets randomly selected this week, for example, like so Scarabs doesn't get selected again next week. That would be the, like, I could do some kind of system that would bias pulling or doing reviews, randomly selected reviews for people who haven't been selected. But, like, I don't think I've had more than one time where I've seen a duplicate. And, like, the one time the duplicate happened was in the same stream. And I was just like, oh, well, we're not reviewing the same person again. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't think a pity system in this would do anything, unfortunately. But it's not technically impossible. Maybe eventually. I don't know. Number 324, huh? Alright, this is 3 of 5. We're doing 3 more. This is number 3. Or this is number 1 of 3. What? Brain can't brain. It's fine. Lenny Nahida. Lenny Nahida. Hatham. And what do I think about Furina's weapon? Free to play, so artifact farming is even more of a pain, but you're basically using Lenny's feather on everyone who can use it. Alright. That's amusing. What does Lenny's feather look like then? Ryuth, thank you. Oh my god, I'm never gonna be free. It's fine. It's fine. Look, the benefit is I might be trapped and doing unit reviews until the end of time, but at least I make some money. Oh boy, thank you. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, yeah, oh yeah, okay, I see. I understand. Yup. Nice. I understand why that feather gets bounced around. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, thank you, Lewayx. This is a very good Lenny. Yep. It's a 2-piece Lenny, which I feel like I would actually, if I had Lenny, I think I would be likely to do a non-MH, just because, like, building MH stacks is weird on him. It's kind of all it is, so, yeah, I like it. Nice Lenny build. Who's the other one? Kanich? No, sorry. Lenny Nahida Hatham. Nahida. Here we go. Here's a, like, more invested DPS Nahida build. Yup. There you go. This is a Nahida build that actually gets high up on the Akasha rankings compared to, like, my Nahida is just, like, she's top 80% or something. I think she's actually, like, top 50% or something. It's just, like, I don't know. She doesn't enough damage. It's fine. But, yeah. If you want to get meaningful more damage out of your Nahida, you could aim for something like this. Obviously, the Lost Prayers gives a bunch of crit to help out, but, you know, you could do a Widzith and then do a crit rate circlet instead kind of thing, right? So, yep. Yeah. The Nahida is worthwhile to spec into damage, but you could also just turn her into a healer. Harbinger of Dawn. Nice. Pretty good at Hytham. Yep. I think 2-piece is a decent option for him. I don't think he, like, gains... He's someone that's like, I don't like yeah, you get a little bit more, a little bit attack percent, a little bit more EM from doing 4 Gilded Dreams, but like for the difficulty of getting an equivalent Gilded Dreams Feather and Goblet to enable that, it's just like no, right? So if he's over 90% crit rate or 90% HP, he gets 28% crit rate, by the way. So this is actually like a 80% crit rate build, functionally. So it's a good crit ratio. Healthy amount of EM. Yep, is a good Hatham. I don't think there's meaningful improvement other than obviously, you know, Harbinger of Dawn can be clunky sometimes. Yeah, ER could be a little bit low. Depends on the team, I think, a little bit. So maybe get some more ER rolls, but I don't know. What do you change to get more ER rolls in this build realistically? I guess the only option is like if you had an EM timepiece that has more ER rolls if you need it, but yeah, I don't know. I'm an Al-Hatham hater, so I can't. It's harder to have meaningful comments about the dude when I just don't even want to play him. Every time I play him, I'm just like, I don't like this. Is it Deepwood Nahida? Yeah, Deepwood was on Nahida. I assume there's a good chance they're playing Nahida with Al-Hatham. So, yep. Why am I an Al-Hatham hater? I don't like how he plays. I think he feels not. I don't think he's very enjoyable to play, and his team options are way more limited than I feel like they should be for a Dender unit. He should be way more versatile than he is, and instead they managed to make his kit design in a way that just makes him not very versatile. I dislike it. So, yep. Anyways, I think that's all for that. Yep. Oh yeah, Furina's weapon. Oh yeah, Furina's weapon. Okay, I mean, in seriousness, what does this do? This. I feel like you need more def substats to like make use of this. I think, presuming you don't have Shaloden, I think this is a reason. This is a lesson in why you don't wish for weapon banner. Wish on weapon banners that you can only one of the weapons is relevant to you. Like, this feels like to me that Mika probably wished on this weapon banner because they were. Oh my god! No, thank you, Porter. Yay! I'm trapped forever. I haven't even got into the donations yet. Good lord. Yes, this gives a additional damage bonus. But like, Furina has ER needs. Furina has ER needs, and you are not meeting them right now. So like, I don't know, in a solo, in double hydro or mono hydro, I guess. But yeah, you need 3200 defense to max out this passive. So like, you're getting less than max of the passive. You're getting like 12% damage bonus. So functionally, this weapon is doing nothing for you other than 12% damage bonus for Furina and the team. It's not useless on her. I'm not going to say it's the worst weapon on her. Right? But I'm pretty sure like the Harbinger of Dawn, which is also not a great weapon option for her because she can't, well, it depends on the healer you have in the team. But she often is not going to be able to get the crit rate bonus. So it's just like crit damage. But I'm pretty sure like that's probably still better. Yup. Yup. Yeah. Anyways, I would consider using this on like the likes of Bennett, honestly. Because like Bennett is not going to lose an insane amount from having a slightly lower base attack weapon. And Bennett can actually be spec'd into defense without having to sacrifice the other things his build needs to do. Like, he needs to have enough ER to burst consistently. But other than ER, you can just slap everything into defense. And I think Bennett could actually make meaningful use of this weapon, potentially. Kazuha actually could make meaningful use of the weapon. Because you could have def percent substats in your EM main stats. I have I think 1800. No, I think without a defense weapon, I have 1600 defense on my Kazuha right now. So, oh my god, please. Oh my god, okay, the amount of donations. I appreciate it, but I'm actually never going to be free at this point. I need to, okay, we're going to do another one. I need to be free. I need to actually speed up. Otherwise, I'm literally going to be streaming for like 3 more hours doing the donations, and I'm actually getting paranoid about that. Ganyu, yeah! Alright, let's do Ganyu. Bennett, not really because of low base attack. Okay, I'm sorry. It's a really big nitpick of mine that people say a 5-star weapon with 542 base attack is low base attack for Bennett. It is 23 base attack lower than the highest base attack 4-star weapon accessible for him. It's not that much lower base attack than Sapwood Blade. Like, you're sacrificing, if you're, like, to be clear, I don't know what 5-star weapons every player in the game has on their account. If you have an Aquila Pavonia, yes, that is, you probably want to use Aquila over using Shalonen's weapon. I'm not saying it's better than Aquila in every context. It will probably, it has the potential to be better in some contexts. But like, I do think it does, because damage bonus, if you're getting like 20% damage bonus on Bennett, for the whole freaking team, in conjunction with Bennett's attack buff, I think sacrificing a little bit of attack buff, even compared to Aquila, is fine. But if you're like, if Shalonen's weapon is something you got, and you have the only other weapon you have for Bennett is Sapwood Blade, Shalonen's weapon should be meaningfully better, right? Like, quite significantly better. It is the notable thing. Just because it's lower base attack by 23 than Sapwood Blade does not mean it's bad. Alley Flash, who the f has Alley Flash? I did 100 pulls in that banner. I did 100 pulls early on. This is one of the stupidest things I've done in the game. I did 100 pulls for Alley Flash. Got 0 copies of it. It's a gotcha 4-star weapon. Like, no. Alley Flash is stupid. You don't factor Alley Flash. Like, I'm not looking at people's causes and be like, you're using Iron Sting. Why the f aren't you using Zipfo's Moonlight at R5? It's had 2 banners. Like, no. We don't factor in 4-star gotcha weapons for judging things. Anyways, it's genuinely easier to get a 5-star weapon in this game, a specific 5-star weapon like Shalonen's weapon, than it is to get gotcha 4-star weapons. I got 3 copies of Freedom Sworn in trying to get 1 copy of Alley Flash. 3. Anyways, you were joking. That's fair, but it's still a thing to point out. Anyways, Alley Flash doesn't actually exist. What are we looking at? Oh yeah, Ganyu. Good. Yeah, I'm great. I'm glad I'm causing my own problems as far as ending my stream goes, to an extent. Hey, wow, another Shimano's Ganyu. Did we look at? I feel like we looked at this before. No, we didn't look at this before. No, it's a different. No, this is an Aqua. It wasn't an Aqua. It was like an Amos Ganyu or something. I don't know. Anyways, yep, this is a good melt Ganyu. Quite strong. A lot of EM. Heckin' lot of attack even. Actually, wow, this goblet is funny to me. But this tells me that our Roan understands, like, hey, you know, they already got a lot of crit damage. They already got enough crit rate, right? Because they are at 84% crit rate with Ganyu's passive. Why do they need more crit? May as well just get a bunch of attack and some EM. Like, this is a pretty high stat value goblet. It's an onset goblet. Honestly, very good job on recognizing the value of this goblet for your situation. Like, really. Yeah. This is a really nice looking build, and it's very interesting because of that goblet, right? Good job. Yep. Nice Ganyu. I like it. What do you get in your Ganyu out of curiosity? I see you in chat. I'm curious what you get. All right. Is this the last one? I don't know. This might be the last one. I wasn't keeping track. Maybe we'll do one more if this one doesn't take too long. We might do one more random one. We will do one more. Well, okay. If this takes me less than 3 hours, we'll do one more. Okay. Raiden, Chungling, Navia. Chungling. Catch. C4. Nice. 210 ER. Yep. Very healthy Chungling. Yep. That's it. I'd still run an ER timepiece on this Chungling because bursting consistent. Like, I just, like, sometimes Guoba is just like, you know, there's a Kairagi, zoops away, Magu Kinki, right? Chungling generates 0 energy against Magu Kinki. So, you know, I still like having excess ER on Chungling. But anyways, yep, it is a nice Chungling build. Yeah, if they're doing overload Chungling, right? You're doing Bennett Xiangling Chevreuse. Xiangling is very comfortable even if Guobo generates 0 energy with this amount of ER. So, yeah. Xiangling, Navia, Raiden. What's your Chevreuse though? Ooh, C6 Chevy. Raiden's, yep, figured. Chevy constellations usually means Raiden constellations. Like, the only reason I don't have C2 Raiden now is because of, I specifically wished for Kanish because I didn't want C2 Raiden. Anyways, nice C2 Raiden. Yep, this is a strong Raiden. Good lord, man, Raiden's such a pain. Look how good these artifacts are. Raiden's such a pain in the arse to build. Oh my god. God, why is Raiden such a pain in the butt to build? Anyways, yep, very nice Raiden. Navia. Yep, is a decent Navia. Not having a Geogobble is a bit rough, particularly because usually you do play with Bennett, and this weapon in its passive is giving a lot of attack. I think it is like 48% attack or something stupid. So the point is the relative value of an attack percent goblet versus a Geo Goblet is pretty significant here, such that it's possible. It's very possible, especially if you have a Geo Goblet, even if it's a Geo Goblet without any crit damage, right? But it's just a Geo Goblet with like 12% crit rate and nothing else relevant. That could be meaningfully better, I would say. So much ER. I mean, it's not the end of the world to have a little bit extra ER, in my opinion. Oh yeah, they're doing 2 ER. I didn't even notice. I was like, wait, where are the? I was confused because no ER subsets were highlighted. I didn't notice they were doing 2 pieces. Shima's 2 piece ER. Well, even more reason if you're doing you're doing 3 piece ER, 3 piece emblem. I would suggest testing around with different Geo Goblets. Try to use the damage calculator if you need. Right. Go put Navia. Oh frick! I showed Chesk again. Go put Navia in there with your artifacts and like play around with whatever Geo Goblets you have, and you can see what the average damage looks like when you configure everything properly. If you don't want to have to test things in game or whatever. I know it would be sad to lose that much crit, but I'm pretty sure with Bennett, Navia, and this weapon, you're losing a lot. Oh my gosh, Edward Isaacs, thank you. I will. Thank you for the $20. Thank you. We'll get yours in a second. By a second, I mean a while. Yeah, please stop donating. Alright, anyways, nice Navia. Goblet is the main thing to consider switching. 2 PZR is an interesting consideration. I can see why you'd do it, though. Like, it's not like... You can do Navia solo Geo, right? And bursting... If you're doing solo Geo Navio, especially, it's worth doing... Oh my god. Wait, no, it says anyone between... Okay. This one almost immediately made me regret. Alright, sorry. I need my sanity. I'm going to look at... Without looking at them immediately. I built... Oh, wait. Shalom and DPS! Let's go. We're gonna put... We'll look at Shalonen, and then we'll look at... Emilie. Because we only saw, I think, one other Emilie. Alright. Because I need to... I value my sanity. It's Sapphire. As soon as it's not my mod Sapphire. Apparently it's Daniel's. They're not my mod. Wow, it's a very nice Navia, by the way. Other than the ER check, but you know, you have Shalonen, it might be fine actually. Oh, I see. Okay, you have her configured for DPS on this set. That's interesting. I think I actually cut this out from my Shalonen video, but one thing I mentioned was the potential of using Shalonen on this set with a DPS build, doing like Cloud Retainer Furina, right? You could do Cloud Retainer Furina, Shalonen, DPS Shalonen, and then do like Navia. But you won't get the... Wait, you only get the Red Shred without C2 in that case for Navia, but you'll get the Geo damage bonus, right? And Furina buffing. And you can do something like this, like have her still be... You could have this universal build where she can do DPS. Like obviously this Navia, this Shalonen will still get good plunge damage, very good plunge damage, and still get and still be generically useful as a buffer outside of that, as long as you are not using her in a team where she needs to burst consistently. Like with Furina, notably. So you still might have to change her build in conjunction with Furina. But there is the potential to do this, and this would still be a usable DPS build on her for her DPS teams, right? Yeah, so this is an approach to do. Obviously, you could get much higher with a big crit damage stat stick. You could get much more inflated crit damage ratios. With the other artifact set that gives 40% crit rate, that will make her damage be higher. But this is still benefiting the teams by like buffing Furina, buffing Navia potentially, right? It means you wouldn't need to do like Kachina or like on 4 pieces of this set. So I think I cut that out from my video, but it is something I actually talked about and I didn't end up showing. We're talking about yeah, DPS alone is only something you do, yes, because you just like the character and you want to have fun seeing big numbers from her. That is the only reason to do it. She is not a compelling carry unit, but I mean she's a better carry than Kachina for sure. I appreciate that they gave her enough ability to be turned into a DPS that it's not unusable, but it's also not insane, and it's going to be quite reliant on like other off-field damage dealers to actually deal a meaningful amount of damage, or Cloud Retainer making her deal meaningful plunge damage, right? And her plunges have a special animation too, so I still like plunging is still quite fun on her. Yeah. Also, by the way, I think I did show this in the video. She can get 7 plunges pretty consistently as long as you practice a little bit with DPS, like plunge DPS with Cloud Retainer. I also was able to, I don't think I put this in the video at all. Off camera, I spent like an hour or 2 off camera trying to practice plunging on her. I've been able to get, before I activated her C1, I was able to get 8 plunges, which is the full amount of plunges that you can get with Cloud Retainer's buff, right? It is possible to get 8 plunges, but I got it like twice in like 2 hours. So, the point being, the important thing is getting 7 is very consistent with just decent play. 7 plunges on Cloud Retainer, or on Shalonen with Cloud Retainer, and that means DPS Shalonen with plunging is actually much better than I originally thought it was going to be. So, you know, yeah, I like plunge DPS Shalonen. Anyways, Emilie, nice Emilie. Yep, it's a good Emilie. Not insane, but pretty well balanced. Yeah. Yep. I don't have much else to say about it, sorry. I had a lot to say about DPS Shalonen, but it was good to talk about that. Anyways. Yeah, sorry, QB. We saw one DPS Shalonen, which is an interesting one that led us down an interesting path, but I don't know. If you're still here... Well, okay, you know, fine. QB, if you can get your UID in chat, I'll look at yours very briefly. But we're going to start doing donations. I have so many to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh my god. Oh wait, no, I think one of those is a duplicate. 13. I think I have 17 to do. This is this. It's fine. I'm not panicking. It's not like I'm gonna be streaming for 2 more hours. I have 17 more to do. Okay. Please don't donate anymore. Like actually. Oh wait, you're using Harbinger of Dawn. I didn't consider that. That's actually interesting. I was very confused for a second. I was like, Also, I would like a little bit more ER person on the also don't have the circle level. Yeah, that's interesting. I like it. Def percent circlets should be quite a better with the Harbinger of Dawn build too, particularly if you're doing Furina plunge, right? So like, I don't know. I didn't even consider using Harbinger of Dawn, however, that should be a pretty compelling option. Doing cloud, particularly doing plunge, right? To be able to crank up her crit damage even higher. Yeah, I don't know. Cool. I'm glad I looked at it, QB. Thank you. So this has like 80% crit rate then with Harbinger done. Not quite ideal, but still more than functional, obviously, right? So very nice. I really wanted you to look at my Raiden, but next stream I'll do a donation. Thank you, Eddie. I appreciate waiting. Oh dear. Oh dear. All right, let's do donations. Oh boy, Lily-san, sorry for the wait. Let's go. Some 3-star weapons are very cool. Indeed they are. Looking at Noelle, Lynette, Gumming, Yae. Navia has your only Geo Goblet. Please don't be mean to Noelle. I mean, I can just pretend your Geo Goblet on Navia could be put on Noelle. Because technically you can do that. Well, actually, no, sorry, you can't because you're using an on-piece flower. So, that's fair. No, it's still a very good Noelle. You have MH on her, so you're playing her with Furina, right? You're getting, and you have C1, actually C2 Furina. So you're getting 100% damage bonus, right, from Furina. And I would run more ER on Furina personally, but, you know, Five can kind of carry you sometimes. Point being, you have a bunch of damage bonus going on. It's not the worst thing in the world, in my opinion, to do a def percent. Also, with Serpent Spine, right? You're getting 50% damage bonus to that. So you had 150% damage bonus already. It's enough damage bonus that the difference between def percent goblet and Geo Goblet, I don't think is that high, especially in a circumstance where you're using an onset goblet that is pretty high in stat value that enables a very good other piece. Also, you're so... Wait, where is your ER coming from? Oh, it's an ER timepiece. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Even more in the case actually of doing ER timepiece, I think it might be fine to do a Geo Goblet or Def Goblet, because then you'd be a little bit low on defense if you weren't doing it almost. So it might actually be better in the context of an ER timepiece. It's very interesting. I do think it obviously would be the ideal to have Def percent and Geo Goblet, probably, and then have ER in substats. But the alternative is what you have here, where you just have a decent amount of Def in substats, ER timepiece, and yeah, it probably makes her very comfortable to play. And you can yeah, she is extremely awkward to build. I agree. So, I don't know. This is definitely this is a pad that I normally would not be like people's default consideration, but recognizing that you need the ER and doing this as an option is very smart. And I imagine it's very functional. Like, Noelle's not an insane DPS. Like yeah, Furina can make her quite competent. And I like Furina and Noelle together. But yeah, and this build, by the way, you can even probably do solo Geo Noelle, I bet, with 168 ER. You still usually want another Geo character, yes, for Geo Resonance. It'd be a significant upgrade for her. But yeah, I don't know. I like it. I actually like it. I'm not saying it's the ideal, but I think it's more than functional. Matt Zio, I think you might have missed my donation. I didn't miss your donation. You did make me almost like scream internally for a second until I realized it was the same as someone that already donated. If anyone else donates, I was going to say you get timed out for like a week, but I don't think I actually have the ability to time out for a week, because YouTube for some reason only lets me do up to 24-hour timeouts. Like, I actually don't want any more donations. Free me. Alright. Anyways, whatever. Thank you. Thank you, Ish. I'll be free someday. Lynette, Gaming, Yae. C6 Gaming, very nice. Serpent Spine, yep. He gets 20% crit rate, if I recall, from his C6. ER check. Crimson is a little bit rare on him, but he can max out the passive, so I think it's still very compelling on him. It's probably not something that's necessarily you farm for if you don't have Crimson currently, but if you already had Crimson, it's very worth considering. Donation jump scare from Sylveon. Oh dear. Yeah, his ER needs can be pretty high. It's really the main annoying thing about building him. But it depends on the exact team you might be using. I plan to build him soon, and we'll see how much I'm miserable with his ER needs. Yep. Anyway, Yae. I like the Gaming build, though. I don't think there's anything crazy to improve on it, other than if he's not bursting consistently. The timepiece is not amazing, but it's an EM timepiece. I think it's fine. Goblet's pretty dang. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's much to improve on it realistically, other than if you need more ER. Yep. But yeah, he do be annoying boy for his ER needs. This is a pretty healthy 2B's Yae build. Very heavy in EM. Interesting that you went the 2B's. I just noticed it was a non-crit weapon, by the way. Actually, this is an extremely healthy. This is an extremely healthy Yae build. Wow, this kind of crit ratio with a non-crit weapon is very impressive. Yeah, it's interesting that you win an EM timepiece with 2-piece attack to balance out her stats. But I think it makes sense, honestly. I think it actually makes a lot of sense. Like this... My question is like, is this... What's interesting to think about, is this build better than like I have Kagura's on Yae, right? With a little bit more crit rate and a little bit more crit damage than this because it's a crit weapon. I would hope I would have a little bit more crit. But I have less EM and I think a little bit less attack. And like, I don't... People are jump scaring me with donations. Thank you. I don't know. Like, I think this is like... It's very interesting as far as like a universal Yae build goes that has a very healthy amount of attack for like overload team situations, a healthy amount of EM for whatever Dendro situations. And the overall stat value on this build is extremely high. Okay, the circle is really funny though. the contrast of like all these other really good artifacts, and then this is fantastic. I love it. Thank you. Yeah, using a lot of different teams, so I just went with something universal. No, yeah, I really like it. That's interesting. I hadn't seen this route for a universal Yae build before, but it's an interesting one. It's similar to mine, but with a non-crit weapon, right? And because you're using an attack weapon, I think it does make sense to do EM timepiece, even potentially in a single target situation. It might not be better, but in a single target situation, it still can be just fine. It's giving you like a 20%, 20. Again, I think 26-ish, 27% skill damage bonus, right? Yeah, interesting. I like it. Anyways, did I forget someone? Lynette. C6 Lynette. This is this is DPS Lynette. Nice. Yeah, when I was using C6 Lynette, I definitely found that I don't think she's particularly compelling of a DPS without C6 Farazan, but with C6 Farazan, she was fun. And Wolfang is an interesting choice for her because she's doing some skill damage and doing some burst damage, so it gives her skill and burst crit rate. I don't think it... Yeah, no, I don't think it gives any... Its passive doesn't get anything for normal attack damage or chart attacks, but... oh, interesting, you built EM on her still. I just noticed this is 4-piece VV still, actually. Interesting. It's a weird, universal-ish supportive build and DPS build on her. If you play with Bennett, you're still getting... Yeah. Friendship 1? Are they friendship level 1? No, it's friendship 10. Unless it wasn't... No? Okay. Anyways. She's never bursting, though. I mean, she is in Animo situations, but that's why I said ish. It's because there are definitely teams, if you're going to use Lynette to her fullest extent, you would need to burst consistently. Hence the ish. But sometimes you can just have Lynette, you press E on her, get the swirl, and you're good, right? Ish. Universal ish. I like it. Yeah. It's an interesting direction to go down. Thank you for sharing. I like these. I was just checking the goblet again. Alright, we're doing Head Eyes Scav. It's an interesting username. Furina Zhongli, appreciate the content. I just opened up my clipboard by accident. Instead of copying. Control C. Control V. That I did not copy. Can I... There we go. I figured it out. Is Head Eyes Scavs of FMA? I have no idea. Is that a Full Metal Alchemist reference? It's been a while since... Why? But the poor Yae. You left her at level 69 and I didn't equip her on purpose. This is rude. I feel like you did this on purpose, didn't you? It's from the bloopers. I don't know. I see. Furina. Sack. Interesting. Oh, you're doing Sack Sword with C6. Nice. Yeah. So Sack Sword on C6 lets you trigger her. I actually said this like very, very early on. In like Furina, like when I like if you were following me when Furina was in beta, my god, like Furina, like I am not kidding. I literally spent like two work week hours doing different kinds of work trying to like analyze Furina in different contexts. Partially because I just saw like nobody actually analyzing Furina from contexts that I thought were important. And I did a lot of thought and like about like, yeah, when her C6 was originally her C2 in particular, I was like, okay, what if you do a sack sword build on, because you can reset her C6, which used to be her C2 originally. This is the first time I've actually seen one in the wild of someone choosing to go down the sack sword route to do more procs of her C6 ability. Choosing to go with 2-piece HP is also very viable. Choosing to do full HP on 2-piece HP, I am slightly confused by. This is such a weird build. Are you still in chat? Like, oh, you are. You've been wanting to build mainly for heals and shields and co-op. Okay, interesting. And you did put Yae for the meme. Yeah. So that's super interesting. I'm glad you're doing something like this. Yeah. Like, she's still gonna get some decent damage, because, like, it do be C6 Furina. It looks kind of like it's a Key of Kasha's suit build, to be honest. Yeah, you still should have enough ER to burst consistently. You get that C6 reset. Like, if I was gonna do C6 sack sword shenanigans with her, it would probably be with sack sword. And then potentially a 2-piece build. But it would not be full HP. So you've gone a slightly different route than I would probably do. Don't panic, it's only appreciate your content. Thank you, Tiff. You stream crashed. Ah, I see. So yeah, I don't know. This is a really, really interesting Furina build. As far as the options of different things you can do with Furina C6, most people that do Furina C6 just like freaking slap her on MH, and I don't know. I really don't like the idea of MH on Furina C6. MH with Furina C6 with sack sword is more compelling, I will say. Because Furina C6 with sack sword, you're spending more field time on. And that means MH can make more sense, actually. But like a normal C6 Furina with MH doesn't actually spend that much field time, and therefore MH doesn't actually do that much. And I disagree with it. I think it's a mistake. But, you know, it's a C6 Furina, doesn't freaking matter. Kind of no. And that's why people do it, because they just like, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Anyways, as far as weird ways to use Furina C6 goes, I like it a lot. That's all I can say. It's so weird. Yeah, what kind of damage do you get? I'm curious. The count end goal is to make co-op teammates comfy and full send DPS. Nice. I also want a Zhongli. Is it also C6 Zhongli? I was oh, look, you know what? Prepared for co-op Spiral Abyss indeed, I suppose. Rightful reward even. What? I get rightful reward is heal. It does give damage bonus based on the healing, right? Or is it attack percent? I don't remember. This dude just you just love 2-piece HP, 2-piece HP. Oh yeah. Nope, not Siege Win C6. We had 300 achievements. They just get co-op achievements and nothing else. When he heals, he restores his burst. Oh, does he? Does he really? That's so weird. Oh yeah, energy back when it's healed? Okay. I will join up in the Discord and post it there. Yeah, feel free to. Yeah, feel free to talk about it more there. I don't know. It's super weird. I don't know. You are an extremely unconventional kind of player. Like, I do silly builds, but like I usually just end up switching most of my characters back to normal-ish builds. You know, there's exceptions, obviously. You know, Raiden. But weird. I don't know. Is 2-piece HP, 2-piece HP your favorite artifact combo? Is your Furina on? Yep. Or sorry, I meant to say Sijuin. What about you? Nope. Oh, darn it. You have a missed opportunity. Kokomi can also be on 2-piece HP, 2-piece HP. Their playstyle's ambulance. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. This one is really funny to look at. Thank you. Alright, I like it. Yep. If I had a lot of spare money, I'd be dead. If I had a lot of spare money and miHoYo ever introduced the ability to turn off constellations, I'd be very down with doing some like C6 weird, very hyper niche, silly C6 shenanigans, right? Like things with Furina C6 or Zhongli C6, I guess. But I do not have the funds to do that, unless people keep donating for unit reviews, maybe. But it would take a lot of unit reviews to do that. That's for dang sure. Their bio is dollar menu medic. Yeah. All right. This is Awamanda's, Arlecchino, Singcho, Yelan, Furina, Shalon. They're all good-ish. They don't know how to improve. All right. Sweet. Crit rate circlet. Oh, triple crown. I respect it. A little bit of waste of resources, but I do respect it. Yep, crit rate circlet. Although to be fair, well, no, sorry, none of your HP is coming from. All right, you. There's a stipulation. I have a stipulation for you. You can do a you change to a crit rate circlet build, and your build becomes better. I obviously ideally want some crit damage substats in it, but you're not allowed to have any HP. You are not allowed to have any HP. Well, actually, no. If you have 208 flat HP is a flat HP roll. I think it's the minimum flat HP roll, right? And then you'd have 20,230. That would be acceptable as well. 20,230 is acceptable as well. But anyways, you got to keep a satisfying amount of HP. That's the requirement. I'm sorry. You're not allowed to not have a satisfying amount of HP. Other than that, crit rate circlet. Anyways, yeah, that's kind of it. Your artifacts are, I mean, getting a better flower, I guess. Duh. But attack time B's good, feather good. Goblet could be better, but it's goblets, so you know, goblet could be a lot better, actually. Right, but goblet is more an eventually problem. If you don't have any better goblet is something you can do eventually. If you really want to improve Arlecchino, sanctifying elixirs for a goblet in your situation may very well make sense. But right now, the immediate thing would be like crit rate circlet would improve the average damage, and then eventually you get a goblet that has like crit damage, more crit damage in it, right? And it could be just a goblet with just crit damage. It doesn't have to be double crit, right? So, yeah. Chocolate, sorry, we're finishing up donation reviews, which is I have a lot of donation reviews to finish, so. Singcho, Yelan, Furina. Singcho. I mean, I like this Singcho build. I'm not gonna lie. This is the press 1E and never have to worry about Singcho having his burst up build. So I like it. I'm not gonna lie. But if you're talking about optimizing Singcho, he can have about 100% less energy than this. Like his ER needs are around 180-ish with C6. I definitely prefer more than that. But you know, you could turn them ER into damage stats, right? It is ultimately all it is. That's certainly easier said than done. In your case, it would be switched to like an attack timepiece. Get a feather with crit. Yeah, get a flower that's better. That's basically it. I don't know. It's just welcome to Farming Emblem, and I don't think that's a very helpful. But that's honestly all there is to it. Ultimately, so like he doesn't really need to do that much damage most of the time in most of Singcho's teams. Like you use him for his high hydro application and defensive utility, and that's like what he needs to do. So like, does it matter? In my opinion, no. But you can definitely improve him and get him to deal meaningful damage with C6. So, you know, it's up to you if you want to spend the resources on that. Yelan is more worthwhile to spec into damage, in my opinion, because it's easier to get her doing really good damage. Yeah, you have a pretty good Yelan build for a starting point, I would say. For her, it's really just like a better flower, honestly. Yeah. That's the only realistic thing that's likely to allow you to improve the build is a better flower, which is a flower. If you strongbox for a little bit, it shouldn't be that hard, theoretically. Don't forget that HP percent substats are very relevant. You have, like, yeah, literally none. You have literally no HP percent substats. Back when I did my math on it, and this was, to be clear, this was math I think I was doing with Aqua Simulacra. Fab changes like the value of like the relative values of different stats a little bit, but HP percent rolls have really close to the value of crit rolls, ultimately. As long as you still have a balanced crit ratio. Your priority would be getting more crit rate, realistically, not getting more HP percent, for improving her damage. So, like the theoretical ideal would be turn this into a 15% crit rate flower with crit damage, HP percent or something, but yeah. Nothing that's like super easy and obvious, ultimately, and RNG dependent. So, yeah. The conjunction of Xingqiu and Yelan improvements might make Emblem worthwhile to Strongbox, though, for sure. Is what I would say. Is Fjord's good for Hyper Raiden? No, it does like half the damage of Staff of Scarlet Sands, quite frankly. It's unfortunate, but yeah, it just basically doesn't. Furina. And then Shilonen, which should be easy. I just think it's a pretty good Furina. Obviously, more crit damage could be nice, but you already have a pretty healthy amount of crit damage. The only realistic way of getting more crit damage is with a bunch of crit in your goblet, right? It surprises me that you wouldn't have a better off-piece goblet than this at AR-59. But if you needed it to meet her ER needs, it also still makes sense to use that, potentially. I feel like that Awamanda might have gotten struck by the oops, they didn't keep the HP double crit goblets throughout their like last year of playing the game or whatever. Oh, you have a bunch of good off-piece goblets. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, then I play around with that. If you, I don't know, depending on what teams you're using Furina in, right? With Fab Sword, this losing that ER may or may not be a problem. I don't know. So keep in mind the ER factor, but other than that, like the goblet is realistically the main improvement point. Getting more crit damage in particular. Obviously crit rate would be nice too, duh. But yeah, I would, and getting a better circlet. Obviously, the circlet only has 2 relevant rolls on it. So yeah, there's improvements that can be made, but I think the most obvious place is either just better substat circlet, but that circlets suck to farm for, so it's mostly just the goblets. If we literally just slap a, I don't know, 40 CV, 10 crit rate, 20 crit damage goblet, HP goblet, 67% crit rate, 140 crit damage, 137% crit damage, is suddenly a lot better. I do think it's worth leveling up her burst to level 10 eventually, by the way. Obviously, you can level her to 90 eventually, get her skill leveled up more, whatever, but yeah. Shilonen. Your Shilonen is perfectly functional. The only thing you might want to consider is maybe doing an ER timepiece to be able to burst more consistently, but you won't necessarily have to. Particularly, there's a lot of teams where she can burst consistently on this much ER. It depends on the team. I think if you're using her in a one skill per rotation team, right, then this might not be enough ER, and that would be an ER timepiece situation. But also, you have a ton of ER substats. It's still pretty dang good. I think you'll be fine most of the time. It's just in the conjunctions of if you want to, since you have a not C2 Furina, right? Min-maxing her healing might be something worth doing. And you could very potentially use a HP, like a healing bonus circlet with def percent substats, and then maybe need to switch to an ER timepiece with def percent substats as well. And that could be a better optimized healing build, particularly for pairing with Furina. And you would probably still be able to get this passive fully procced, because you can, if you, I think the breakpoint to aim for is in her base stats, like pre-reading getting the defense buff from her passive, right? Is I think with 2900 defense to aim for ish, because right now you have more defense than you need to actually max out the Peak Patrol song. So the defense now just goes towards more healing. But yeah, that's kind of it. It's mostly just a problem of if you're using her with Furina, you want to min-max her healing potentially. Is not, but if I don't know, it's up to you. How much you care about the combat of the game, whether or not you need to min-max that kind of thing. So yep, your Shilonen is perfectly functional at baseline though, since she doesn't have any specific stat requirements other than, in your case, meeting the defense requirement, which you already did for her weapon. Yep. Up to you. Anyways, no, we're not doing any more random reviews. I'm finishing up donations. So thank you, Alamanda. All right, Vix. Tignari and Rio. Let's go. I am going to lose my sanity slightly. We got only 15 more to go. I need to go faster. I don't necessarily want to go super fast because it seems rude. 999 achievements. Nice. You're not allowed to get another achievement. Alright. Yeah, this is... wait. Oh, 2-piece, 2-piece. Slight rarity. 2-piece, 2-piece with C2. Interesting. I have no idea what kind of damage this Kenichi gets. Probably a lot. Because... it's quite frankly, doing 2-piece, 2-piece when you have a very healthy crit ratio anyways, right? Like, the benefit of the new set is like, okay, yeah, you could have 100% crit rate. But, like, I don't know. This is a good enough 2-piece, 2-piece build that the value of farming the new set is not insanely high, quite frankly. Especially in conjunction with the constellations. So, he hits 600k. Yeah, I think you're fine. I think you're fine. I think if your Kenichi gets to the point of 600k damage on his, like, for reference, my C0 Kenichi with Wolf's Greystone, which performs very similar to R5 of the craftable, gets like 160, 170k. So, I think you're fine. That's in the Emilie burning team, by the way. In the current Abyss cycle, not the previous Abyss cycle. The previous Abyss cycle, remember, vastly cranked up his damage. Rio. Oh wait, we weren't even supposed to look at Kenichi. My brain. Bad. I'm wasting time. Oh boy. This is 100% crit rate Tignari. Sorry, 99.5. Very nice. This is a very, very strong Gilded Dreams Tignari. Yep. Yep. I think C1 does boost his cannon. Yes, C1 gives him 100% crit damage. That's part of why I was saying that I don't think it's super relevant to go for it. Like yes, you go for the crit rate set, which gives you the ability to have even more crit damage potentially. But then, like, you're already getting a ton of crit damage for free from C1. Such as, like, okay, the extra, like, I don't know, 40... Let's say 40% crit damage that you could build if you got similar quality of stat value on Kenichi artifacts and the new artifacts. Extra 40% crit damage, yes, could be meaningful. But when you're already at 287% crit damage, an extra 40% crit damage makes less relative difference than it would when you have 187 crit damage and are going to 220, right? Like that 40% makes more difference without C1 than it does with. So it is less relevant in this case, I think, to actually care about the 4-piece in the new set. Anyways. Rio. C1 Rio. Nice. So he's not HP negative. Yay! Why did they... Why? It's not that much of a problem, but, like, why? Why did they make him HP negative? Anyways, whatever. This is a good Rio. Very good Rio. Healthy amount of EM substats. Very healthy amount of attack. Obviously, 100% crit is nice. Very, very well balanced Rio. Yep. Very nice. Triple crown. Respect it. You got the Rio dedication. Unlike Mihoyo, who has decided no cryo units get to exist forever. Indeed another leaked cryo character. Next is Rupture. Next is Rupture. Rupture, are you still watching? Because I think you did 3 donations, but then you didn't give me the UID once. But I guess if you want me to look at something... they asked about Mount Yoimiya, which I did talk about earlier. But anyways. We'll do Vlad. Because that should be quick. Vlad says, do whatever you like. And then they... Oh yeah, they had a typo, didn't they? There we go. They misspelled you already. Found it. Thank you, Vlad. They said, do however you like. Rupture. Alright, Rupture, yeah. Try to get your UID. And I'll look at yours in a second. Oh, nice. There you go. Got it. Thank you. Causable. You want me to look at? Alright. Yeah, Vlad wants to look at whoever I like. 5-piece emblem is interesting. I'm getting the vibe that you use Carry Dia on emblem sometimes, but you may have yoinked an artifact for someone else. Actually, I don't know. This kind of just do be how emblem Raiden can, or emblem Dia can be sometimes, because you know, ow, I just bonked my knee on my desk. I'm stupid. I was shifting around. Yeah, this should be enough ER, I think, for Mono Pyrodia, by the way. Obviously, Solo Pyro, probably not. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a decent C2 Mono Pyrodia. Nothing insane. Yeah, I don't know. Man, Dia needs a lot of crit stats. Like, if you're using a non-crit weapon, you just want a lot of crit stats. So she's a bit of a pain to build, to say the least. It's hard to recommend carry Dia, but I like her. I love her. So, yep. What about Emilie? Nice. Yep, this is a very healthy Emilie. Nothing crazy. A little bit low in attack, but it's not like it's actually a problem. She'll still perform fine, I think. Yeah, how much attack percent you have in substats can really make a difference for how well your Emilie performs. Overall, it's just like a decently well-balanced Emilie without any particular insane artifacts. Obviously, a better goblet and timepiece could help a lot. So, you know, it's maybe worthwhile to deepwood or do some like deepwood strongboxing maybe for a better timepiece, or getting a lucky goblet. So yeah. Wait, they only said to look at one. I want to look at Chiori. Nice Chiori. I like it. C1 Chiori. I feel like most people that have Chiori at this point are going for that got Chiori originally. They just got Chiori because they really like Chiori, and then now they're going for C1 so they can use her in more teams. That's the vibe. Want to see Wander? Sure. Decent Wander. All right, let's do Rupture's Kazuha quick. Paste. Kazuha. I actually think your Kazuha is fine. I mean, you can level Iron Sting to 90. Get him leveled to 90, because it'll increase his swirl damage a little bit, but not like a crazy increase. You're already level 86. You don't need to refine Iron Sting anymore, by the way. That's pretty much irrelevant. Yeah, I mean, like, it's possible getting a little bit more ER on substats could be nice, but is it worth losing your sanity farming for it? Oh wait, no, you don't even have the freaking timepiece leveled up all the way. Yeah, level the timepiece to max. You might get another EM roll. This is actually just a really well-balanced Iron Sting Kazuha, honestly. So, yeah. Oh, it was 5-piece desert? That's funny, I didn't notice that. Chiori has the highest C6 ownership rate. That's really funny. I told you. Like, it's just, most of the people with Chiori are just people who like the character. And she's a more than functional character. I think people who really like Chiori, because most of the people that pull Chiori just like Chiori, they probably are getting her C1 just so they can use her in more teams. Anyways, I mean, they probably stop at level 86 because they don't have... They're AR 54, right? Like, they've got a decent number of characters, clearly, that they want to put resources into. So, I do think in Kazu's case, it makes sense to stop, like, not quite level Kazuha to level 90 until they have a little bit of surplus of resources. So... yeah, I think it makes sense. Oh yeah, you don't have these level 90, level 20 yet. So yeah, honestly, like for being AR 54, this is an incredibly good and well balanced Kazuha build. I think you've gotten a little bit lucky ultimately with your ER rolls. But yeah, if you get like the perfected build would, in my opinion, be, you know, an EM roll here at level 20 in the timepiece, an EM roll in the flower at level 20, an ER roll at level 20 in the feather, and then an ER roll in the EM goblet and EM circlet. And like that would put you at like 200 ER, which is probably more than you need, but like having that extra could be nice. And then you would have, with like a level 90 Iron Sting, you'd be at like 850 EM. It's basically an ideal Iron Sting Kazuha build for being able to universally burst consistently and get very good buffing and whatever normal Kazuha things. So yeah, no, like you don't need really to improve your Kazuha build. It would just be nice if you got some more ER rolls or EM rolls. and that's kind of it. But it's not going to make or break the build. Like, you don't really have to worry about it. Just finish leveling up the stuff. That's all. And each one of your artifacts is worth taking to 20, because any one of them can get a good additional roll, right? So, anyways, yeah, I don't know. It's just very good. I think you got the right idea. So, even a bad Kazuha was still a good Kazuha. Yeah, there's that. True. Posted a clip in account build help. Thanks, Skev. I'll try to remember to check that out. Feel free to ping me if I forget, though, because I'm gonna be taking a break after I'm done streaming in 3 hours. Maybe we'll see. All right. That's tiny next. All right. All right. They asked for like 5 different characters. We'll try to go through them a little bit faster. I said it a lot, but you know, C2 Nahida 8 180. What does that mean? What does 8 180 mean? Shalonen took it all. Like they're going. Oh, they're going for C2 Nahida. That's fair. Okay. Cinnabar Spindle is not very good on her, by the way. I'm pretty sure the craftable is just better. Actually, I don't know. I don't know how much better it is. I can't remember off the top of my head. It's probably relatively similar as far as just like generic healing utility goes, so it's not really necessary, I guess. But the skill damage doesn't do anything for her because she doesn't really do damage, but not technically useless. So yeah, I guess it's just a flex. Yeah. Anyways, we weren't supposed to look at that. Good job being fast by looking at the characters that they didn't even ask for. This is just a really good Arlecchino. Yep. This is why deathmatch is great on her. It makes it so much easier to balance her crit. Yeah, this is just a very healthy Arlecchino. Very, very healthy Arlecchino. Ula. The end user license. Oh my god. C6 end user license agreement. My god. Yep. You're not bursting very consistently, I don't think. But I respect the Eula dedication. Good lord, these artifacts. Good lord, these artifacts. What the frick? If we teleport to Fairy Tale Land and turn all of your HP rolls into ER, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that would put you at 130 ER. Like that, there you go. So just keep farming and get the literal perfect artifacts. Yay. Oh yeah, she has more than 40% crit rate. True, they are a fake human main. So yeah, anyway, the ER is a little bit of a problem, but you know, other than that, wow. I honestly, like, being that half of the reason people just play Eula is just to get the satisfaction of executing the combo correctly and getting the massive number. They don't care about bursting consistently, they just care about getting the big number. I don't care. They're running 40-second rotations, it's fine. 40-second rotations just doesn't matter. If you still clear, technically it doesn't matter. So, you know. Yeah, I get it. It's just not ideal, obviously. Anyways, Furina, Yelan, Dia. Furina. Key of Cautious Suit, C6 also. Wow. ER check. Okay, it's much worse on her not to consistently burst. But your crit ratio is very, very insane. Also, oh, I made fun of C6 MH Furina people earlier. And well, we don't need to repeat what I said there. I think C6 Furina on MH doesn't make much sense because she doesn't actually on field for that long. But yeah, very nice build. You'll get some decent damage out of her for 2 seconds. What are we looking at? Yelan, Dia, Emilie. Alright. Oh wait, where did we look at Dia? Wait, did we? No, we didn't look at Dia. This is just another... This is a mono pyro Dia, but with a lot stronger of a build. Not a pyro goblet, though. Yep, just a pretty decent mono pyro Dia. Oh, but they're a fake Dia main. They're not level 7 friendship with level 2 burst and level 5 skill. Excuse me? Oh, no, you're fake. You're a fake Dia user. Let's be real. They're trying to trick me. They're trying to trick me. You just started building her? Oh, okay. You're forgiven. Just in case you didn't know, the burst... You're doing a burst build. The burst is going to be the priority over the skill. So the skill is not in your relevant board over damage. Particularly with C2 and C1. But, you know... Sorry for calling you out, but you're still you're temporarily a fake Dia user, okay? I have no idea how viable HP Goblet is on her, by the way. I have not checked that. I think it's probably okay, especially when you're getting a bunch of ER from it. Like, technically this is a 0 dead stat Goblet, right? Dia skill, it's coordinated. I mean, Dia skill is one of the most relevant thing about her kit. Not for her DPS playstyle, but it is the most relevant thing about her kit. So, yeah. It does off-field pyro. There's so few options for off-field pyro in the game, it's very significant. And it's coordinated attacks. It doesn't require, like, doing normal attacks. It just happens based on other damage happening. And that makes it really useful in a lot of different ways. On top of the defensive utility that she offers. So, anyways. This is a strong Yelan. Yep, this is just a really strong emblem Yelan. With a little bit low of a crit rate ratio, but... There's not an easy, obvious way to fix that, so... Yep. I think it's fine. It's perfectly fine. Dia and Mualani a good combo? Yeah, I play Dia and Mualani almost exclusively together. Emilie, I missed Emilie. 4-piece Reverie. Dendro Goblet has not leveled up all the way, which... That's fair. I probably also would not bother leveling this to 20. I mean, technically, to be clear, it's worth it. But... Oh, wait, actually, you're doing 2-piece. I thought this was 4-piece of the new set. Okay. Really? You don't have any better Dendro Goblet than this? Just to... Like... But use it, forcing the... I mean, it's an onset Dendro Goblet lets you use this off-piece, right? But... It's a little bit unfortunate if you don't have any better Dendro Goblet. Yeah. Other than that, though, the overall balance is fine. It's certainly not insane for a Lumiduce LAG build, right? But you have a very high amount of attack, even though you're a bit lacking in like some crit or whatever. You have a very high amount of attack, which is pretty significant. So actually, wait, I thought you would have attack percent subs. Oh yeah, no, duh. You have a high amount of attack. You're doing 2-piece. Herp derp. Duh. So yeah, if you have someone else in the Deepwood on the team, this is still a very good option. It's a usable build, by all means, I think. But obviously getting a good and better Goblet would be nice. So, yeah. Started farming the domain a week ago. Okay, that's fair. If you have Deepwood, by the way, it's like worth considering using Deepwood on her, in my opinion. Versus bothering continuing to farm this set, but I don't know, if you just wanted to farm it for like, I don't know. Your Arlecchino build is really good. Like, it's going to be really, really hard to replace your Arlecchino build with 4-piece Whimsy. So, like, if that was your justification for farming it, I don't know. Nahida has all your Deepwood. I mean, none of your pieces on Nahida are particularly good for Emilie. That just tells me you haven't farmed that much Deepwood, which is fine. So I don't know. Yeah, it might be worth continuing to farm that domain for her. But it also might be fine to leave her on 2-piece. I don't know. I haven't messed around with her much on 2-piece because I use Deepwood on her. Anyways. Thank you, Tiny, for letting me look at those. And for the donation. Review Ayaka, Arlecchino, Hatham. And love the videos. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Ayaka, yeah. C2, Ayaya. This is a very healthy freeze Ayaka. I apologize for not having meaningful thoughts, but this is just a very healthy freeze Ayaka. And obviously the problems you're going to face with this build is not really because of the build, it's because of the fact that Mihoyo really doesn't want to let people use freeze through a full side of Abyss ever, basically. They always put bosses. I don't know, when was the last time we had an Abyss that didn't have a bosses on both sides, sorry. Right. Like freeze can be situationally useful for specific chambers. So like, yeah. Anyways. Yeah, side 1 can be usable for her right now for sure. For the beasties. So yeah, your build is very good. Arlecchino, hate them. This is a good Jade Spirit build. Look at that goblet. That's a very nice goblet. This goblet makes me slightly upset about my goblet on polearms only, right? My polearms only goblet is technically slightly better than this, right? But only because, like, it was a 4-line, but it triple minimum rolled into crit rate, so it has 2% more crit rate than this goblet. And that upsets me. Because it was so close to so much better. But the triple minimum rolls, God, I hate, 1 minimum roll is like whatever. But triple minimum rolls is where things start to be like, oh, come on. Right. I hate the stupid roll variance in the artifact system. Yeah, anyway, this is a good whimsy build. Timepiece could be better. Like if you're like really wanted to, I don't know. I was gonna say if you really wanted to get like 200 crit damage or something, it might be possible by like losing your sanity farming for a better timepiece or something, or better flower. I don't know, that has more crit damage rolls. You get two more high crit damage rolls, right? So like a timepiece with 23% crit damage, and then a feather with 21% crit damage would get you to 200. But that's just like do you need to do that? No. I showed no crit Arlecchino working. in a hyper carry Arlecchino team, I showed no crit Arlecchino clearing Abyss. So like, I don't think it matters. But I can see why you'd aim for that for satisfaction. Nice, using Chiori weapon on a Alhaitham is pretty decent. I think you might need a bit more ER, but other than that, your Alhaitham build is very good. Yeah. Also, Jesus Christ, this EM timepiece. Holy my gosh. Also, this feather. My gosh. Okay. Is that 50? That might be a 50. I don't really want to think about it. That might be a 50 with 0 dead. Is that a 50 with 0 dead stats? Okay, now I know I do need to do that. I can't do the math right now. My brain doesn't function. Times 2 plus 13. No, it's not. It's a 47. Same difference though. Like 3 crit value does not a difference make with a high roll attack, high roll ER. Anyways, oh yeah, the goblet. Yeah, okay. I didn't even notice the goblet. To be clear, you know, when the goblet enables this kind of timepiece, that do be when onset goblets kind of don't matter. They don't have to be really good. They just need to enable the cracked off fee. Oh, that's really funny. Oh yeah, why are they level 81 and double crown? Yeah, that's fair. What? It's the next elixir use? Oh yeah, that makes sense. He'll probably get a lot stronger. I think you might... Oh boy. What do you choose for the substats in the goblet? I think you have to choose ER. You're broke on books? Ah, I see. Am I wrong on this? I think you have to choose ER if you're using the elixir, right? I think you choose ER and crit rate. But it could be really sad if it's like ER crit and then it like def percent flat def or something, right? Like if you want to go the more high risk high reward, you could choose double crit and just hope with one of the other 2 substats is ER, right? But ER might be more important to your build ultimately right now, is why it might technically make more sense to guarantee ER from the elixirs. I don't know. It's hard to say. High risk high reward might be just do double crit anyways and just cross your fingers, hope for an ER roll. Not doing double crit feels like a waste. I agree, on a goblet, not doing double crit does feel like a waste. Because even if it ends up not being that amazing for Alhaitham, at least it could be good for someone else. Like as a generic double crit goblet for Kanich or whatever. We already have an onset on him, but anyways. Yeah, I don't know. You probably just choose double crit because it would feel bad. But especially on a goblet. Alright, we're thank you for the donation, Pika Pika man. Love the vids. Look at Furina because of the satisfying crit ratio. Okay. and then Tignari. Let's go. Nice. 9180. Very good. ER check. I mean, other than the ER, yeah, I like it. I like a crit ratio. Double crown and very nice. Very nice. Slurred my words there. Look at this goblet, though. This is a weird goblet. Yeah, being an on-set goblet, I very much would err on the side of this is probably better than whatever HP goblets you have. Because 3 high HP percent rolls. I think this is 3 max. Is that 3? No. I don't think it's quite 3 max rolls, but it's definitely 3 high HP rolls. Plus 3 ER rolls, or 3 crit rolls, and an ER roll. Like, overall, very good. Just hopefully you have an ER timepiece available. That's all. Anyways. Very nice. Tignari. Not level 90 yet. That's fine, I guess. Slingshot. Very nice. 69% crit rate. Also nice. Yeah. This is a healthy 2-piece build. 4-piece troop, 4-piece Gilded Dreams, and 4-piece Deepwood might be worth considering. I've actually had a few teams where I've been like using Yae Tignari together, and I didn't have someone on Deepwood, and I'm just like, I'm considering strongboxing more Deepwood again, for trying to get Tignari just to a Deepwood build, so I don't have to think about it. It would definitely be a lot worse than my Wanderer's Troop build when I am using Deepwood, but I don't know. It's one of those things that's really annoying to have to think about using Deepwood in Dendro DPS when you're using units that deal a bunch of Dendro damage. I found it highly annoying. But, yeah. Oh wow, the Furina feather. Oh wow, indeed, yep. Honestly, it's just fine. Like, because Furina has so much ER needs and whatever, and the fact that HP is a very valuable stat, like, a piece that has 10.5 crit rate, 20 crit damage, and then HP percent ER is a significantly better piece than this, right? The crit value is very woo, but the actual stat value when Furina has so many different relevant stats for her is kind of just whatever. It's very high stat value. It's still very good, obviously. If we're just talking changing, you know, but like if we literally just change this defense roll to an HP percent roll and then lose one of the crit damage rolls, it's basically the same artifact functionally as far as the damage output goes. If you lose a crit damage roll, gain an HP percent roll, it's close to the same. I should disable donations after 3 hours. I don't think I can disable donations. I'm pretty sure. I unironically would have disabled donations if I could. But I think the only way to disable donations is if I disabled them on my whole channel. And then I have to remember to turn that back on. So, anyways. Yeah. Make sure you can burst consistently on your Furina. Other than that, you're fine. Your Tignari is a pretty decent in-progress build, I think. But probably worth heading towards either 4 Wanderer's Troop, 4 Deepwood, or 4 Gilded eventually, maybe. If you use them a lot. But if you don't use them a lot, I think it's fine. Usually Tignari is not the main one carrying a team's damage, so you want to have some kind of other damage going on in the team. Which means it's not as vital to have like an optimized build on him compared to like a hyper carry unit, where they're dealing entirely the team's damage. Is all it is. So yeah. Pulsar Games. Oop, I just copied the wrong part of the message. Yoimiya and Furina, feel free to browse. I do want to browse. I do want to... Oh. Did I copy it wrong? 707 164098. No, they don't exist. 707-146. I see. Good. Glad you're still in chat. 707-146-098. Alright. Why does that UID not exist? It's not that you knew it. This is an older UID. 164 should exist, right? That's what's confusing to me, actually. Because it should say that player exists, but that they like don't have their like they might have been like a world level 1 player or whatever. Like a account that was made, but like the UID should exist. Because the UIDs just tick up in 1 anytime someone makes an account. Oh, yeah, I guess it might be hidden, but why is it hidden? It doesn't matter. Oh, C6 Yoimiya, wow. Also 100% crit rate, nice. Also 4-piece echoes. Interesting. I mean, it's fair. It's normal attack bonus. It's a flat normal attack bonus, and Yoimiya's multipliers aren't insane, so flat like same reason like Yunjin actually works pretty well with her. Flat normal attack bonuses can make her deal meaningful more damage. It's definitely an option for her. I don't know why you farmed so much of it, but over other options. But this is an insane build, that's for sure. Yeah. Look at this goblet, nice. Also, look at this. Actually, look at this circlet. Jesus Christ. Look at all of it. I don't know. Anyways, wow. Low-paying player indeed. Yeah. They watch Zyx probably. Well, yeah, I'm assuming they're farming Vermilion, but they don't even have Shao on showcase. So, circlet was from the transmuter. Nice, nice. That is a lucky transmuter roll or elixir rolls. Furina as well. Okay. Very nice Yoimiya. C6 Furina. Wow. C6 Furina has more ER than the ER needs in this. I hate to break it to you. We saw the one really fun C6 Furina. Like, I don't know, man. There's so many fun things you can do with C6 Furina. Like, you can just do Fab and 0 artifacts in C6 Furina and it'll work. It will work. So every time I see an MH Furina, there's a little bit more of my soul dies inside. As someone who has very much like thought a lot about Furina's kit and like her a lot. Your ER though, I mean, yep. Yeah, your Furina hits some big damage, and I'm happy for you. If it's what you like, you do you. I don't care. It's your friggin' account. You don't need me to tell you anything. I think you know what you're doing, probably. Yep. It makes me sad, because I think there's so much more interesting things you can do with their C6 is all. Like Sack Sword. C4 gives a lot of ER too. It doesn't give you enough ER to make 104 ER. Yeah. But, anyways. Yeah, if you're one rotating things, yes. It doesn't really matter. But, yep. You're one rotating things that have C6 of characters. Well, you don't have... Actually, you didn't go that crazy. Why... How do I run into 2 C6 Zhonglis in one stream? This is what tells me something's wrong with people. Like, I get C6 Furina. Because, like... People get baited by the on-fielding, the off-fielder constellation, even though it doesn't actually let her be on-field that long. Unless you Sack Sword. Sack Sword isn't that much longer, to be clear, but it does let you do it again. Whatever. So, are you doing donations to get reviews? I mean, yes, right now I'm finishing donation reviews, but also please don't donate anymore. I have so many to go through still. Why? 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 Justify yourself. You never thought about Sack Sword? You'll try it out? Yeah, it's going to be less damage, but you're going to get double the instances over C6, right? So you can on-field her more. So you're going to see less damage on screen. And like, it's going to be lower note damage. It's not necessarily a damage improvement, but it's more on-fielding her, which is more fun. And it's more Hydra application, and it's more like potential healing. There's all kinds of like weird nuance. Like her C6, I still wish her C6 was her C2. Because her C6 is so interesting in how it lets you like choose between that extra application, or it gives you extra application kind of regardless, but that extra damage, like when I was trying to figure out like the optimal C6 utility is like, I believe it's doing 2 instances of her healing slash and then 1 instance of her higher damage slash, and the Sack Sword lets you double that. So I don't know if you do 3 of each or if you do 4 of healing and 2. No, you'd probably do 2 healing, because you don't need more healing than you need healing for the team. So you do 2 healing and 4 high damage instances. But anyways, it's so weird. So whatever. Yep. Thanks for donating. Let's move on so we can get through things. Ryuth, thank you. Kirara, Lynette, and Diona. Alright, all the 4 stars. Let's go. Oh, wait, what do we got? Kiwawa, a physical cat. Oh boy. I mean, yeah, she's got fun normal attack animations with it, like claw swipes and all that. I enjoy just doing bam, big burst multiplier damage mode on her. Also, wait, you're doing gilded with physical. So I guess they're doing hybridy, I guess. Hybridy dendro physical. And quite frankly, it doesn't make sense to do hybridy physical, whatever. Sorry. Physical damage is just not very good. Unfortunately. Test right now. You can check out the donation if you want to see a breakdown, but right now I'm only doing donation reviews because I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I spent the first chunk of the stream doing randomized reviews. I alternate these streams between doing randomized and donation reviews. Now I'm just trying to finish up the donation reviews, which I have a lot of today for some reason. But yeah, Triple Crown Cat. I respect it. I like Kira was so fun to DPS. I don't know. She's still one of the most fun 4-star characters to DPS, just because she has the right level of satisfaction to be able to get some decent damage from her skill and fun burst, do weird things with like grouping the balls. Like she can trigger a surprisingly good amount of damage from just like all the enemies running into her stupid dendro ball and triggering reactions. It's fun. I like her quite a lot. But anyways, Aquila is a stand-in for now. Oh, interesting. What are you trying to get? Should have 2.1k attack without buffs like that. Yep. That seems normal with the... Is Aquila the best sword for physical in terms of general DPS? I mean... No. Because... You know, other... Let's say you're doing, like, physical plunge DPSing or something, right? Or, like, yeah, physical damage bonus is good for physical plunge DPSing, but... The alternative is, like, something that gives a bunch of crit. And then you can just... stack more crit stats, and that will make you do more damage potentially than just a little bit of damage bonus, especially because they're releasing so many different ways of giving a damage bonus in this game, like the Shalonen's weapon or Furina, and the new artifact set does not give damage bonus. I was going to say the artifact set does not give physical damage bonus. It used to originally, but it doesn't anymore. So yeah. And what team's going to Kirara like this be in? I mean, you'd be functioning the team around, like, just having some off-field damage. Let's say you're doing Nahida, Yae, Official, something like that. Or, I mean, to be clear, I like doing DPS Kirara with Bennett just to, like, amp up her attack multiplier to get a big number on her burst. So, I guess Nahida, Yae, Bennett. Where like no particular unit needs to be on field, so Kirara you can just like run in box cat form mode, get some spread damage, get some decent skill damage, do her big bomb, switch to Yae, do a burst in Yae, also C4 Nahida, kind of thing. So yeah. Anyways, Lynette, nice DPS Lynette. Yep. Hopefully you have C6 Fires on. If you don't, it's going to be a bit worse. But yeah, C6 Fires on. Lynette, Furina, obviously Furina with MH here. Pretty dang good. Nice DPS Lynette. She's fun to DPS, but I don't think I'll ever really return to it, quite frankly. But anyways. And they like furries. Oh yeah, that's true, they might. I mean, they're not really furries. If you like furries, there's a real furries in Zenless Zone Zero. Oh boy. Almost bow charge attack, what? Melt Diona? Alright. You know what? I don't think it's going to be very good. Because I don't even think I like Melt Ganyu that much. But I respect it. I like it. Oh boy. Diona I still think is like one of the more well-designed like defensive units in the game. But still ends up being relatively underwhelming because of what Mihoyo has done to Cryo. Ultimately. But yeah, I like it. What do you get for this Diona damage? I have no idea. I have no approximation. I'm gonna guess though, like in Burn Melt, probably like 60k is the optimistic estimate on a crit. It's pretty hard. Yeah, I suspect it. I suspect that. Control C. We'll do Louis Axis next. I'm just going in order. by the way. But all right. Aditya, you'll have to try to join a future stream. I'm just trying to finish up my donation reviews to end off the stream. I don't have that many left. Oh wait, I lied. I might have more left than I thought. I don't think I have too many though. I'm getting there. It can melt up to 100. Really? You get up to 100k in burn melt? Excuse me? Alright. Almost Bill might be doing more work than I thought there. What are we looking at? Toma, Shalonen, and Kanish. Alright. What about Toma? Staff of Toma. This is another... Wait. 4-piece flop. This is a weird... Get some DPS. Also get Virgin reaction damage on Toma. Weird. Yeah. Weird. That's all I can say. If you want to get more Toma damage, you probably want a Pyro Goblet instead of an HP Goblet. Nahida burn. Oh yeah, Nahida buff. Yeah, the Nahida EM buff. Yeah. Oh yeah, also freaking Diona's giving her own EM. She's giving 200 EM with her C6 too. I didn't factor that in. So like, yeah, that's funny. That is amusing. That like Diona charge attack with her like C6 EM buff can get in like Ganyu territory of melt damage. Ganyu should be better, and she is better, I think. She gets like 2 melts and whatever. But anyways, what team do you play Toma in? All of them? Yeah, this is a different approach to like the use Toma in all the teams build, never changes build, as the Guild of Dreams was. But the Guild of Dreams build, I'd say, was a little bit better because it had way more EM. This Burgeon Toma would be this Toma in Burgeon scenarios would be getting way less Burgeon damage, obviously. But it's still an interesting approach. I like it. I don't know. I find it funny how many people do Staff of Toma. I think it is one of the funner ways to do meme DPSing on characters. Yeah, I don't know. I like it. I don't think I have anything meaningful to say as far as like improving it goes, because you can improve it depending on what exactly you have going on in the team and how you're using it, but it's just like sacrificing different stats for different things. Shalonen and Kanish. This is just a pretty dang nice Kanish. Have his weapon. He basically has 100% crit rate. Very healthy amount of attack. Yeah, very healthy amount of attack. The Dendra Goblet is relatable, but like, if we pretend this was a 40 CV, right, and change this to 20% crit damage plus 10 crit rate, does the build meaningfully change? Like, yes, you'll see bigger number, but is it like, oh my god? No. Right? So, in my opinion, this Kanish is very good. With a nice, relatable goblet as a cherry on top. It's just an overall really well-balanced build and a good showing of how you don't need every artifact to be insane. You just need the overall stat balance to be good. Yep. Anyways, Shalonen. 4k. Defense. Well, C1 Shalonen. Interesting. You were either going for C2 and got unlucky, or you just want the exploration. Or more plunging. Either way, it's fine. I mean, you can probably burst consistently, and you probably heal quite a bit. Switching to a healing bonus circlet is probably going to be better. You don't need to hit any particular defense threshold for anything in her kit. Also, you R5 the weapon. Interesting. Yeah, I'd probably switch to a healing bonus circlet, quite frankly. But I don't think it actually makes that much of a difference. You'll probably heal plenty anyways. It's just, if you really need the extra healing for Furina, it might be worthwhile to consider. But this is the highest defense I've seen from Shalonen, and she just doesn't even have her signature. It's the base defense before the passive procs from her own passive, but also the weapon passive. So the Shalonen has like 4,600 defense or something. She will not die. Probably. Maybe. Anyways. 4,300 plus with weapon passive, yeah. I'm pretty sure you go up to like 4,600 with her own defense passive. Was that it? Alright, that was it. Alright, well, that was simple. Thank you, Louis X, for keeping it simple for me. Porter Reynolds. Makes me think, are you related to Porter Robinson? No, probably not. Also, Porter Robinson is just like the name of the artist. I don't think it's an actual name. Maybe it is. I don't know. I guess it could be their real name. I have no idea. I haven't looked into that person that much. 3k is more than you need. I mean, yeah, you don't need any particular amount of defense if you're not using her signature weapon. It's just for healing. Is all it really is for. Yelan and Raiden, actually. This is a very good engulfing Raiden. Yeah. Yeah, this is just this goblet. Wow. Yep, that's a very, very good engulfing Raiden. And another very, very healthy Yelan. Yep. No surprise, a lot of the donations are just people flexing their really good builds. Crazy. Never would have thought that happened. Why do you have an EM roll? Get it out of it. No. Is there anything I can nitpick? I don't know. Not really, to be honest. I would like to nitpick something, but it's like really hard. Yeah, I refuse to nitpick flat HP rolls because they're just, that's like theoretically kind of ideal. Not ideal to get the extra roll into it, to be clear, but ideal to have it as the last stat on an HP main set, right? So like, I don't know. Like it's basically a 0 dead stat Yelan. Wait, was that attack sans? No, it wasn't. Okay. Oh yeah, the Raiden was attack sans. That's fine. Yes, ER might be better stat for stat, but like this is a pretty dang good high stat value attack sans. I don't know if they have a really good ER sans. It's worth testing in case it's better, but it's kind of whatever. C1 Arlecchino on Homa, very nice. Yep, this is a very 2131 HP. Nice, I like it. Not quite as good as mine, I must admit. Mine 22,300 HP. It's like my favorite HP amount I have on any of my characters. She will never get changed. Or if I ever do change it, it's because I derped and I accidentally threw away one of her artifacts. But I hope I never do that by accident. Yep, anyway, that's just a really well-balanced Arlecchino build. Chiori. Miss Splitter. Interesting. That is a very good death goblet. Yep. Also, yep. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, this is a really good Chiori. Indeed. And a C1 Chiori, told you. Anyone who gets Chiori just gets her C1 now because they want to use her in more teams. Particularly Shilonen. I kind of want her C1. I'm not gonna lie. Because I want to do Shilonen Chiori. And not feel like I'm coping on Chiori's damage, right? Like, Shilonen Chiori is just, like, not worth when I have many other off-fielder options to pair with Shilonen. But, like, yeah, whatever. Anyways. Chiori does some skill damage. You press her skill, and then you press it again. She switches to the next character immediately. No annoying ping check. And then, if you have a construct at C0, she summons 2 dolls, so she does more skill damage. And her burst does some damage. But if she's C0, you want a construct. If she's C1, you just need a Geo character with her. Anyways. Lead character next to Fernie? What? Oh, Furina. For some reason, my brain, I don't know. Whatever. Thought you meant Kazuha. But no, yeah. Fake character here. This character doesn't exist. True. Yeah, well, we looked at everything. Alright, thank you, Porter Reynolds. Thank you. Lena Goth. Risley, Furina, Sing Cho. And they also said, sorry, but it is your time for review prison. Sorry again. Thank you for presenting me and presenting me bisexual guy. Very nice. Alright, let's review the bisexual gods characters. Risley. Is a very good Risley. He hits for some big damage. Got a healthy amount of EM. Not all these people have like really good Risley builds. Like, I don't think it's just a side effect of like he's a less popular character, like both a meta level and just in general. But there's still like a pretty dedicated. The people that pull for Risley really like Risley, right? Like that's why you pulled Risley. You're just like, big dragon hydro laser. Nah, I just want my prison boy. And like, so all those people that pulled for Risley are just like, you know, they just pull for him because they really like him, and therefore they're also gonna farm for an insane build on him. Yeah. Anyways, very nice Risley. Furina. Wolfang Furina. I think Wolfang's kind of a weapon on her, in my opinion. But you've got a it still gives some crit and whatever. The passive doesn't, the second part of the passive doesn't do anything for her. It's just the first part of the passive, which isn't nothing. It's not useless. I do think because of the crit it gives, it can be, particularly high refine, probably better than her, than the free-to-play one. But not like insanely so. But when you get a build like this for it, with a high refine one, I think this is a very strong Furina, and it makes sense to use potentially. I don't think it's necessarily worth like aiming for trying to get R5 of it to the battle pass. Honestly, the real reason to get it and to do a build on Furina with Wolfang is just because it looks better on her. So I respect you. Like, if you're deciding to like get a battle pass weapon for like drip reasons, that's kind of like, okay, I get it. I get why you would do like a slightly unoptimal weapon that makes her like still kind of hard to build, but still very doable. It's not useless. And you like go for refines for like just because you want to use the drippier weapon. But like pulling a weapon banner for drip is just like, oh, stop rewarding Mihoyo's cringe behavior, please. Don't reward Mihoyo's behavior by pulling just for drip, please. Anyways, too late. You're already going for the R5. I mean, you're committed now. Why would you not? Why would you not? But yeah, this is a very nice, like, Furina should work pretty universally in every freaking team. And there'll be rare instances where you might struggle to get your burst back or whatever, but like it's going to be minor struggles. And she'll do good damage, obviously. So yeah, no, I like it. It's a very nice universal build, is what I would say. Because yeah, I don't know. You got a very, very minor amount of dead stats. Like you got nothing to meaningfully improve, really, right? I like it. You're getting the talking stick from Battle Pass R8 and still going strong. Yeah, don't be Sylveon. Don't be Sylveon. Getting R8 of talking stick. That makes no sense. I don't understand why they made that thing. I think they're just like, well, Serpent Spine exists and it's stupidly universal. There is not anything we can possibly do to make the other new Battle Pass game more relevant, so just make it hot trash. And then their dev team was like, yeah, good idea. Because it'll get those people like Sylveon who for some reason just think it's funny. To be clear, I think Sylveon probably just bought 500 battle passes and there's not much need for her to choose a particular weapon. So, yeah. Anyway, this is a nice Xingqiu. Potentially more ER than you need, but again, as someone who... I prefer more ER on Xingqiu than it's necessary, so he's just super comfortable to play. And Xingqiu will get a decent amount of damage still. Yeah, it's a pretty dang healthy Xingqiu. Certainly not insane, but I also like this over a min-maxed crit build that has lower ER, personally. But, you know, your mileage may vary depending on how much you like using Xingqiu and what your other Hydro options are in the game. And Yelan, I think, was the last one. It was a good Xiangling build. Very good Xiangling build, honestly. Yeah. Elegy. Nice. It's a very nice Elegy build. Yep, just a really nice Elegy build. That's all. The shields still allow you to build stacks? What shield? I'm confused. Oh, the Serpent Spine on Noelle? Yes. You just have to not take damage on Serpent Spine. Anyways. Alright. Thank you, bisexual god. Lil said, keep up the good work, Saluna. I don't know if I saw that earlier. Thank you. Appreciate the donation. Alright, here we got the $20 donation one. Alright. Hopefully I can give you your money worth. I appreciate the $20. Feels excessive, but you know what? It was your decision, not mine. Barbara DPS, looking for general advice. I'm not sure what teams are best, whether to build her for charge attacks or do plunge. Generally speaking, plunges are just going to be stronger because Cloud Retainer just, yeah. Nice, you have Nubilet's weapon. What is it? This Nubilet's weapon busts charge attacks. So, you know, the passive of Nubilet's weapon, to be fair, doesn't do anything for plunging. But, you know, it's fine. And it's still a big stat stick, right? And you can do like 4-piece MH with Furina and plunge away, right? Like that's realistically going to be the easiest method to have a consistent performing Barbara. Yeah, you want to build, not sure whether to build her for charge attacks or do plunge. I have a good amount of 5-star catalyst, so feel free to suggest anything. I mean, I think Tome should be a pretty dang good option if you're doing charge attack Barbara, for sure. If you have the other 5-star catalyst as possible, you might have a build with MH that makes more sense when doing like plunging. But also, this still might be the best option for plunging. And also, again, depending on your artifacts, it's possible. The other weapons could be better too, just because, like, if you're doing charge attacks, you're fully speccing into, like, you know, attack scaling and having a higher base attack weapon with, I don't know, like, Lost Prayers or something. You know, do Lost Prayers, use a crit damage circlet, depending on what exactly your circlet might give you an overall better build that might just perform more consistently or whatever, yada yada. Point being, for the charge attack playstyle, I don't think this is necessarily ideal. But it also still can be very good. Like, you know, it's just something you gotta mess around with. I think you're probably, if you have different 5-star options though for DPS Barbara, you're probably just splitting hairs at that point. Your overall stat balance though with this build is very good, it seems like. You have a very healthy amount of EM and a healthy amount of everything. So the only thing you're low in is attack, but you know, you're probably doing, if you're doing like Vape Barbara, you're probably doing like Shungling Bennett Barbara, of course. I guess you could do burning variations, of course. That's probably what I'd do. I probably would try to make Emilie Dia work. just do Mualani Barbara edition, right? I could do Shilonen Barbara Dia Emilie. Let's go. I don't know if you have Emilie. You probably don't, but you could do, you know, Nahida plus Dia on 4-piece instructors and the Sumeru craftable. You can pick up that little leaf. You get like 240 EM buff on top of the EM you already have, on top of the EM from Nahida. You'll trigger some pretty dang big vaporizes, right? So yeah, and it's just then it's a question of like stamina management. It's awkward, right? But I think the charge attack playstyle will be more fun because, you know, you get to see Barbara's like fun little like music note animation and whatnot, compared to doing plunge. Plunge is fun and it's fun to see big number. It's fun to have an option to do it if you just want to play Barbara DPSing, right? But I do think the higher skill, if you're really dedicated to specifically DPS Barbara, the higher skill, more satisfying route is trying to make charge attacks work. Yeah, you have burn vape teams, where you're using burning for pyro application. You have Shungling variations where you can just do Bennett Shungling. Bennett Shungling can obviously do meaningful damage, and then you do Barbara. And then you add in a last slot for whatever buffing. You could probably, Shilona is probably still ideal. So if you don't have Shilonen is probably a compelling reason to choose Barbara. Same problems that like Mualani has with trying to like do VV vape setups Barbara would have. So the higher uptime for Shilonen's buff and guaranteeing you always get the red shred buff even if you don't get damage bonus is going to be very good. But yeah, I would lean towards for ease of play doing burn vape. So Dendro plus some off-field pyro. I like Dia as the best option for it. For some defensive utility, interruption resistance, and buffing with instructors. Or tenacity would work actually in Barbara's case too. It'd be a little bit worse than instructors for like seeing the biggest number possible, because instructors 120 EM will make you see a meaningfully higher number than instructors. But maybe instructors are just the easier option because you have the artifacts for it. And can make Dia tank more damage, I guess, right? So yeah, the interruption resistance, I think, from Dia is probably one of the main selling points. Otherwise, you could do, of course, Zhongli, Bennett, Shungling, right? You have different options. It's just the problem of figuring out what you want to do for pyro application to get big numbers on her charge attacks. You could also just do like the mono Hydra route, to be clear. You could do Furina, Barbara, Kazuha, someone for a healer. Bennett, duh, I guess, right? And you'll see some big damage on fielding her there. It's not really mono Hydra, I guess, with Bennett per se, but anyways, you have some different options. And you can use it just as in weird teams as like an on-field driver. I do think she's a unit that can be made use of pretty decently because Hydro is strong. So as long as your team is doing some amount of things off-field, and then you can get additional value from having on-field Hydro application, just driving it, whatever extra reactions. Like you don't have to just be playing her to get big damage numbers, right? You can just happen to get some decent damage from her in conjunction with Hydra application doing something else for the team. So, yeah. I don't know. I think DPS Barber is really fun. It's something I might work on eventually. Although, now that Mualani exists, it because they made, a character dedicated to that Hydro Vaporized playstyle, makes me care a little bit less personally about it. So nice to see the Nilu. There you go. There's their Nilu. Looks like a fairly standard Nilu Bella key. Yeah. I don't know. Do you have Dia, Edward? I see you in chat, by the way. Oh, you do have Dia. Yeah, I see it. Okay. Nice. Yeah, so Dia on, if you want to like get the biggest number possible, Dia on the R5 of the Sumeru craftable claymore with the 4-piece instructors. Will give a 240 EM buff. That's what I do with Mualani. And it can significantly increase your damage, but the uptime of the buff is not super high. So Tenacity might be a compelling choice, just for the higher uptime. I would still use the Sumeru craftable though, because like why not? Yeah. Wanted to see Vape. Nilu disappointed. That's true. That's true. They can do that in the future. Then Kiyevkaja's suit. It's good for Vape Nilu. Anyways. Yeah, I like it. I don't know. If you're on my Discord server, feel free to keep us updated on how your experimentation with Barbara goes. It is very likely that, yeah, Shalonen could be compelling to pull for. Alternatively, though, Mavuika or Pyro Traveler, we'll see. Maybe we don't know what their kit looks like, right? We'll know next month. But Mavuika and Pyro Traveler are the unknown factors as far as like additional Pyro application options that we might have in the future that could give you new options for teams on her. So if you're saving Primo Gems for things that are relevant for Barbara, right now Shalonen is potentially relevant, but then consider saving for Mavuika because she very well might be very relevant for DPS Barbara. We'll see. That's probably all I can say. But yeah, our team options are ultimately for like the Vaporized playstyle are going to be relatively limited just by not having a lot of off-field power options in the game. The next donation I have is from Matzio. They said I might have missed their donation. Did I? I could have sworn I didn't. Did I miss Matzio's donation? Oh, here I found it. They said characters. They just said characters in their showcase. Did I miss this one? Chat. Did I really miss this one? I don't know. I'm sorry if I missed this one. You should have been like an hour ago. If I missed this one, I apologize. Probably Crit Rate Circlet. I feel like I did. This seems very familiar. I don't know. It's hard to tell. This looks like a very familiar profile. Maybe not? I have no idea. No, I don't think I saw that. No, maybe not. I think you did it? Okay, well, in case I didn't. Quick, like, glance through, what can you immediately fix? Crit Rate Circlet. RNG, have fun. I don't have meaningful advice. This is just the pain of building Hu Tao with Staff of Homa. Nah, I'd remember if you checked mine. Alright, sweet. Then we'll go through it. Sorry for missing it. I definitely thought I did. Because I knew I saw it earlier, and then I just somehow... Yeah, my bad. You were correct. I didn't need to skip it. I'm sorry. I mean, more crit rate, yes, but it's not. This is not a situation to switch to crit rate circlet, in my opinion. No, there's not much to improve, honestly. I mean, yeah, you could get more crit rate, and get a better HP timepiece. Really, is the only thing you can meaningfully improve here. Yeah, better goblet too, but the goblet stat values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 relevant rolls on an onset goblet is pretty dang good. Feather flower, obviously very good. And like, if you need the ER, this timepiece is very good, but I think you probably don't need the ER with C1. So like the timepiece could be improved. Is probably the most notable improvement there. Furina, C2. Crit rate circlet. Yeah. Also ER check, but you have a non-ER timepiece already, so you probably have the ability to just switch to an ER timepiece, and that's fine. Replacing this circlet is hard, though, considering... Yeah, I can see if you're using this circlet just because of the fact that it has 22 ER. So, you know, crit rate circlet would be ideal, but losing that ER is not ideal. So, you know, yep. I'd also get lost with this amount of people. Thanks for thanks for understanding. C1 new Verlet. Crown burst, nice. I'd crown the skill before the burst personally. Just saying. It doesn't matter. Both of them are not really that relevant. Crown. Yeah, no, it seems like a pretty good new Verlet, and you're probably doing double Hydra with Furina if you have C1, I'm assuming. Because why else get C1 if you're not doing double Hydra with him? Or with Child. The best modern use case for Child with C1 Nuvulette. Donation reviews left. I think one more after this one. Although Ish didn't specify what they wanted me to look at, so that means it's up to my interpretation. Yep, as a clan build. Yep. Nice clan build. You have enough ER. Crazy. Well, mostly. Oh my god, the amount of... Wow. Wow, I would love artifacts like that. I don't have any artifact that has that much ER. Yep, nice clan build. EM build on Raiden. I do like the idea. Well, actually, yeah. R5 Ballad of the Fjords, by the way, for Hyper Bloom Raiden is technically more EM than Dragon's Bane. And it has the minor side benefit of like, hey, it gives some crit, so you can just like situationally use her burst once, like to like get that enemy's last 10% HP down slightly faster, kind of thing. It's not Hybrid Raiden, but it is technically giving slightly higher value to using her burst in a normal Bloom build. So yeah, I like it. Miss Splitter, nice purple sword for the purple lady, and just a really good build. Wait, no, for some reason my brain was like adding some crit rate because MH crit rate brain rot or something. I don't know. Never mind. I lied. I took it back. You have too little crit rate. Sorry. You forgot your crit rate in the dumpster somewhere, I think. Yeah, I think. I don't know. I don't think it's as simple as switching to a crit rate circlet though. But like, it would be better just to get a flower that has a bunch of crit rate, I think, over getting a crit rate circlet. Yeah, I know you get 20 crit rate from passive. That's why the 20 crit rate from the passive is why I'm not saying switch to crit rate circlet. Because if we just like pretend this is like sacrifice 14 crit damage, right? So go down to 192 crit damage, 190 crit damage, and then turn this into 14 crit rate instead. Ignoring the stat value, like this is still a very high stat value flower, right? But then like that would put you at 80% crit rate, right? If this was crit rate instead of crit damage. Obviously you lose a little EM and attack or whatever, but that's what I would consider is put a high crit rate flower. Because you're just lacking in crit rate substats ultimately. And I don't think it's as obvious as switching to a crit rate circle. It's not ideal, I think. So it's not an easy solution, but yeah. Peak Patrol Song, C2, nice. You met the defense requirement, have healing build. Yep. This is the idealized healing build. This is basically what my build will hopefully look like. Once I get a different circlet option for my Shalonen, ideally something like this with ER and defense percent, but I'm not planning to go farm artifacts again anytime soon because I got a whole bunch of characters I want to level. But yeah, this is kind of what I'm hoping my Shalonen build will look like eventually. Right now she's just fine. Because I have, well, you also have C2 Furina, so it probably wasn't that necessary. But yeah, this is a healing optimized peak patrol song build. I mean, that's what I would say. Should always have enough ER to burst. Will be able to heal a lot. Yep. And has enough to get the max damage bonus going without a problem. Very good. Nice. Yeah. Yep, I wouldn't want to play this Navia because crit rate, but well, you have a healthy amount of ER. Yeah, no, you'd be losing a lot of, like, I don't know. If you have a good crit rate circlet, I would for sure. This is an off-E circlet too, so you probably have one. You're losing a lot of ER, but I think you should still have enough, yeah, especially because you have Shalonen now, right? You should be able to sacrifice that ER on your Navia and be fine. So switch to a crit rate circlet that has, I mean, it's an off-E circlet and you're an AR-59 player. Hopefully you have like at least one that has 28 crit damage, right? So you're losing like 30% crit damage, go down to 160. Then you go up to like 90% crit rate, and Navia is just going to feel so much better in my opinion. But yeah, that's what I would do personally. But I don't know if you just like seeing a big number from Navia and you don't care about losing your sanity to RNG on Navia's hits. You do you, right? Don't let me stop you. But also, I don't know. You're already getting like C2 Shalonen and her weapon buffing Navia pretty significantly. So like, I don't know. I feel like it's much more sensible to the overall experience of playing Navia to get a consistent crit ratio at that point. I'd be running more than 75% crit on my Navia if I could, but it's not going to be fixed until I farm more of the artifacts. So, yeah. This just seems like a pretty well-rounded DPS, higher damage-oriented Nahida build. Nothing insane, but also pretty dang good with a good amount of crit, good amount of EM. Yep. This is just a pretty decently performing Navia. Or Navia. Nahida. Same difference. They both begin with N and A. This is a decent Mount Ganyu. Yep. I feel like I should have done a Skyward Heart build like this one when I did Mount Ganyu the other day with Shalonen. It probably would have been better than I tried the Tegnari build, right? But it was just eh. I think the Skyward Heart build I could have done would have been better, but yeah, it seems like a pretty dang healthy Mount Ganyu. Could be a better timepiece probably, but hey, it's at least got a bunch of EM. Goblet is cracked. Circlet's very good. Yeah, it's really just the timepiece could be better. It's still not bad. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 relevant rolls. Right? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, no, 5 relevant rolls, sorry. And the ER is question mark. Yeah. Very nice. Like it. Alright, one more. No more donations, please. I would like to be free. Oh boy, we're at 5 hours and 7 minutes. I think this is not the longest unit review stream I've done, which is crazy, but for some reason it feels longer. I think I'm just a little bit more tired. Rank 87, 77 Wander, top 0.2%. Wow. Yep. Very nice. Having near 100% crit rate helps quite a lot. Yeah. As a very healthy Wander. I think he needs a little bit more defense though, personally. You gotta make sure he doesn't die after a Hilichurl bonks him with a pebble and then he falls 10 feet in the ground and has a concussion. So you need more defense. This is sarcasm, in case it's not obvious. But, you know. Yep. Nice. I like it. Nice. Nice Shalonen. Let's see a surprising number of C2 Shalonens, which, you know, all I can hope for is that people understood why they truly wanted it in order to know if it was worthwhile. As long as they think, nice. Yeah, Stable Scarlet's Hands on Emilie is, I think, a very interesting option for her. I haven't really experimented with doing heavy EM builds on Emilie yet. I don't think that's super relevant, but she can pretty easily get the passive up, right? You just cast her skill, and then you cast her burst. Like, the skill initial cast will hit once, and then, like, when you're casting her burst, it'll probably max out the passive. So, yeah. Anyways, I like it. Yeah, obviously the passive isn't doing that much here. It just at a baseline, it just gives her a whack ton of crit, so it makes you have really healthy crit ratios just immediately. So, The best Nuvilat build possible. There you go. Truly, the most respectable Nuvilat build. He deserves nothing more. I like that it's R2. Oh boy. I love it. Thank you. Yep. Did I skip anyone? I don't think I skipped anyone. Oh, I didn't do Mulan much. Ooh, wow, that's a freaking lot of crit damage. Wit's still near 100% crit rate. Damn. Wow. And even a healthy amount of EM. Wow. 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 Yeah, that's a healthy Mulan. Yep. Alright, thank you, Ish. Wait, how the frick, like, oh, it's the circlet. I was like, how the frick did you get so much crit rate? It's the circlet. Good lord, that circlet. Yep. Wow. Okay. Rub it in much. I literally can't get circlets like this. I somehow still have no, almost 3 years of playing this game, no crit damage circlet that has more than 3 rolls of crit rate. Like, the highest crit rate I have on a crit damage circlet is 11%. What? I don't understand why my circlet is so bad on my main account. Whatever, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Because again, overall builds balance is what matters more. It's just like having high crit rate on circlets can like be one of those things. Having really good crit stats on circlets is one of those things that can really enable a lot higher flexibility for other artifacts and get your build up into that like upper echelon of as optimized as possible. But it's not necessary to be as optimized as possible, so it doesn't matter. But it still annoys me that I've played this game for so long and I can't get circlets like this. I just like anytime I see a circlet, it's like 4-line crit damage crit rate, I'm just like, you're gonna let me down. It's not possible. It's not possible. You roll more than twice in the crit rate. So, you know, it leads to circumstances. Here, let me log into my main account. It leads to circumstances like I have on my main account, wherein I was extremely excited to get a 4-line. I strongbox for 4 Akashas for Dia, right? And I needed a crit damage circlet if I wanted to use Dia's signature weapon that I have. And I ended up getting a good circlet that was 4-line, crit damage, crit rate, ER, which is very important. Like, the ER is extremely important. And then I think it had HP percent as well, which is also just like, holy crap, it's like nearly the perfect. It's like nearly the friggin' perfect circlet for my Dia. And I think it has like a minimum roll and a low roll on the crit rate, and I was extremely happy with it. So yeah, I don't know, I just want to show you my circlet luck. We need Subway surfers in the bottom right of the stream to keep your retention. I mean, after I switched to donation reviews, yeah, a little bit. I'm probably capped on resin, right? Oh frick, god dang it. Okay, whatever, it's fine. She's on instructor's build right now for Mulani, but yeah, this piece, bam, 5.8 crit rate, 2 HP rolls and 17 ER. I was so happy about this circlet. Oh boy. Right. I was happy about this one too. I used 3 Sanctifying Elixir to get an onset circlet for Kenichi after the domain randomly gave me a onset goblin, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna use it for a good circlet so I can not have to cope with this circlet for Kenichi. And I was also very happy with this one. Like, oh dear. Yeah, like I got this circlet a little while ago for Furina. I was very happy with this one too. It's just I don't get crit rate rolls on my crit damage circlet, so I have to be happy with the non-crit rate rolls. like how? Like this circlet is cracked. I'm glad I have it, but like this is the highest amount of crit rate I have in a crit damage circle in my account. It's on maidens. Oh boy, how? I do have some like a little bit better luck with my crit rate circlets, but what? Anyways, let's see. I think I have how many crit rate circlets do I have that have more than 3 crit damage rolls? This one has 1, but it's low rolls. No, this is high rolls. So let's see. This is like the difference in high rolls versus low rolls, right? Like this one, this one, right, has 4 crit damage rolls, which is good, but it's barely better than something that just has high rolls that is 3 rolls, right? That's okay. Technically, by the way, it's possible this was 4 rolls, but it was minimum rolls. But I don't think that was the case. Because 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, no, it definitely wasn't because 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Well, it could have been a 4 line, I guess, and had minimum rolls. But I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Anyways, if it was, same difference. If it minimum rolled so hard that it turned into a 3 line, then oh well. 2. And this is another one that's low rolls. Like the 2 instances. All right, so I've had 2 crit rate circlets that have more than 3. Okay, this one. This was the only one that had more than this one, which is not even being used right now. The only friggin' circlet that I have that has more than 3 crit damage rolls. I have 3 of them. 2 of them have low rolls, so they're barely better than a high roll piece, like this one. And then there's this one, which is Thunder Soother. And this is an extremely good one. I will probably end up using it as an off piece eventually, but like, oh my goodness. That was used on Yae as an off piece for a very long time, but my current Yae build I think is slightly better with my off piece of this. You might think, oh, if I'm using this, why not use this as an on-piece set? I just don't think I have good enough other pieces available right now in Golden Troop. I'm actually farming a little bit more Golden Troop there because I'm trying to get a little bit more options for Chiori and Furina. So I might end up switching to 2-piece skill damage on Yae, and then I could maybe switch back to that other one. But yeah, right now just the stat value of this is better. So yeah. Anyways, yep, that's the stream. Yeah, that one Thunder Suit piece also had that HP. It's like if I can use this is a really good piece. I would like to actually use that on Furina potentially. Actually, no, I don't know. Am I ever? What do my artifacts on Furina need to look like for me to ever enable that? I can switch to. I do have. Why are you on that? Well, okay, whatever. Do that. But do that. The problem is, I think I need more crit damage rolls. In the flower and feather in particular. So I need like weird crit damage ER pieces. Right. Yeah. Not exactly my preference right now. So, I think the other thing I got going... Oh my god, but 23,330 HP. Alright, never mind. Should stay on the... No, I'm joking. I don't think I'm going to do that. But it would be nice to use them for Furina eventually. But for now, this makes more sense. Bam. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's a... Well, okay. It's actually not that much better, to be clear, but I like having this as a, like, to be clear, I'm trying to, like, balance her in a weird way, because I prefer having her with way excess ER, both just because, like, I always want to have her burst up, like, immediately without ever having to think about it, and because I don't mind her being powered down because I have CT. So, balancing my build is weird. Anyways. Yeah, my circlet luck is not great. For how long I have played. I think I am actually a bit unlucky for my circlets. Conversely, though, I also think I've had pretty good luck for goblets overall. Like, I don't think I have a single goblet type. Why am I discussing this right now? It doesn't matter. But like, I don't think I have a single goblet type that I don't have like compelling options for. I feel like this I can probably throw away, because when am I ever going to use this at this point? But anyways. Yeah, I have multiple good, compelling options for Pyro Goblets. Hydro Goblets I have nothing insane, honestly, but all good, compelling options for meeting different stat needs on different units, right? Dendro Goblets. My Dendro Goblet situation wasn't great until relatively recently, when I got lucky. A little bit before Emily's release, I got this goblet for Emilie. Well, actually, no, it wasn't bad. I've had this for a while, and I've had this for a while. I feel like this I can probably throw away now, honestly. When am I ever going to need that when I have this? I don't know. I also have that unlocked. Why is this locked? I don't know, whatever. Like this I'm going to keep because it's on-set goblet for Gilded. This is on-set goblet for Kanich. This is just, it has heavy crit damage, so it has value. This is just kind of meh now, honestly. Yeah, I don't know, I might end up throwing that away. I'm going to keep it unlocked, actually. I don't think I need it. This is honestly more valuable, I think, than the other one, which seems weird, but this is also unlocked. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. I don't know, whatever. Anyways, yeah. You're comparing lemons with apples in the Wild West. That is kind of what artifact comparison is like sometimes. What does my electro goblet look like? What? Oh, freaking god. The new filter system, man. No, we're not gonna rant. My electro goblets are okay. What I would really like is an on-set electro goblet for Golden Troop, the skill damage set. Right. I actually got one the other day that was 4-line with crit and attack percent, and it rolled poopy. It rolled really poopy. I was sad. I was very sad because it could have been a dream come true, but it was not. Oh well. Now I'm talking about artifacts, and now I want an artifact farm, which I hate because I don't need artifact farm right now. I need like other resources. I forgot I got this a little while ago. Yeah, I've had like decent luck with all goblets, so it's hard to complain. Is my point with my circlet luck. When I have, as long as like that's the statistics of the game you play, right? You might get bad luck in some way, but as long as you're aware of like the importance of the overall balance being fine. If you get bad luck in circlets, there's a good chance you've gotten a little bit better luck somewhere else, kind of thing. Tends to be across the law of large numbers when you're talking large numbers of artifacts and large amounts of resin spent. You just wind towards statistical inevitability of getting usable builds going. That's all. Have I used the artifact transmitter? Yes. On this account, I used it for the Kanich circlet, and I think I used it for a timepiece for Raiden that I was hoping to be an improvement, and it was not. And then I used it for a Dia timepiece. I used it for this, which was, this doesn't look that good, but it was actually extremely good. If it was a 4-line, I would have been very happy with it. But yeah, the minimum rolls and crit damage is sad. The attack percent rolls help a lot, though. Like the roll value on this is actually very high. So I was actually quite happy with this. I might go for another ER timepiece eventually, just because more crit would be nice, but not strictly necessary. Ultimately, all I need really for my Vora Cautious Dia at this point is to have a flower, because right now this is my Vora Cautious flower, which is very good, but I would like a similar piece where it has like 2 ER rolls instead of HP, and then that would make it so that I can do solo Pyro Dia that I don't think will have any ER needs, ER issues, because right now I have like 188 ER build with her signature weapon, and it's a little bit iffy sometimes. So yeah. Anyways, thanks for hanging out. I guess I'm gonna go take a break. I don't know if my D&D was canceled. It might have been canceled. It might not have been. It was canceled. Yay, good. I'm glad it was canceled, because if not, I was going to be late to it, actually. I didn't realize it's already 6 p.m., which is normally when our D&D starts. So anyways. Actually, you know what? I guess we'll finish farming, spending resin. I'm logged in the game anyways. Why not? What am I doing? Need the crafting table. What am I farming for is the real question. I have resin from yesterday? Oh, okay. I didn't realize I didn't spend all of it. What am I doing? That is a question. You're going to close your eyes. Blam. I do that so I can level up more things. Don't resin refresh, it's bad. It's not worth it. I can't do that right now. Already. Yeah, I forgot to log on before the stream and condense my resin. Oh well. Wasted resin. Okay. Claim that. Oh, by the way, I did finish this event. This event was kind of bad. I don't get what they... I mean, okay, it was better than some of the events that were like time-wasty nonsense of just clicking through... I don't know, like the puzzle events that take zero thought kind of thing. I dislike more than that event, I think. But at the same time, it just felt like a really time-wasty event of just chasing a stupid ball around, whacking it a few times. It was extremely annoying on polearms only because of the fact that I could only use polearm characters. And polearms only has a little bit less options for movement abilities to catch up to the butthole, and I didn't use the trial character, so it was extremely annoying. But anyways, whatever. I felt it was a weird event. The co-op event is fun. I think it's fine. I think it's whatever. I think it suffers from everyone in co-op fails to actually like coordinate literally anything together. And like there were some things like I brought an Arlecchino into one, and then someone else chose Arlecchino, and then their Arlecchino was freaking C2, so they were constantly absorbing my bond, and like they would absorb their bond right away. I was like, okay, the fact that they're C2 is fine. So I was like, okay, I'll just like put my mark on after I put, or after they absorb theirs, right? Because they have C2, they just do E and then they absorb their bond. And then I put my mark on enemies after in the event, so that because I had a C1 Arlecchino on my main account here, to be able to, and then I could just wait the 5 seconds, whatever. Like I don't think Arlecchino is ideal to bring to the event. I wasn't thinking that much about it. And then they absorbed my bond. Like I put it on, and then like 1 second later they absorbed my bond. Well, like bro. If he was watching my stream, I would have banned him. Like, no, you freaking rude. Like, what? I specifically, like, waited to do my bond after you did yours, and, like, we could have made it work. We didn't have to steal each other's bonds, and then, like, you specifically stole mine after I put yours on. After you did yours. Like, excuse me? So, anyways, no, the co-op event has co-op problems. I still think MiHoYo doesn't understand how to make co-op fun in this game. Quite frankly. that's my opinion. You know what? Frick it. I'm gonna spend it on artifacts. I didn't climb my dailies. I shouldn't spend it on artifacts because I think I need to farm heroes wits. But I have artifacts in the brain because I've been looking at artifacts for the past 5 hours, and now my brain wants artifacts. I still would like to get Mualani on 4-piece of the new set someday, eventually. So screw it. We're gonna spend this resin I have saved. We'll spend on Heroes Wits, and then the other resin, the condensed resin, I will spend on the domain. And we're gonna get a crit damage circlet for Mualani with HP percent, EM, ER. We don't need crit rate. Crit rate would be fine, but unnecessary for my Mualani. That's what we're going to do. We're going to cope. Or we're going to get a healing bonus circlet with that percent ER for Shalona. I don't need, but yeah. Is that a support, Shalona? It is indeed, because I do like it. I do like that she makes character do big damage. Sorry. Can't see there, but whatever. Healing still going? No, it's not. Dang it. Okay. I would like her to heal. I really wish Shalona activated, like, healed on activation. Rather than just... Yeah, I really wish she healed right on activation rather than just after... Because it's like, you don't stay on field long enough with her, as you saw. Like, I used her burst and I didn't heal. Right? So, it can be weirdly awkward to get Shalona herself healed up because of her delayed heal. Like, I have to stay on field for a second. And then, okay, now I healed up a little. Like, it's just like the perfect awkward timing for her healing. Well, that could actually be an upgrade for the DP of Shonen. If it rolls crit damage. What do you think about the Bernies, go go? It was amusing. Definitely brain rot song, quite frankly. But, you know, it was fun. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about my Burnus pulls on stream yet, because I think that was, I pulled after the stream was done. So I had enough pulls left after getting M6 Lucy that I was like, okay. I want R5 Kaboom the Cannon, Lucy's weapon. It is a 4-star weapon in Zenless. And 4-star weapons in Zenless are not cringe, like in Genshin. Like there's not 5 godforsaken weapons for 4 stars in the banner, where like, oh, if you want the shovel, what's the chance to get the shovel? 0, basically. No, there's only 2. So like, it's pretty easy to actually like reliably get 4-star weapons when they're featured on the weapon banner in Zenless. But can you stop whacking me? Anyways, I had like I think 30 pulls without spending any of my like shop currency stuff, and in 30 pulls I managed to get 4 copies of Lucy's weapon, which is good. That's how many I needed to get R5 of it, and I was happy about that. Okay. I don't think I care about that. And I was happy about that. But you want to know what else I got in 30 pulls of her weapon? I got not one copy of Bernice's weapon. I got 2 copies of Bernice's weapon. I was just like, well, this is why you don't wish on the banner, so you can get a use from the 5 stars. Wow. So, you know, then I was like, okay, I guess I'm gonna try to go for Bernice. And at like, I already had like a decent amount of pity built up on Bernice banner. I use, oh, that's a bit of a troll and a half. To be clear, I don't know if I need, not the other set, but specifically because like I was talking about wanting that for Golden Troop. Like if this was Golden Troop, man, whatever. Oh yeah, true, Auron. Oh yeah, Auron. True, I forgot about him. So anyways, oh no, don't go to Chernobyl. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So I went to, I spent like some of my shop currency wishes. And I think I believe it was at like an early at like 65 pity, which is like not very early, but still it's technically early. Got a 5-star in character banner too. I was like, oh, please give me Bernice, because like she does seem really fun. And I lost the 50-50 for freaking M2 Rena. And I was like, oh. I was just like, oh no. No. Because like I don't want to spend money to get Bernice. And I've already spent more money than I've ever intended in Zenless. Like, I made terrible decisions in Zenless. I've enjoyed the game, so it's been fine. I don't mind spending money for games I enjoy, but too much money. And, like... boy. Anyways, yeah, we'll roll it. Don't worry. We'll feed that Dendro Goblin, I think. Don't have circlet luck, but I do have goblet luck. I told you. Do I feed this in? I don't think I need this. I know I have like some XP, but I don't have that much XP. Like I have to feed something in. Wait, what is this? Okay, look. This makes more sense to feed in, obviously. But I think we're asking for it to roll terribly if we feed a bad artifact in. So, anyways, yeah, I'm probably not getting Bernice in Zenless at this point, but I'm gonna decide. They should do the drip marketing for Miyabi before the Bernice banner ends, I think. And if Miyabi is Anomaly, then I will probably not try to get Bernice. But if she is not, if she's an attack unit, then I might go for Bernice still. Because Flamethrower is fun. Like, I should keep this. This is obviously a good usable goblet. No, there's no trick for rolling artifacts. That's if you're talking about that one twit that made like the Star Rail substat manipulation, and then also made a video, then also made a video on manipulation of Genshin substats. The dude doesn't know what he's talking about. This is now basically equivalent to other goblets I have in Electro, and I think it's just worse. Told you I should have had the good goblet in. The low rolls really hurt that too, to be clear. Why am I struggling? If this was an onset goblet, I'd be happy about this. If this was like the Golden Troop goblet I talked about. That's whatever. Yeah, like it's... Like you get one more crit roll and it competes with this, but this is an onset goblet in Thundering Fury, right? It's worse than this, and it's worse than that. Like I don't know. It has, the one reason to keep that is it has heavy crit rate versus heavy crit damage. So you know what? If it gets, it's also Auron goblet, right? So yeah, I'll keep it. I'll keep it because of Auron. I don't think it's that relevant. Minimum. Man, low rolls. Yay. Yay. That was 2 minimum rolls in crit rate and a low roll in crit rate and a minimum roll into crit damage. Wow, that goblet looks so nice to start and now it just looks really meh. Is this even 30 CV? Did it low roll that hard? Like, that was unlikely for that to happen. 8.6 times 2. I can't math my brain right now. Plus 12.4. It isn't 30 CV! It's 29! I hate this. I'm sorry. This bothers me mentally that it low rolled that hard. I'm unlocking it. It's not gonna get thrown away. Not right now. But like... Rude. How do you keep your Mora so high? I farmed a bunch of ley lines. Also, I did the event and Abyss reset, so I got a bunch of more from that. Yeah. But yeah, I farmed, I think, 4 or 5 days of ley lines last week. Anyways, you know what? Hey, you know, what I say, what's going to happen here? We're going to get a onset Electro Goblet, right? For either Fischl or Yae. And we feed that piece straight in. Oh, okay, well. Or we get literally nothing. That's interesting. I don't... Okay, to be clear, my Furina can definitely sacrifice. She does not need 21% ER on this right now. But, you know, I do not mind having that as an option, because the reason being is because this used to be what my Furina was normally using. I switched her to this because Chiori, but I would like to keep Chiori equipped. So I really want to throw away that goblet. Like, I know it's a bad idea because Auron is coming out, right? Like right now, my Auron situation, what does it look like? I have 2 potential flowers. Not really good options for feathers. I mean, maybe, right? He probably wants an EM. I don't know. I could use the EM timepiece. I don't have an attack timepiece yet. I don't know if he wants to use an EM timepiece yet or not. Like, Electro Goblet. Like, it could enable, anyways, an off-piece feather or off-piece flower, right? And, like... I don't know what weapon I put on him, but... I don't know. Why am I... What do I have filters? What is that? Oh, that's just the 4-star pieces that I got confused by. Never mind. Crit rate, crit damage with crit rate. Like, yeah, I could do a crit... Wait, do I have a crit rate weapon for Auron? I don't even know. But if that rolls crit damage... I already have a leveled crit rate circlet, so I don't need that. I don't know. I don't know what my Oron build looks like. I don't know how important it really is, ultimately. Like, I don't think he's a unit that needs to be invested that meaningfully into his crit stats. So, like, it's hard for me to evaluate that goblet, right, as an onset goblet. If it rolled crit rate over crit damage for the last roll, and it was a high roll, and didn't insult me by being not 30 CV. I know it's like the 30 CV line is an arbitrary line in the sand, but like, frick it. You know, frick it. We didn't follow garbage in, garbage out theory before, and we're gonna follow garbage in, garbage out theory now, because I feed a potentially good goblet in to get a good artifact for my Furina. That's what we're doing, right? That's what we're doing. Okay? I could do the Dendro Goblet instead, to be clear. Actually, okay. Dendro Goblet or this one. Not both. That would be dumb. You think Hoyle will care and make Oron a 5-star because of CN players? No. The CN players are twits if they think that the being a 5-star or 4-star matters. What they should be calling for is him being stronger. He can be a strong unit that isn't a 5-star. They're being idiots. They're being idiots. Sorry. I think China's a wonderful country, by the way. I've been watching some videos from this dude that's like hitchhiking across China. Really, really like cool videos. He's not just like making China propaganda. Yes, and he's already pretty strong too. Yes, he's not useless. He's by all means, he has a place. I think he could be stronger. Because like right now I think he struggles and like he's not gonna be that much of an upgrade for most electrocharge teams. But like that's what they should be calling for, is calling for Hoyoverse to make better units. Not make them 5-stars. What they're asking for is, I want to give you more money for this character. Like, what? Like they could do that. They could just go, all right, we'll keep the kit the same and change them into 5-star. Get bozos. They could do that. That's technically what they're asking for right now. Like, Jesus. Anyways, I don't know. You know what? Because of Oron's existence, I'm gonna keep this for now, and we're gonna feed this goblet in. I don't think I have any need for this goblet, quite frankly. At this point, I have enough good other Dendro Goblet options. Anyways, look at Siegewind. Yeah, exactly. Also Siegewind's still a pretty decent character, but yeah, doesn't matter what they do. Stupid people are just gonna have stupid thoughts about things, anyways. To be clear, I'd classify myself in this stupid category if I undervalued Siegewind. The one flat attack roll makes me quite sad, I'll be honest. But that's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty decent. See, garbage in, garbage out theory. Bam. I lost crit rate, didn't I? Yeah, I did. That's funny. my crit rate in situation didn't improve. Oh, wait. I just mentioned earlier, the frickin' circlet. Like, getting pieces like that actually makes doing that one circlet more relevant, right? Yeah. There's no way, right? There's no way, right? Nope. Sad. Alright. But I don't know, we can simulate it, right? By using... I'm not going to steal this from Fischl, but I could simulate it. Pretend this is like... You know, I would prefer crit damage ER, and I don't even need much else. Because it would be like switching to like just heavy crit damage ER in the feather. Stick with the ER timepiece just to help power her down a little bit. Use this onset piece. And then switch to this. Yeah. Wow. That's a... Yeah. That's what I'm aiming for Furina right now. Yep. That is what I'm aiming for with Furina right now. Yeah. It is indeed a lot better. To be clear, I have a better build in general that I can configure her around, but as far as a non-powered down Furina build, I would like the ability to do something like that. To be clear, by the way, I could actually just use this. I can just switch to that, right? It's just I don't mind having her powered down most of the time, right? She has quite low HP, by the way. And again, it's a Hydro Goblet, because C2. So, yeah, this is one of those pieces that enable that to make sense, actually. So, I'm still going to keep this, because heavy ER is good when I need it. Or it's a power down Furina piece. I don't know, maybe I'll just stick to that for now. No, okay. Yeah, I think I'll just stick to this build for now. And, vibe with my not powered down Furina for once in reality. So, yeah. Bam. Oh, I thought I had more than that. Okay. You know what? No. I said I was going to go farm Heroes Wits, but you know what? Artifact Brain Rot, going full force. Let's go. Not that. Clearly this is going to pay off, right? We're going to get the feather that I want too. We're gonna get double crit ER HP percent feather, and it's gonna roll once into ER, once into crit rate, and 3 times into crit damage. Guaranteed. if this happens, I will be happy. I was gonna say something stupid, but I don't feel like doing that. I was gonna say I was gonna give away Prima Gems or whatever, but it's actually annoying to organize that, so I'm sorry. That's the only reason I'm not doing it. It's just annoying to give away things. It's been a while since I came to this domain. And no, wait. That could be a I'm gonna throw up what's her bucket? Chiori goblet. Oh, I didn't chill on him. Whatever. Oh, that was stupid. That was a waste. Okay, well, good job, me. That's all I can say. And ran out of idea. Well, I did that very optimally. Very optimally indeed. Alright. Double crit, ER, HP percent feather. Or not. Or not indeed. No, I'm gonna say the next resin. I'm not gonna use the last 20 resin, that's coping. But I will go to the round box. Because that's not coping. But first. By the way, if you're early on like farming artifacts, I know I don't need this. I have enough other options in Golden Troop. To be clear, if this rolled entirely in ER, it still would be worthwhile actually. It could literally enable me to. Do I have? I think I have. Yeah, like okay. Actually, I am gonna lock it. The reason being is that basically is a 0 death stat piece, for the right situation. So in the context of like my official already has a really good feather, and that's why I kind of don't care about it. But if it rolls like entirely into crit rate, I have a crit rate circlet currently on my official. It's possible that that could enable me to like use a crit damage circlet on her, right? So I'm actually not going to throw that away on principle of it could be really good still, but if it like doesn't roll crit rate in level 8, I'm not going to bother kind of thing. So, yeah. Sad. Oh well. Would you use Uraku on Furina? Yeah, I could. I have Furina's signature weapon and I don't use it on her though, so I don't really see why I would use Uraku on her. Sorry. Oh, alright, no, we're not done. We're getting that double crit 4 line, guaranteed. Well, it was 4 line. It was missing everything else though. I will say that. I don't need that. Don't even know why. Well, I know why I lost that. It has ER, but it's a 3 line with minimum roll ER. What do I need that for? Okay, well, sure. I don't need another flower. It's not what I needed. You already gave me a flower. What do I need that for? What does that do for me? Does that do anything for Yae? It could be an upgrade for official, actually. A minor one. Okay. Just give me all the Furina pieces. It's not possible this could be better, though. Like, okay, it's not impossible. It's not impossible for this to be better. But, like, this is already ridiculous. At high rolls out the butt, and it's 4 line, has the HP roll. If this high rolls very heavily into crit as well, it could technically be a very minor upgrade. But, like, would have preferred attack percent. Either way, it could still technically be an upgrade for official, but I don't know. I think I like having the ER. I'm just not gonna level that up right now. I'm sorry, is my point. I'd rather keep the Oron goblet for now. I don't want to be too gung-ho about throwing a relevant goblet away. Yeah, so anyways. Tempted, but yeah. We were close. It was almost. We almost got it. We almost got a double crit HP feather. But it was a flower instead. Sad. Oh well. Yeah, anyways, it's fine. This is where she's gonna sit for now. I'm happy with that. I'll work on her later. But yeah. Anyways, that's the stream actually ending this time. I haven't looked at what does my Furina build look like if I do use her signature. Who does that though? I don't care about signature weapons. Probably stick with that still. We probably have to stick with that still. I mean, I think the only difference, I think there's nothing different. It just has a bunch of crit damage. Yeah, there's nothing different. It just has not enough ER and too much crit damage. So, there you go. There's a double Hydro Furina build, I guess, for you. This is like, it's fine. But also, I think I'd rather just do the key. Like that is like, yeah. I mean, if this is enough ER, I'd rather do the key, I think, most of the time. If I'm doing key, I might actually switch to an HP goblet too, but, you know. Anyways. Yes, Furina is C2, that's why she has lower HP. I have a very good onset Hydro Goblet to use on her. I use this too, to be clear, but, you know, it's basically the same thing, just the HP version, so this is what I would use, like, with Key of Caution Suit, potentially. Just to get a little bit more EM going on. It wouldn't necessarily be better for Furina's damage, but might be better for the team damage, ultimately. Very slightly. So, anyways. Yeah. How about that instead, and then that. Like if I was going to try to, yeah. See, this is what the build would look like if I was trying to use a solo Hydro Furina with her signature. Something like that. But it's still not my preference. I like Fab. I like Fab more. I'm sorry. I don't need my Furina to do that much more damage. So I'd rather have a cracked Fab build than a good build on her signature. And this could definitely work, but it's definitely a little bit lower crit rate, or lower ER than I'd prefer. So it's a double hydro. Like if I'm doing Siege Queen Furina build, I could do it, but Fav. And then if I wanted to do more damage with Fav, bam. There you go. There you go. There's the actual damage optimized Fab build. Perfect. So like this is what my like Siege Wing build would probably look like, I guess. If I'm trying to balance Fab utility and damage, but also I'm just gonna keep on ER timepiece because ER nice, and I never have to worry about things. I'm gonna mess around with that though. See if I notice it. I do think I will notice it in some instances of like, you know, killing an enemy like right after I burst on a chamber 1, go into chamber 2. It would take a lot longer to get her ER back kind of thing, but I'm pretty sure it won't be that noticeable. I have 230 instead of 260. So, yep. Anywho's, what have you used the artifact crafter on? Dia timepiece, Raiden timepiece, which rolled terribly and got thrown away. And then a circlet for Kanich. I'm trying to think what I need to save this for. Like, to be clear, I could save my elixirs for like onset goblets. I could save my elixirs for whatever. It feels stupid to use it on this. For who though? To make the perfect Furina build. I need crit damage and ER. Wait, no, I shouldn't do crit rate then, right? I should do crit. Like, it had to be a 4. Like, no, it's stupid. No, I'm not gonna do it. Like, no. I want to. I'm not gonna lie, I want to. Because, like, my brain's just like, I'm so close. Like, just give me, like, the version of this feather, but has ER instead of attack percent. And, like, blam. The ER is not that important, to be clear, when I'm running an ER timepiece. But, like... anyway. No, is a bit silly, considering how minor of an improvement it would ultimately be. Is a bit silly. But, anyways, yes. I'm gonna stick with this for now. I'm not gonna be that silly. But I kinda want to. I do kinda want to. I think it's more valuable for me to use for, like, I still would like to get... I'm not... So what I used 2 elixirs last time on a Raiden piece. I did EM and I chose crit damage and ER. Because my thinking was my Raiden build, like, if it didn't roll crit rate, it was fine. Because, like, okay, I go down to 76% crit rate, whoop-de-doo. But I gained some crit damage, and then it could roll ER still. Or it would have ER, so I chose crit damage ER. And then, like, hopefully it had attack percent or crit rate if I got lucky. And it was a 3-line double def with crit damage ER, and it rolled, I think, entirely into defense except for like 1 low crit damage roll. And I was like, well, that's not an improvement. Garbage. So I don't know. Part of me really wants, like, my ideal EM timepiece, to be clear, for Hyper Raiden would be crit rate, attack percent, crit damage, ER, and having at least 1 ER roll, and then crit damage, and crit rate rolls, right? But, like, it being a 4-line and having crit damage in ER, I think is more important than it being double crit in ER, so I don't know. But it still kind of feels bad to use the elixirs for choosing crit damage ER. And it definitely felt like a waste, so I don't know. It also might just be good for me to try to get more emblem timepieces that are ER double crit. Like, this is the best ER timepiece I have an emblem. And I don't know. It would be nice to have even better options. Anyways, I don't know what I actually want to use the elixirs on. That's why I was tempted to use that. I should probably just save them though. Anyway, why am I still streaming? Good lord, my brain has just like stayed in streaming mode. Thanks for all the donations. Hopefully the unit reviews were valuable in some form to y'all. I will probably not stream tomorrow, but because my intention I think is to edit my Chiori video and hopefully have that up by Tuesday. Tuesday for me. Might be like Tuesday night or maybe Wednesday for you, depending on your time zone or world existing spot. We'll see. I'll probably stream on Tuesday though. I think I might want to do some of the Archon Quest live, just because I have done none of it so far, and I do want to do some of it, and people have said it's good. So I figure it might actually be enjoyable to do live for once. We'll see. We'll see. Anyways, and we'll get a no. Let's see. Okay, like I'm not gonna farm anymore. I didn't intend to. I need to like just spend most of my resin on like resource, like stockpiling heroes wits and Homura for characters I want to build. I really shouldn't farm more artifacts. So like I really. No. Resist the Gamba. Oh, I really... Like, it has to be 4-line, though. It would have to be 4-line to be worth it. It's also 1 elixir. Like, it feels like low risk with potential for high reward. Right? That's what it feels like to me right now. It feels like low risk, high reward. But it also would, like, if I want to level it, it would mean either I have to throw away this, or... Well, okay, and you know what? Like, if it was a 4-line, I'd be fine with risking throwing away this piece. This piece is good, but it's not like it's that much better than this piece. And like, I'm not gonna throw away this piece. I'm not gonna throw away this piece. This piece is a cracked piece for Chiori. This piece is just, like... good, but irrelevant in the scope of all my other artifacts. Just one more condensed. No. I think I'd rather throw away that feather instead of throwing away this, right? But... I throw away the circlet. No. That circlet's being kept. It has too much HP. What artifact would I throw away into it? I have no idea. I feel weird throwing away heavy ER pieces. It's not the most ER I have in a piece, and it doesn't have crit rate ER. Frick it. You know what? I'm doing this not because it makes sense. I'm doing this because I want to be done with Golden Troop. Right? Because if I get this, if it's a 4-line double crit ER and ideally has HP, it doesn't need ER, honestly. ER is like the least necessary. But if it's like 4-line double crit, rolls decently, like ideally has HP or ER, like it's a gamble, but it's the lowest risk we can possibly risk an elixir. It's 1 elixir, right? It's 1 elixir. Okay. Double max roll, crit damage, and HP. 3-line. It's not 4-line. That makes it less high of a chance it rolls ideally. Right. Nice. 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 Do I just feed this piece in? Yeah, you know what? We're feeding this piece in, right? Why? On principle of, we just got the 0 dead stat. I'm gonna feed the piece that is forever. This has like been forever. It's been a limbo piece of like, it feels weird to throw away, but it's like, I never needed it because of that other good feather I have in Official. So we throw it away. I'd rather keep this goblet for now, right? Don't throw it away. All right. Yeah. Sick. All right. It's like the same thing, but like slightly better. It's like extremely minorly better. But hey, that's actually freaking great. Yeah. Extremely minorly better. It looks a little bit worse because I have less than 170 crit damage now, which is slightly unfortunate. But, you know, gained 2 HP and an ER roll for sacrificing a tiny bit of crit damage. It is minorly better. The gamble did pay off, technically. Was it actually worth it, though? I don't know. I don't know if it's actually worth it. But it is safely in the realm of I think I don't really care at this point about getting more Golden Troop from Strongbox. Like, part of the, well, I don't know. I still might do more Golden Troop in Strongbox so I get more circlet options. But part of the reason I wanted more circlet options was Furina. Now the only other reason to get more circlet options for Golden Troop for me is either for Yae, or like the onset piece for Official, for an Electro Goblet, which is like some coping. Like that's just highly unlikely to happen. And then, you know, getting an onset circlet option for Chiori would be nice, because I'm currently using an off-piece circlet and then using this onset goblet, but it's like it's so pretty dang good. It's like yeah. So like I don't know. I think I'm not gonna bother with I don't know. I think it was worth it because now I can just stop thinking about Golden Troop for a while. Is my vibe. Like yeah. So anyways, this was functionally a 3-line anyways because of the flat attack roll. Wow. Yeah. Nice. It's amusing that it was a minor side grade. I don't know. I guess some people would say it was better because this is better now because I have 169. But anyways, a minor improvement, very minor improvement, which is to say it wasn't worthwhile, but it was worthwhile in my heart. There you go. A poetic way to end the stream. Wait, bam. 170 crit damage. Fixed. 23k HP. C2. So, you know. To be clear, I think this is still probably better for overall damage. But the other one does look a lot more satisfying. Anyways. Yep. I don't know. I didn't expect to be able to like actually have a compelling reason to switch to the circlet today. But hey. Sweet. You know what? I guess we check for to end the stream, to actually finally end the stream. What's Furina's rankings look like on Akasha? Where's my Chrome tab? There it is. Akasha. Give me a second here. I don't think I've ever actually checked my Furina rankings. Alright, no. Okay, so currently my Furina's fab build was... let me show it. This is the current one. For the C2 240 ER category. Was in the top 20% but that was with the R5 of the pipe. Technically. So, let's see what changed. So we're using this, using that. Wait, no, sorry. Is there anything else? What do I want to? I'll keep the ER timepiece on because I prefer it. Actually, you know what? I want to see what her ranking is on the non-C2 category. Yeah, I want because I think her ranking in the non-C2 category might be a little bit higher. Anyways. Genshin suck, play something else. Yeah, it do be a Genshin channel, sorry. Blame the nature of human attention and the YouTube algorithm or something, I guess. Whatever you personally feel like blaming more for why I mostly do Genshin content. I have tried making other game content, but it doesn't perform as well. So it belongs, like there's a reason like anyone who knows what they're doing on YouTube does, like if they have a niche that they're focusing on, they'll stay in that niche, and if they're going to diversify, they make new channels, right? You don't F up your existing thing you got going. Wait, is she even in my profile? I don't know. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh, wait, is she still... Oh, it has the Hydro Goblet on right now. Okay, duh, because it... Yeah. Nice. Top 2% Furina. I don't know... I didn't, to be clear, try to optimize her build before, but yeah. Nice. That's a surprise. I think the roll value is only 540% on this, but yeah. Oh well. Like this circlet looks much larger than it is by not being orange. It's silly. Anyways. Probably need to use her weapon. Yeah. I mean, I can just check. It's top 6% with her weapon, but I'm not gonna use her weapon, so I don't care about her weapon rankings. Like, I just don't care. Sorry. I care about the real categories, where, you know, they're the high ER categories, because that's the only real category to me. So, you know, which is to say the ER weapon categories, because that's what I'm using. I'm using ER weapon categories. I mean, you can look at, I guess, if you look at the, oops, it was also top 2% for the Kiev Kasha suit build, which is also what I would probably use over her weapon. Either way, point is, my Furina's a lot stronger now. I still might power her down for my videos, but, you know, I'm gonna stick her on this for now. I'll experience the true high power Furina experience. 170% single hydro forward vape is very questionable. Yeah, exactly. That doesn't actually make sense. And why is that even a leaderboard, honestly? Also, why does she have so many leaderboards? Whatever. I guess, no, it makes sense that Furina of all characters has 500 different leaderboards. Let's refresh it again for the HP goblet, though. Nope, didn't refresh yet. Oh well. I guess we'll never know. Well, anyways, I could put the HP timepiece on her and probably get high up in the vape leaderboards. But I'm not going to. I care about the more universal build to go towards. Anyways. Yep. Can you show your Arlecchino build? Sure. Gladiator. Homa's. She's on Homa. 76 crit rate. It's definitely a bit scuffed, but that do be how crit damage ascending character with crit damage weapon goes sometimes. 22,300 HP, and this is why I'm probably that HP is why I'm probably never changing it. 2 HP rolls there. Nice. 40 CVPs. Ridiculous. This is probably, I think, the highest or tied for the highest crit value on my account. Plus EM roll, good for vaporize a little bit. It's something. Just a good timepiece. Nothing crazy. The timepiece is where I could improve the most, but if I ever get an attack, I mean, that's probably what I should have said elixirs for, if anything. But if I ever get a better attack timepiece for Arlecchino, it cannot have flat HP or HP percent substats. It is not allowed. I refuse to ever change her build off of having 22,300 HP. And the goblet will probably never change because of that. Also because it's biased towards crit rate, which helps for the Homa situation. And then this is just a really high stat value circlet. Could be replaced eventually, but again, cannot have HP substats. Not allowed. Illegal. So, must have 22,300. Anyways. Yeah. Let's see what this one gets. Please, I want to stop streaming. Like how I said I want to stop streaming, and then my brain's just like, I'm going to stream more. Hey, there we go. It's still... Oh, that's interesting. Wait, what? Oh, it's in the Festering Desire leaderboard now. Is there even a Fab leaderboard? There isn't even a Fab leaderboard. Okay, honestly, Akasha Creator is kind of griefing by not having a Fab leaderboard, let's be real. But, you know, that's interesting. That, you know, this Hydro Goblet, this HP Goblet is actually better than the Hydro Goblet. Like, stat for stat, Hydro Goblet when you have C2 is usually better. But that little bit additional roll value of that crit rate, right? Bringing up her average damage just brought her a little bit higher, even in the C2 category. She's in a lower ER category now, to be clear, because it's not doing a Fav category, but this should still be plenty of ER and Fav. So I guess I'll stick with this build for now, since it's more satisfying. Sweet. I have a more well-rounded Furina. There you go. This is my full power Furina that I would actually use now. But in the future, I will still likely power down my Furina by putting like an EM goblet on her, or, you know, the worst feather and flower. but now I don't have to worry about it. Sick. I can't believe the risk on the elixir paid off. That's crazy. Whatever. Anyways, sometimes risks. It was low risk, high reward, and somehow I got nearly the highest reward possible. Like it obviously if it was 4-line and rolled an extra curl would have been better, but we're splitting hairs at that point, right? So, anyways, R5 Favonius, I'm in disbelief. I know, truly the most rare weapon of all. I should go get R5 Pipe eventually, as far as another option for powering Furina down goes. But, I don't know, fishing, man. I'll do it eventually, someday. Someone remind me to do it when... that's what I need to keep in mind. You know, I'm going to just put it down in my stream notes so I can be like... Stream fishing for Furina weapon. There we go. Because that's just something I could do as a stream thing while I yap about something. I can just do fishing. I should just do it eventually. But yeah. Yeah, I know it was easier to fish for than... It's easier to fish for than to catch, but yeah. Anyways. If I was in the mood, if I wasn't streaming for 6 hours and 50 minutes already, I would go test that Furina build. But remind me in the future to play around with that Furina build on stream. We'll see that one, like, that Furina configuration compared to what I started the stream with will probably perform a heck of a lot stronger in the Furina Sijuin Dia team, to say the least. So, you know, since a large amount of that team's damage comes from Furina's damage, but normally I just have her powered down because I don't need her to do more damage, but yeah, more damage is also fun, so, you know. I want to have the option, and now I do, because before it was just, like, kind of weird. Anyways, bye-bye. And I just, my brain just is in yap mode today.